Is April 20th, 2023. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, futures, looking at technical analysis, looking at the SPY, looking at BBBY, sub up, like up, comment down, Happy Money sticks around. Follow us on Twitter at Happy Money YT. And we have a Discord server, link for both those are in the description. I'm going to get set up here. Interest you in a little Yaz while I do. Futures gap down, SPY's gap down, Tesla's earnings kind of pulling the market. Nice for a short on the MES. Closed out of 3 out of the 5. Look to get it back into them today on a bounce. There we are. I picked up more shares of BBY yesterday on after hours. That lovely dip. And I'm gonna share the stream on Twitter and Discord. Thank you guys for your retweets on Twitter. It definitely helps out. Okay. Morning Dragon. Glad to see you're alive. Let me get the Discord link pinned. For Discord to join now. Now I'll get to the Discord. Okay. So jobless claims came in basically at expectations. 245,000, estimates were 240, so not much of a move on the market. Looks like earnings are probably what's weighing the market down presently. And let's see, Philadelphia Fed business index 31.3 versus March 23.2. Not even sure what that is. Lordstown evaluating actions to regain compliance with bid price requirement, including reverse stock split. That's RIDE ticker. Interesting news there. Good morning, Smith. Morning, Snake. All these contracts. Hope you got some time. Yesterday was definitely the sell on the weeklies. Ivy on there is just crazy. That's why I've been selling calls, buying them. Get logged into these brokerages. Here we go. A rally. I think BY will actually be somewhat mellow at the end of the week. So I think this was the peak probably for this week. This 56 cents. And I think we'll probably trade in some range to the end of the week. Might not see a whole lot of action. So I'm gonna be looking for more shares on dips basically. So I got another 4,200 last night. I missed it. I was out to dinner and I missed this whole thing here. By the time I saw what was going on, and figured out it's all just algorithms and bots with those articles having a little circle jerk. And there was no filings or anything from the company. I started buying in here, and then later in the day I bought in a few more. I guess this is pre-market. I don't know. I bought in basically around here. And today I'd like to see, we might still get another test of that 30 cents, and I'll probably pick up some more. I'd like to get another 10,000 maybe before the week's over. So don't want to be too anxious. Just like I was saying yesterday, I want to be slow and mellow and scale. As you never know. But this was a nice little gift. Little sell-off gift. First thing I read was filing for bankruptcy. Yeah. SpaceX launch on? Yeah, sure. Oh, is it the astronauts this time? Is it actual people going up? When is it at Kitty? Morning, Dennis. Tesla supports. Hey, Isaac. Man, I've been bearish on Tesla for a bit now. Where's this thing gonna open up at 164? That's a pretty nice little sell-off. So it's at support right now. 163.92. So it's there. I don't know if it'll break through this today. It might just kind of chill and bounce today. A sell-off after Tesla earnings is like pretty standard, I feel like. But yeah, that's the last support. So if it breaks through there and kind of holds, then I mean 145, 37, 123, 100. Those are your levels. This is a pretty nice chart typically to read and trade. High liquidity, can make pretty big moves. I think I've had the most success trading Tesla. Because I don't push it either. I'm not rushed on it. I kind of wait for the setup, and the options are so liquid on there too. It's pretty sick. But yeah, pretty big gap down here on SPY. I mean, 0.7's quite large. Hey, what's Natty Gassy doing? Checking out the lows. 5 minutes to launch. Launch it, man. Right at market open. Zip Trader says he's coming out with a video at market open. In fact, got on his text alerts. So I might trade whatever he's talking about. This is the first time I think he's done it like this. Usually does it in the after hours and it pumps after hours, but let's see. Only Tesla. Starship rocket? What's the Starship?
Yeah, that's a little bit different from Falcon. For the propellant sequence on Falcon that we don't have the opportunity to hold. So that's a cool new capability on Starship.
I actually watch the launches a lot. Not just Tesla, I watch a lot of them.
And counting. We got some great views from the drone.
Enjoy watching, it's fun.
The fog is slowly lifting. We get some of the blue skies, hopefully good views. What we're waiting for right now.
I'm waiting for this text from Zip Trader. Tell me to play, man.
That should be wrapping up here shortly.
Morning, Grunt.
In fact, it
Hey,
looks
Mikkel.
like, fuel fill and drain valves are coming close.
Is this a test for what's the Starship? The mission for the Starship.
Second stage fully loaded. And that 10 million pounds of propellant.
Is it for? It's not like the Artemis. It's just for like a Mars mission.
I want to take a quick moment to say that the crowd energy here is electric. I feel like it's Falcon Heavy test demo all over again.
And hopefully you'll hear us as we get into the plus count. But right now, next activity is coming up. The flight termination system arms at T-minus 2 minutes. Thrust vector control checkouts at T-minus 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
And then after that,
pretty close to market open.
Will be the T-minus 40-second gate. There's a view looking up at the 33 Raptor engines.
That's a lot of engines.
There are 20 engines in a circle on the outside. And as Shiva said earlier, 13 engines on the side.
Yeah. So I guess you guys don't have any concerns with the BBY news. It's good. Pretty hyped in there. Is that a Canaveral?
I'm so excited for TBC wiggles.
Yeah, I do low latency. I don't do like extremely low. I'd rather have the quality.
The base of the super heavy booster. I think we can see those wiggles now.
We're currently inside 90 seconds. Next major activity, T-minus 40 seconds. That is a gate, a decision point. We're waiting. Possibility the propulsion team may need a few minutes.
Dude, if Zip Trader tweets or texts BBBY, holy smokes. I'm going to buy more right away. Otherwise, I'm going to wait. I'm probably going to buy whatever he messages, honestly. Just buy now, ask questions later.
Next, we'll see as we get past T-minus 40 seconds for final checks of the vehicle.
What the heck? Is there like an applause light? Everyone just applauses on cue.
Okay, you can see the clock is recycled.
27 seconds.
Flight director has called a hold.
Why is there hype about this one? What's the...
For the moment, we'll see where they
they're launching like sometimes a couple rockets a day. Not SpaceX, but out of Canaveral.
Give us a minute to listen into the nets, and we'll see if we can get you more information to share.
Last launches we watched were I can't remember the name of the company. Market's gonna open. Is this thing literally launching right at market open? He did that on purpose, didn't he? What the heck? He did. Wait, I thought the countdown was already... Where'd it go? Countdown hold. Oh, okay. This could be a while. They're gonna start holding. Musk would try and have it launch right at market open. Right when Tesla rockets to the moon. Tesla down 8%. Hey, Candyman. Don't be alarmed. We're listening to a rocket launch right now. Oh, there's the bell. Don't be alarmed by that bell. That's me. Let me get rid of these levels on here. This thing might get scrubbed. Might get nothing. And yesterday's price action on SPY waited all day, and then it did that drop after I turned off the stream. Remember I was saying all day, but it didn't drop that much, just a VWAP. The drop was after hours. In good market fashion. Okay, there's the bottom. There's the top.
John Innsbrucker again here at the Hawthorne.
BBBY is flat out of open.
Holding a T-minus 40 seconds. What we've heard so far is we have a couple of issues we're working. One is the booster tank pressurization. Final pressurization was just a little bit long. That's not unusual. We've held at T-minus 40 seconds.
They held the launch at market launch.
That
Hey, Jan.
appears to have been resolved. At the same time on the second stage, they're working some final purging. We should know very shortly if that is cleared and if we'll continue the countdown.
Ooh, let's get hyped again.
Everyone, especially that person, is excited to keep going.
Woo.
Like John said, we should know shortly
That's hype.
if we are able to continue. But as we mentioned before, we are able to hold up to 15 minutes and still be able
Look how
to lift
flat
off.
BBY is out of
On
open.
Falcon 9, it's a little bit
Only
different.
19 million
Once we start
volume, too.
propellant loading, we pretty much have to go.
Yesterday was
at the
77
targeted
million
time,
right at open.
otherwise the
Boom.
propellants can warm up and we may not have the performance
Day
for that
before is 33
particular,
million.
mission
Yeah,
profile.
the run
It's a
the run
little
this week I
bit
think shut
different
down.
on
And
Starship.
folks,
Just like
if I
that
can
rocket.
interrupt,
Yeah.
it looks like they're clearing all the flags, and we're going to release at T-minus 40 seconds.
Well, BY's not going to launch today. At least Starship will.
Team working quickly through their issues on first and second stages.
By's moving up
I'm
here
sure
a bit.
all of the reherals and simulations that they've been doing.
For some reason, it
prevent
seems
them
like the
to
market's
evaluate the
opening
speed
very
quickly
slow.
to try to get us in
Because
for
they don't
today's
have
launch
Yaz.
attempt.
For those of you just joining, we
This has
have
nothing to do with
a
Tesla.
brief hold,
I mean, why would I have
at
Tesla
the
up?
T-minus
Just wanted
40
to see
second
what
mark.
Tesla's going to do.
The team is resolving
The rocket will have nothing to do with
the
Tesla.
purge on the stage
Price
2
action.
Raptors. Like John just said, the teams are quickly working that, and it looks like the flags are being cleared as we speak. So we should be able to resume the launch
Yep,
countdown.
BY's
any
come down a
moment
little
now.
bit. We'll look for some tests on these supports. Starting with 34 cents. Final support, maybe 30 cents today.
Another condition pops up. So stick around because
Eyes coming up.
Starship
Did
could
we
be
fill all
going
those
here real
gaps?
soon.
No, we still have that gap.
Don't
28
walk away,
cents.
that's for sure.
Oh, that might get filled before end of week.
Amazing views here coming to us from Starbase, Texas.
The hair's so hyped. Listen to you, AC John, being somewhat bullish. All this company changed to X. I mean, like Twitter. BY's bounced a little bit. There it goes. Is BY gonna rock it with it? Dude? Whoa, that's a long... That thing's heavy. That's a heavy one. That is very slow. Seems slow.
Booster upper chamber pressure is nominal.
Dude, the cheering crowd for the team, the SpaceX team, I think it is. Oh, dude, I never got my text from
Propulsion reports first stage engines nominal.
Zip trader, what the heck?
What a sight from the ground cameras at Starbase. We're flying at twice the thrust.
Folks, in today's video, I want to give you a breakdown on one symbol AEMD is a
AEMD, that's it? Dude, look at this thing. This was his pick. Why didn't he text me?
Throttle back up. Going through the period of maximum aerodynamic
Jeez, I missed it. This was Zip Trader's pick.
As the velocity
Had to find his
increases,
video.
The density of the atmosphere is decreasing, lessening stress on the vehicle. The call out, max Q now.
Wait for a pullback on this one. Keep an eye on AMD though.
Continuing to watch the first stage as we head downrange.
There she
100
goes.
seconds into flight.
That must be pointy. Morning, Rally. Morning, Julian.
Our next major activity
Watching
is
BBY
the
after.
shutdown of the first stage. Houston tracking station now acquiring the vehicle.
Morning, Christopher.
With shutdown, we
Good
will
luck,
get
Fortune.
separation of Starship and Super
I'll be on
Heavy
barrels.
and ignition of the Starship engines. When Starship separates, we light up 6 engines in a staggered sequence.
AMD is on board the
If
rocket.
all goes well, those 6 engines will burn for almost 6.5 minutes. Onboard view from Starship.
Right at 9:31, dude. I was waiting for the text. I guess maybe it didn't work. I signed up for it.
As we prepare for stage separation.
Weird.
Now after stage separation, the
Maybe I don't
first
have
stage will flip
texting enabled or
and
whatever.
begin a boost back maneuver for landing in the Gulf.
Is it just one booster?
Continuing to fly, 2 minutes 40 seconds. Let's get ready for main engine go.
Whoa, what? BY's pumping a bit. No way. Broke that 37
Beginning the
cents.
flip for stage separation.
Interesting. Yeah, BY got the algo's shorted after hours. Just from those headlines. It's all orchestrated, honestly. Like some of those didn't even have articles. It was literally just headlines about bankruptcy this week. Algorithm picks it up and it's just an easy dump. You don't have to do anything.
As of right now, we are awaiting stage
I signed up for the
separation,
text alerts. Did you get it, Damien?
where Starship should separate from Super Heavy.
Dead Bath
booster.
is kind of ripping here, though. I mean, showing a lot of
Yeah,
strength.
Kate, right now it looks like we saw the start of the flip, but obviously
Say
we're
definitely a
seeing
little
from the ground
resistance there.
cameras,
40
the entire Starship
cents.
stack continuing to rotate. We should have had separation by now. Obviously, this is does
Wow.
not appear to be a nominal situation.
Yeah, it does appear to be spinning,
It
but
halted?
I do want to remind everyone that everything after clearing
Did
the
it get
tower
halted?
was icing on the cake.
No, it's not. That was weird.
There,
Booster came off, going to land.
and there, as you saw, as we
Yeah, I would get out of weeklies if you guys.
to the start
If I had weeklies, I would be trying to exit at whatever profit I could.
test flight.
I'll probably be selling some cover calls here, actually. With the remaining shares I have to sell them on. 196.
Everyone here absolutely
I'm gonna scale into these.
to clear the pad and make it this far into the test flight, the first integrated flight of the booster and the Starship vehicle.
Live view there of our control center at Starbase, which we refer to as Star Command. As we said before, obviously we wanted to make it all the way through, but to get this far, honestly, is amazing.
I don't understand what the hype is on this one. Oh, Elon Musk's
Well,
even
if you're
there.
just joining us, Starship just experienced what we call a rapid unscheduled disassembly, or a RUD, during ascent. But now this was a development test. This is the first test flight of Starship, and the goal was to gather the data. And as we said,
Is Starship
clear the
supposed to go to
pad
Mars?
and get ready
I
to
don't know.
go again. So you never know exactly what's going to happen, but as we promised, excitement is guaranteed. And Starship gave us a rather spectacular end to what was truly an incredible test thus far.
As we mentioned at the start of today's program, any and all the data that we collect
That's interesting. I'll cut it off. Nice little rocket launch to get our morning started. Yeah, still haven't gotten that text from Zip. Weird. Well, his pick was AE. What is it? AEMD. So yeah, it's gonna get some of those initial pumpers. Short restore is legal, but we have a meme government with meme Chronicles members refuse to punish as initiatives. Yeah. Who are they gonna arrest? Computers? Just kidding. No, I know what you mean. It's kind of, they just kind of turned a blind eye. SMX. Oh, I kind of wanted it back at this level. Not sure if this still has legs. Don't like it as much. So we might be finding our range on this thing. 40 cents might be the top of the range. I don't know. There we go. Better. Boom. I'd even see them saying people familiar with the matter. Because that would even be too much. They didn't even have anyone familiar with the matter. Or anyone at all. It literally was just, some of them were just like titles. You clicked into, there's no context. There's literally no article. It was just an algo bait. Most powerful rocket ever built? The Starship one? What? So is that what's its mission though? Is it Mars or just way more payload? Most powerful? It didn't look as big as like Falcon Heavy. Weird. BBBY rocket. Chatbot's hallucinating. Pretty good little pump here though, honestly. Like, I was thinking pretty much flat more or less into end of the week. Some kind of range it'll find. But part of me thinks also that they're going to try and dump it some today or maybe more tomorrow just to kind of kill some sentiment into the weekend. And profit taking too, that's kind of a typical thing. So we'll see. Yeah, that first candle there was pretty interesting. Second candle. Maybe I'll lower the kind of scale into some more covered calls. Leave it for now. AMD kind of consolidating there. MCOM, there you go, up 4.5. Thing needs to take off. I kind of bouncing up a little bit. Got that 411 level. GME coming up from its lows. That's why I closed close to my short contracts this morning. You have a gap down, SPY wants to fill that gap. Going to gravitate there, especially when it's a big enough gap down, like almost 0.75%. EFLI. It's a new one on my list. You guys mentioned this one probably. It actually looks pretty nice. It's holding that moving average. How low do you go? We do have that gap fill down there. So be fine to take that out this week. 28.50 or thereabouts. Kind of a retest on that level. There's also a gap fill. That would be the lowest I would be comfortable with. These daily candles looking like now. Oh yeah, it's still looking good. Oh yeah. SPY moving up through that resistance. I've got cash grid puts on SI is what I want. Oh, that's not it. Oh, this thing's getting down to the level. I might just buy shares. $1.48. That was me. Be taking some buying power, but probably smart. Probably smart to do that to myself. I had some of my money in some theta farm. Buys ripping here, so I got up shares yesterday. What happens with that thing? BBBY bouncing above VWAP here. Express. That's a good thing to wait. It's down 3.75. See if he gets a real pullback. That bull flag setting up on AEMD. Payload capacity 150 tons? Wow. Built to deliver all our shares to Mars. I didn't know they weighed so much. Your point on the first day when you said it will dip to 37, and it did before it went up. Oh. Yeah, kind of this support. I don't know. Good to hear. Let's go. Any of you guys buying the after hours? Are you guys buying this dip? Here's what I picked up yesterday. The bottom. All these are the ones I picked up last night at dinner. Guess that's 40, maybe 4,600. I think we still could come. I think we still could come back down and retest this though, at like 30-cent pre-market, or yeah, post-market level before the week's out. Buying it open. Are you still doing that, Ace? It's still being done. About to dip 37. Noise. Buying after hours is like cheating. Yes. If you are still thinking about buying, like I said, I'm gonna probably wait and look for where it finds support. So first support I would see today would be kind of this level. Did in pre-market 35 cents. Haven't tested any supports yet. We've just gone up, so yeah. See if it starts bouncing there. If it breaks that, I mean, really, this 30 cents could be a support before the week's over, or it could be even a potential buy price. We're below one of the gaps, I think. Yeah, we're below. We actually maybe just filled it today already. Let's see. Yeah, we just filled that gap. But there's still one down here at 28.50, so possible that one gets filled too before the week's up. I'm being patient to buy more, but I think I do want to get more before next week. Maybe we'll have some more articles after hours to dump it. Do some more cheat code buying. These covered calls aren't going to get filled. The lower. The only risky thing about covered calls is, of course, if it rips up, but also if you wanted to sell your covered calls, they're holding your shares as collateral. I suppose unless you had a ton of margin, you could run naked short calls, but most likely you won't be able to sell your shares if you have covered calls in extended hours. So if they did come out with news in extended hours, like they actually are filing for Chapter 11 and plummet the price and you want to get out of it, or whatever the scenario where you want to sell after hours, you're stuck with your shares until market opens, so you could close your calls and then close your shares. So it kind of ties you to regular trading hours, which is kind of annoying. I mean, you still buy extended hours, but couldn't sell those shares. DFLI moving up a little bit. This one has a nice looking chart too. Who mentioned DFLI yesterday? What's the catalyst on this thing? I want to grab another short on the ES up here. Seems early, but got 3 I could get. Okay, I got 1 more. We'll wait till, I don't know, wait a bit, see if we bounce up to the 413 level. Looks like we might. VY is coming down, now below VWAP. Still down 5%. SMEC's now flat. Decks aren't even on yet. I've heard that the after hours is actually the only real price discovery we can get for individuals. I don't know. I've heard that it's much more likely to hit the lit buy in the after hours. Something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I thought that was interesting. It makes you more bullish. Yeah, it could have that effect. Yep, all the bearish GME news for sure. For sure. Okay, I think we're moving on to the next nat gas contracts. Oh, never mind. No. Newsman says I'm bad, you buy it. Las Vegas Sands up. What's Tesla doing? Tesla's bouncing a bit. Still down 7%. Video had a big bounce. Dude, this thing. Double topping here maybe? After another double top? But really a cup and handle. So strong. MU with a big bounce of 1.3%. Didn't know how good I had it with that MU put. Eyes coming down here a little bit. I'm waiting to get more contracts. Globally, still confident of BY going up? I don't know how to answer that. What do you mean globally? I do think it will continue to go up. I think it's in an upward trend. Gonna be bumps and dips and rips along the way, though. I paid man as I raise chickens. Nice. Wint. Yeah, that did take a dump, down 56%. It better go up. We got dead chickens for it. Hopefully someone even maybe ate them. Eaters. Okay. None of my covered calls are getting filled. I guess it's fine. Those ones from yesterday, the 50-cent strike, they're up 56% now. They still have some value. Still hanging on. More than 55 billion net assets flowed out of the hedge fund industry in 2022. Oh, AT&T missed. That's a big drop on AT&T. I bet you could have made good money on those options. I doubt the market maker was pricing in 7% on T. FRC started a rally yesterday. They have earnings coming up, I think. 424. Wonder when BBBY is going to announce their earnings. They have until, I think, end of next week, I heard. $2,027. You've got such a low cost basis. You're still green. Come on. Your entry price might get pretty close to being tested. Might get pretty close. There's a little flushy flush. BBBY. See what happens with this pre-market 34-cent level. Just looking at some cash grid puts on SI right now. Oh, they have earnings though. They actually have earnings? They haven't announced them yet either. What's up with all these companies trying not to announce earnings? AMD kind of bouncing there. Buys coming down. Might have timed the top with that short. Still have a few more I want to get. BBBY coming down a bit. It's down 25%. 34 cents. After that level, they probably this 32 area. I don't want to restart my lines. Freshies. Yeah, I like that too. That's a resistance from back here. Then 30 cents will be a big support, I'm assuming. To the bag or takes the profits, leave them bag. It's your call. I can't decide that for you. AMD. Testing the high there. Four days, 20 hours. They haven't announced. Still don't know. I want to get some FRC calls for earnings because I think that is actually their earnings. See what the premiums are like. Yeah, hi Ivy. Might do a spread. Get the market makers pricing on this. Buy bounce in there a bit. What's up with the VWAP this morning? What in the world? Look at that thing. The VWAP's on the Starship. It's broken. You guys seen this in your brokerages? VWAP's going to the Starship. Tim was also 2 years ago? Nice. I'll keep stopping. Did bounce on this level here. Right on our line. Did I put that there? Oh, I put it here. Weird. The weird VWAP. Oh yeah, CXAI looks pretty good. This is setting up a nice bull flag. Oh, SMX is now green. I'm scared to play this one again. Oh yeah, look at that. So this is what the market maker's pricing in for First Republic earnings. 15% move. Weird you don't see them pricing in these. Well, this one they nailed it. They thought it was gonna be big and it was. Implied move is huge. Huge. 1586. I'm just gonna say that they're gonna be right. Go to 15.5. It won't go past that range. Gonna get a couple of them. It's a straight earnings play, so paying high IV, but I'm getting a spread. BY is bouncing there on the 34.50 for now. Break even's 14.46. Oh, that's not bad actually. GFAI 10. GFAI is ripping. I don't think these are gonna have their, I don't know. They run up some today. I feel like tomorrow it won't continue. AMD kind of going again. Highs moving back up. There's a new high on AMD. As people wake up, as people see his video. I guess a little momentum, get some day traders in there. Hitting some scanners. All the stuff. Thanks guys for your likes, I appreciate it. Well done. 24, that is dope. The bath, basically flat still. GFAI, 12%. Oh, filled. Should have been more greedy with my entry. So I got that's just a little earnings play. It's FRC April 28, 14, 15 and a half call debit spread. It's a pretty safe earnings play as far as if I have the direction right. My break even's pretty close to where it even is right now, so. CXAI, It's looking good. Same with GFAI. It's a nice looking bull flag on CXAI. The daily, it's just, yeah, looking the same. Nice consolidation. See if there's some kind of profit taking coming into the weekend though. One of these ones that have run a lot. But yeah, they both look good. GFAI also. But BAT still hanging out there, 36 cents, down 22%. You guys called Head and Shoulders yesterday too. Wait, where did you guys call that? Oh, right here is where you called it. Then it came down there. Then it bounced. I kind of made another one. End of day. Yeah, you guys are calling it at this level. SPY is moving up to this weird VWAP up here. Don't know why the VWAP's up there. GME, just no volume, no price action. Is it prophecy? Yeah, AMD was his pick this morning. They actually released the video of it at Market Open. But he told us he was going to. He says, I'm going to release a video at Market Open about a stock you guys are going to want to look at or whatever. I even got I was supposed to get a text alert, but I didn't get anything. Due for date for Ions is 425. See if this has a little run up into it. I'll probably hold this one through, a pretty small position. I closed my other biotech. Big breakout day tomorrow? I don't think so, Johnny Bravo, but be cool. I'm moving up. 4-hour RSI, you say? That's true. Pulls that thing off. Pulls the daily off. Now we're still oversold on the daily. Back to oversold. There's SPY filling that gap with some vengeance. Maybe with Zip Trader. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. Maybe his programming season didn't work because it didn't. Yeah, it didn't send me anything. I don't think he has any. I don't think he has any interest in collabing with me. But yeah, that's what I was saying in Discord. I was like, dude, what if he's talking about BBY this morning? It was up 0.6. 5 filling this gap still. AI is up 3.5. Getting all the AI stocks pumping a bit. Still don't like this chart though. Run is on the run. GMC is down 2%. GME, it's back on this channel, but just such slow price action on this thing. IB has maybe kind of bottomed on it on GameStop. Looks to be in that kind of 50% range. High 48s, 50%. I bet some of these are actually, yeah, moving around now. Yeah. Probably a good time to get options on GME as far as buying them. The Leaps, like, for some reason the Leaps are more expensive. I still don't get that. I've always thought IV with more time should be lower. It's still kind of weird. Yep, there's BBY. There it is, Arion. I didn't see anything with Burke in Houston. BBIG up 6%. DXAI getting volatile. GFAI up here above this little resistance, building up a bull flag on the 5-minute. AMB, same deal, same bull flag. Well, congratulations to those that sold at the top yesterday. Reposition. Could have increased your position size by a pretty significant amount. 34% drop so far. Hey Trace. Oh, so the Starship and booster rocket off the ground in first fully integrated flight. Oh, okay, both vehicles. So I was the first one of it. Cool. Philly Fed Manufacturing Index has moved down to -31, the lowest level since May 2020. In the past, every time this indicator was at or below current levels, the U.S. economy was either in or approaching a recession. Charts. 2001 bubble, 2008 great financial crisis, great financial recession, 2020 COVID. We're here. Stuff should continue to get cheaper. The number of US billionaires is almost 60% higher than it was a decade ago. US March existing home sales -2.4% to $4.44 million rate, or 44 million rate. What was the estimates though? Deaths in China have outstripped births for the first time since the 1960s. Weird. The Fed has so far saved the stock market from crashing thanks to massive liquidity. You're here. You're here. Morning again, Yang. Yep. Bed Bath, just in a range, and I think it'll probably stay in some sort of range until Friday. Nothing crazy. Might try and drop it down a little bit. GFAI looks good, but being that it's Thursday, it's yeah. Like 50 cents would have been nice. But then we couldn't buy more for 35 cents. Well done, Yen Yang. Well done. Got a golden retracement here. Yep. At the 61.8 we're at. I wish we would put it up again. Used to give all the levels. Now it's just this lines. Here's 50%, so yeah. I bought more last night. Yep. Extended hours. So I missed the full dip because I was out to dinner and I was like, I just wanted to check it. It's after hours they do crazy stuff. And then I saw the headlines and revisit all the same stupid verbiage just to trigger the algos. What is it? Revisiting or preparing for bankruptcy within days, as early as this weekend. You know, all this stuff. So yeah, I wanted to make sure it wasn't legitimate. Checked the filings on my phone. Didn't see anything from the company, and by that point it had already bounced quite a bit. But yeah, I started buying gear and picked up like 4,500 shares last night, and still want to get more before end of week. I'm trying to be patient now with it. I think we could fill the gap potentially down there at 28. With covered calls, the premium on that, I'm going to use that to buy more shares basically. So I should be able to get, I don't know, at least a few more thousand with it. But yeah, we have this gap down here, and I'm not sure if this will get filled or not, but I think it could, or at least to move down to 30 cents. Or not. I mean, it's possible we just, this is our floor, 34.50. This is the golden pocket, the 61.8% retracement on the fib that you were pointing out, someone. So might not get that gap fill. But I'm basing that on the run. The momentum is over for this week, as far as I can tell. It was pretty well squashed after hours with that algo. That combined with it'll almost always sell off into a Friday, something that's run up a lot during the week from profit taking, from whatever, them trying to short it to get less pressure on the market maker for the options. So I was kind of expecting it on Friday and maybe some on Thursday anyways, so I guess that's added to me thinking we'll maybe make a new low or come down further than we are now. Revitalize, rejuvenation, regurgitate bankruptcy. Yeah, we're going bankrupt again. Look what I can do. Ah, AMD. Oh, that's 45%. That was higher. Whoops. Alright, I wanted. Look back at these. Express shares, cash goods. I don't want to do SI because it still has earnings. The options like on Express. Not. I'll wait a little longer than this, and I think I want to maybe get some shares. Euro hit session high versus dollar after U.S. housing data. Last up 0.3% at $1.0986. U.S. Senate Majority Leader Schumer, House Republican leaders' spending and debt bill has no chance of moving forward in Senate. I guess he is talking today. What do we have today? What do we have? Got the jobless claims, got Fed manufacturing, existing home sales. Waller is at 12. Waller. And then Loretta Mester. Bostic at 5. Not much data this week. Services PMI tomorrow. Manufacturing PMI, that could have some movement. Bed Bath & Beyond shares down 23.1% at 36 cents after report on company preparing to file for bankruptcy. Even on Walter Bloomberg. National median sales price of all homes, including condos, is $342,000. Schumer says Republican McCarthy's plan would head U.S. toward default. Callback. Posted a video? What video? Oh, the meme?
I'm gonna get you. Oh, yeah. I don't know how, but I'm gonna get you. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you make that, Ace? That's hilarious. I'm gonna get you. Great one. Yeah, some of it was just basically some of the media articles really just literally just recycled. They just put them back out. That happens often too. Like old news will just pump it back out there. That's hilarious. I'm up on 10:30. 10:30 is subscribe time. Every half hour, an hour. Make sure you're subscribed. Thanks guys for your likes also, I appreciate it. 33 likes, well done. Got a little jazz to ease the BBBY price action into the weekend. That's from All Street Bets. That is funny. Jupiter's back. Oh, okay. I don't think we're going to see T+2 action necessarily, because we probably aren't going to have any options expiring the money. So, they'll just be worthless and no hedging required. Oh, this one?
Sure, Jay. Little beauty of my design, Gordy. I want you to try something. Sure, Jay. Little concoction I made before the show. Okay. Ooh, that tastes like somebody's dirty undershorts.
Not just somebody's, Gordy. They're mine.
But see, the undershorts are gone. All that's left is the life-giving juice. That's incredible!
That's incredible. All that's left is the life-giving juice. Yellen says U.S.-China relationship is clearly at a tense moment. John Hopkins says speech. China should be able to frankly discuss difficulty issues. Healthy economic competition between U.S. and China is only sustainable if fair. Oh, nat gas inventory came out. 75 BCF versus 70 BCF expected. More inventory than expected once again. Wow. Was that the video or are you talking about another one? Oh, this one.
Number 3.
Believe.
Hola, aquí compartiéndoles cómo...
What the heck? You want to watch this? Oh, is this?
Pills.
It was number 5. Number 5 killed my brother.
Oh my god, I forgot about that part.
Hola, aquí compartiéndoles
BBBY
cómo
Revitalize.
se usa el tratamiento Revitalize y qué beneficios e ingredientes o los más destacados tiene.
Dude, what? $34.50 might have been it. I'm gonna pick up some more shares. Seeing that it is at that 61.8% retracement, that could have some weight. Not to say it's not gonna come back down here. But you'll probably have the next 2 days to buy around this range, assuming. Little purchase. Little bit here, a little bit there. Yeah, nat gas came down on that storage data. I don't think shorts are sweating. Much as I want to help you feel bullish because those articles, I think those are just, yeah, maybe one was pushed from somewhere up the chain. There is some someone that has a position, and then it just snowballed. I think all of them though, they're there to make money, so they know it gets clicks. But the initial intent seemed like it was to drop it, so I do agree with you there. But I don't think they're sweating, not yet. I don't think we've gotten close to starting a short squeeze on it. I mean, yeah, AMD, nice bull flag here. Looks like it wants to go. GFAI broke out of that bull flag. If you're watching. XAI not as much. Both those broke to the upside. Buy's moving up here, new high on the day. MCOM is moving up. This is one that had a reverse split that sold off from it, and yeah, nothing fundamentally changed, so got a lot cheaper. I mean, they actually did have this spin off, that's right. But it seemed bullish to me. High filling gaps. I'll look for 415 for a short again, just like yesterday. Loving every cent movement. It's fun, ain't it? Yeah, I think I mean, you'll know when it's like getting squeezed on BBY. It's gonna be going crazy. It'll be halting. You'll be at, you know, 50%, 100% days, after hours. It's gonna be crazy volatility both ways. Even these days, like, didn't really see that. This day was pretty crazy. But that wasn't even it. I mean, really, it wasn't until back here, this moved to 30, did we start to see kind of a gamma squeeze. And I don't even think shorts were necessarily causing this to squeeze. But I think the only way we'll get a squeeze like this, there'll have to be some kind of fundamental news. I think we'll have a move up. And, you know, could be pretty good, but yeah. At least you're honest. I saw a little bit of that. Rants on BB show. Yeah, that was funny. I like the MCOM is up 7%. Oh yeah, and then what Ucopy was talking about, Adam and Eve bottom. AMD is ripping here, breaking out that bull flag. That was really funny. I want to look that up. Well, not to say Zip didn't warn us. Said this was going to be a good one. I didn't really feel like day trading it, and I think that's all I would want to do on this one. We're gonna wait for a pullback the next, probably tomorrow. Get it if I didn't watch his video on it yet, but if there's merit to him thinking it should rally. Yeah, he's yeah. Anyways, here's a Adam and Eve technical pattern. Like a V, and then kind of a rounded bottom. I don't know if we're gonna get that, but here would be the V part. Pretty early on. Predicting it's gonna be that. If that does play out though, we're gonna see basically a double bottom. Which would bring it back down here, which that'd be neat too. Guess could get a double bottom. I wanted to hold that 30-cent level, but that's just for that inverted head and shoulders and pull up momentum. Double bottom formation could also happen, but I feel like after this big of a move, we're probably not going to. And that probably wouldn't be a good sign. If we did, unless if it did play out like this, actually. If it did it in a kind of this kind of fashion, kind of long and drawn out. But that would take, that'd mean the rally wouldn't be for another month or so. Once we break out of the top of that. I don't like to front run patterns too much. Hey Tainted. Doing good, man. AMD, wow, it's going more, 70%. I should have looked into this a little more. Tiny float, 22 million. Oh well. The FAI actually gave up that bull flag breakout. Did run. Look at that, 4%. This thing kind of makes big moves. Intraday, these are pretty large candles. Yellen says U.S. banking system remains sound, and we will take necessary steps to ensure U.S. financial system is the strongest and safest in the world. I mean, that's kind of what he's built his audience on. Ace, so to me it doesn't matter what it is. I guess what he's bashing, I'm not like thinking that's just a good thing. As far as bullish, doesn't really matter. He knows that gets eyeballs. Same way as the media. I mean, same what I'm doing. I mean, I'm invested in BY, but if there's a lot of hype around it, I'm also going to promote that I'm invested in it, and you know, same deal. So he's doing it the same way, but he's just
The ego on
looking for the contrarian position, I guess. Ace, BY Fire Marshal Bill, thank you for your gifted sub, sir. You guys better get in here and give Papa Ace a hug. You Moa lurker. Remember Bedrock? I think you did. That's only one. Thanks for your likes, guys. We got 37 likes. If you haven't enabled gifting on this channel, come into chat, click on the green box, enable gifting, be gifted a free membership by BBBY Fire Marshal Bill. There's 4 up for grabs. So yeah, I think you've hit your quota. Well done, sir. I need to salute you somehow. Does Ace have any salutes? No. We got that 50 cal. Pleasure rod exploded. I think that's kind of what they wanted.
On you.
We've made our quota. Thank you, Ace. Appreciate it, man. Eric D. You're now a member. If you're not on our Discord, jump on our Discord. I'll give you guys the Happy Crew membership role. Just send me a DM and let me know. 8. Millard. You're getting the lurkers out. You're getting some of them. Life finds a way. You don't see the option to enable? Maybe have to hide chat. We have to hit membership or join yourself. And there might be an option in there to enable gifting. Or it's possible your account isn't registered with Google. I think it has to be like a Google registered YouTube account or whatever. Not as confident on my up position. It's not going up like I hoped the ticker would do. GME is green. Catching that. AMB still up 65%. GFAI hold above VWAP up 11%. COM 7.6. I like this one for a gap fill. Back up to that 580. BBBY just flat. Wait around VWAP, back and forth, back and forth. Hey, tree. End up break even. Oh, you sold BY? Dang, dude. We're buying it in here. Buy moving up a little bit. MCOM up 8.7% now. See if that thing gets kind of out of control. What's up, buzzing? Buy new high on the day, yeah. Still filling that gap. We got 413. Kind of as a next resistance I see, and then not a whole lot until the gap fill at 413.95. Could have staying great. You get to stay in the community and learn. After hours gave it the pre-market ticket. Like more upside exposure on FRC. And about getting a spread that's wider, further out of the money. What if it just goes crazy? Went to drop too low. Yes, one of you guys, I think Julian mentioned it this morning. Probably failed a drug trial or something. Oh, share offering, 10.8 million equity offering. Yeah, that's not good. Sure, I'd be dip buying that. Wait for the momentum. Ah, yes, affirm.
Important market really where many automakers are launching their EVs because it's the most EV ready country, and I thought this was fascinating that about 80% of the new car sales in Norway are all electric, so they're definitely more advanced in terms of the electric adoption than some of the other names we are seeing. Now what we are seeing is that Ford lost about $2 billion in 2022 for a selling rate of about 100,000 vehicles, and losses for this now year are expected to be around $3 billion, so their electric business is still losing money, kind of what we saw from Tesla about 5 years ago, because they're not able to ramp up their units as significantly, but still not seeing that positive a reaction to this news today, Oliver. Just, I'd say, another further development of their electrification of their business, but not exactly able to catch a bid, with Ford shares down about 2% for the year.
Okay, yeah, no optimism here, and stock down 3%. So tough market right now, but at least you know, these are the types of headlines that you know, we'll put in our pocket. We'll keep it you know, for later, thinking about the overall expansion of the F-150. Better than the previous headlines we were talking about when they were having trouble rolling this thing out. So.
And lighting on fire.
Exactly, and lighting on fire too. All right, thanks, Jenny. Appreciate it. Okay, I got Alex Coffey and Kevin Hanks with me here in studio. Alex, other half, thanks, Jen, and Kevin, of course, host of Fast Market. All right, so market here trying to come back a little bit. Yeah. What do you make of the action so far here this morning, Kev?
Again, for those wanting higher implied volatility, 0.4% on the S&P isn't going to get you there, Oliver. Mm-hmm. So we go right back to it was much more volatile this morning pre-market, but once market starts trading, stocks get fairly resilient. So you look at a VIX that's drifting now back below 17 and not up near as much as it was to start the day. So the frustration with the people long implied volatility continues, Oliver, as you're getting the news, you think you're getting a downdraft, and you're not getting the jump in implied vol that you're looking for. Again, why the genesis? Look at the calendar. Late spring, moving into summer. You know, they need big inertia to get VIX up. Don't let the last 2 years affect the trade. Go back 10 years and look at implied volatility. Last 2 years have been the anomaly, not the norm is for drifting lower VIX going into spring and summer.
An important reminder here that is generally the case, because the market is kind of recalibrating, it seems like. Mm-hmm. That's where I think this is really interesting, because for the first time in a while, there's an argument to be made that perhaps we're kind of settling into maybe a new normal that actually kind of looks more like a pre-COVID kind of era. Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean we're going back to VIX 10, 11, you know, madness from you know, 2017 and stuff. However, to see us drip past 17 VIX right now, stocks continue to catch a bid. The 10-day NASDAQ chart has gone nowhere, basically. Mm-hmm. But bonds have also gone nowhere. Dollar's gone nowhere. I mean, at the end of the day, Alex, it's kind of sleepy out there.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense too, Oliver. And the reason being is I think the risks are widely known. I think that we understand that there's significant uncertainty with the economy and the potential downwards trajectory of it for the second half of the year, but it's the second half of the year. And so I know markets are forward looking, but we aren't like in the uncertainty yet. And so for the first time, it actually feels like we can exhale in this market, but I think it has a little bit more of an ominous feel to that, if you ask me. This, to me, looks a lot more like the summer of 2015, where you had a market that was kind of at the higher end of its range. At the time, it was like all-time high.
BBY still just hanging around BBY.
Like these gap down moves. They'd go down like
MCM,
20
MCM looking
time,
pretty
and then
good.
they just rally back. Mm-hmm. And it's like we're doing that every day. We can't get through 41.75.
AMD.
We also can't get through
I'm in that
41.50 until we do.
Just above it.
And then the moves were tremendous. It was like 5% move after 5% move after 5% move to the downside. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but the market doesn't crash from volatility at 50. The market crashes when the volatility levels are low, and then they explode in result to the crash. So oftentimes implied volatility is not necessarily indicative of what's about to happen, but it is indicative of your potential risk, and the lower volatility moments are actually the scarier ones.
Sure, that's fair enough, right? Where, as they say, you should buy the umbrellas when it's not raining, and when it's clear out, it's certainly starting to look clear out. Argument to be made. Scott Bauer's done it a few days. You're telling us that VIX looks suspiciously low. Catch is, though, there ain't much on the calendar. Tomorrow, no data. Right. PMI, flash.
No top tier data that's going to scare anybody.
Blackout period for Fed for a week.
Exactly.
So, you know, maybe we do really test the limits of, you know, the bullish potential here.
Gravity. Right? The rule of 16 in implied volatility, Oliver, is at a 16 vol in the VIX, that implies a 1% move roughly a third of the days. We're not getting that lately. And so that there's gravity and there's lack of inertia in the VIX. Now, it's important that we note here. It can change without notice, subject to change without notice, but without that movement, the VIX will drift lower.
That's where I'm trying to figure out what could potentially do that, because Tesla's not doing it today.
Nope.
Now, of course, once we get into Microsoft, Apple earnings, maybe, you know, Tesla, people know it as a high beta, volatile company. Even though I think Tesla is about as good as anything out there as signaling the major turning points. We think about early 2021, before the broad market got hit. It was Tesla, the growth, the RK, Cathie Wood stuff that really signaled to us that the big COVID trading bubble was over. And that stuff came early. Maybe Tesla right now is early.
There you go, up.
But if you do get something like this for an Apple or Microsoft, I think the pressure is going to be a little bit higher there, especially with anything related to the AI boom, because so much of that has been this thematic, you know, takeover. It took over from blockchain. It took over from metaverse.
Fake meat.
Yeah,
cannabis.
Yeah, exactly. So once we get into those companies, we kind of test some of this narrative, I think. That's still a week away.
Yeah, I think the beauty of the AI thing is there's an application that seems to be actually monetizable, and the companies that are investing in it are the biggest companies in the world. So we're not that worried that they don't have other things that are going okay.
BBBY,
so
do you have
there is that has some staying power.
Do you have a position still in
Kevin and I
M2M?
used to say this on Fast Market in past years, that earnings seasons take on an attitude. And so right now, the early kind of message was from the banks that, hey, big banks actually benefited largely from the mass exodus from regional banks. But the big question was, what actually, we keep reading about layoffs, we keep hearing about cost-cutting measures. What is that actually going to mean for these companies? So if you see a theme develop in some of the biggest companies in the world, of which Tesla falls into, disappointment, it's going to add up. And so maybe one Tesla isn't enough to take down the market, but Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, if you get the majority of those names disappointing, that's a recipe for downwards movement.
Throw Netflix in there too, and all these large cap tech that have run so far. You know, people are going to start looking at large percentage winners and some disappointments. That's where things could get a little dicey.
That's where I think the sleeper winner today is Lam Research, up 7% at a one-year high. I mean, you start adding up chip makers trying to break out to 52-week highs, and it's going to be hard to stop this market.
Read about Lam Research. That's an impressive company.
Yeah.
We're not certainly not recommending anything, but boy, if you read into that company, it's impressive.
Well, they sprinkle a little AI sauce in it, too. All right, thanks, guys. I appreciate the thoughts. Alex Coffey and Kevin Hanks. Trading 360 with Nicole Petalides up next. Thanks for joining Morning Trade Live.
Staying above you up there.
I'm Oliver Rennick. I will see you this afternoon for Market on Close, 2 p.m.
GME kind of grinding up. Back out of that channel now. No, never mind. Still in it. Coming up to test the top of the range. What's this? Mohammed El Arian said, "My worry is that Powell-led Fed may end up being remembered in a category of its own as the Fed that undermined its own credibility, its political autonomy, and America's crucial anchoring role at the center of the global economy." I don't know who he is. Thanks, guys, for your likes. Appreciate it. Got 41 today so far. Coming up 2 minutes to 11 o'clock. I'll have EU closing at 11:30. See if that has a change of direction on the market. Hasn't settled. From something you sold on Monday. Should be settled. I don't know why you haven't changed to a margin account by now. You could have had that buying power probably right away. SPY moving up more here. BBBY just killing theta.
Industrial average down 46 points at 33,850. S&P 500 down 1/3 of 1% at 4138. The Nasdaq down 1/3 of 1%, 13,040, and the Russell down 1/4 of 1% at 1795. Let's check out futures products. Bitcoin moving lower again, down 1.8% at 28,740, and dollar index 101.42, and gold 2015 a troy ounce, up almost $8 as oil pulls back 77.35. We've seen a big move lower here, 2.4% lower. Okay, for some of the top moving stocks in today's market, joined by Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the TD Ameritrade Network. To start with, Las Vegas Sands higher after its earnings report. Jenny.
Yeah, with a nice move significantly to the upside here, Nicole, and also bringing a lot of these Macau-exposed casino stocks higher with it. So we did get some positive reports regarding the Macau comeback. We have seen that region be a pretty consistent laggard, especially for a name like Las Vegas Sands with such significant exposure to that key region overseas. We actually saw their CEO say this robust recovery in travel and tourism spending across markets is now underway, and they do remain enthusiastic about the opportunity to welcome more guests back to their properties throughout 2023 as well as the year ahead. Its revenue jumped 125% year over year to $2.12 billion in the first quarter. This also did pretty handily exceed estimates of about $1.3 billion on adjusted earnings that also did exceed forecasts by about 11 cents
Just tested
per
it.
share.
Noise.
Now, JP Morgan analysts noted the revenue performance was even more impressive given that it achieved with 31% of its Macau hotel rooms out of service. So they are still able to beat estimates even with a good portion of their business not yet fully recovered, which I found astounding. Jefferies also raised their price target with a buy rating, saying this quarter exceeded even their already optimistic expectations, primarily driven by high-end gaming in Macau, which is notably bullish given the early stages of recovery in the market. So again, more sentiment just showing that even though we are seeing a recovery, we're not even fully at capacity yet, which only leads, I think, so many analysts to see further upside for a name like Las Vegas Sands.
Understood. All right. And then we turn our attention over to the housing stocks. This one, D.R. Horton. These stocks have been moving higher. Tell us about D.R. Horton.
Yeah, another name with some really positive sentiment today, Nicole, and you'd think that we'd see markets higher collectively with so many of these outsized movers, but not catching a bid in the overall market. D.R. Horton shares are up over 7%, a really nice day for the home builder after it posted a profit of $942 million in the quarter, well below the $1.4 billion it posted a year ago on quarterly sales that came in just around $8 billion. This was under last year's figures, but did surpass estimates, which only called for about $6.5 billion. billion in sales. Now, the value of their backlog was down 44% at $7.4 billion, and the cancellation rate, or the proportion of the gross sales that were canceled, was about 18% in the first quarter. We compare that to about 16% in the same period a year ago. Now, after a 38% drop last year, sale orders only fell about 5% in this quarter, and analysts were expecting a much worse figure. So some perhaps results that were better than feared. Year over year, not really great comparisons, because of course we have seen higher interest rates affect mortgage rates, which are then hurting a lot of these home builders. But sequentially, we're seeing improvements here, which is what the street, I think, likes to see.
It has picked a direction.
Understood. Thank
right.
you so much, Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Great to see you. Thanks, Jenny. Okay, let's get some insights in the news shaping the markets. For that, we welcome
I think we could still see a flush
is with us.
today.
And we are
and/or
good
tomorrow.
morning to you, sir. Tell us your thoughts on the market.
Hi, Nicole. Thanks so much for having me. Well, if I look at the S&P 500 right now, I think we're short-term extended, right? One way to look at this is just a plain chart with the S&P and the 50-day moving average on it. As we can see over the last number of months, the S&P really oscillating back and forth, from the line there. So you're getting too extended, pulling back, getting too far down below, coming back a point. So I think, this is important to remember, because we've been higher, but hasn't been a straight shot higher. So the most important thing the S&P 500 can do right now is continue to make higher lows, and we've seen that. Even with an 8% pullback in mid-December, even with a 9% pullback from March, right? But I think the important distinction here, longer term, both the S&P and the 50-day moving average are both moving higher. Now, a very simple concept, but a big distinction compared to last year, obviously the opposite.
Still looking to add another short.
Taking place. So right now, again,
maybe doing it
pull
now
back
even.
after being short-term overbought.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it now.
And we'll get to see, again, making a higher low will show that dip buyers are still interested.
Yeah, this is great technical analysis. I mean, higher lows always seems to be a good thing. So are you less likely to think that this is a bear market rally or dead cat bounce? I mean, this shows at least some setting on the bottom and moving higher. And look, the Dow is going for 5 weeks in a row of gains. The S&P 500 trying for the 5th positive week in 6, to your point. The Nasdaq's up probably 20%, almost 20%.
I'm going to wait actually on my short.
What do you tell
I have 2 more entries I can do. So
because I mean, I'm sure you expect the volatility to continue.
Sure. Well, I think one thing to look at here is that, like, from the lows in October, S&P got
starting to flush
about 19% up to its high from February, and very close to that right now. So it took me about 6 months to get to that point. Now you compare that to what happened in the summertime of last year, 19% gain in about 7 to 8 weeks, right? So when you have a compressed, very strong rally like that, very sharp, that's the definition of a bear market rally, right? And we saw how it got sold off very aggressively after that. Now, to your point, we have more of a foundation built, not just in the S&P 500, many other areas as well. Now, it's been a little frustrating because the back and forth movement.
I had the order
has
out
been
there,
very
it's never
volatile
filled.
But if I look at the big picture like that, that's the biggest difference. That gets me more constructive longer term compared to last year at this point.
Yeah, I just looked at the VIX, which is now below 17. I mean, what are your thoughts there?
Well, this is another reason why I think that volatility should probably rise a little bit from now, at the very least. If you look at the VIX on a weekly basis, working on its 5th straight down week. Over that time, down 35% over 5 weeks. Now, if you look at that compared to what's happened over the last number of years, it really hasn't gotten that much worse than that over a 5-week period. And so, it has resulted in these big volatility events, but as you can see, there's been relief, right? Whether it's a 2 or 3 week time when it goes up a little bit, maybe gets up to the low 20s or so. But I just think that continue to expect this movement without any sort of, reversal in the VIX, I think, is short-sighted. I think there's going to be, you have to assume the S&P pulls back. The VIX obviously will move higher just a little bit at least.
And so it's interesting because the VIX really tells us just 30 days out. It gives us nothing beyond that. Doesn't give us, are we going into a recession or a soft landing or what happens into the back half of the year? I mean, what's your vision for the rest of the year?
Well, I think one thing the S&P
and you look at futures more, not just the SPY.
In the first quarter into April,
it really always is the futures.
It's been able to close very well, meaning that close above its mid-range or even close to its highs. Now,
this is that move on SPY. The SPY dropped below VWAP, but on the futures, that was just a test of VWAP. It's above it.
Of what's happened so far year to date, there's only one period when that didn't happen. from February to March as the market pullback. There were 16 trading days
limit
in
myself by
that
just
point
looking
where
at
the
SPY.
S&P only closed above its midpoint 3 times, right? And during that time, pull back. But in January,
Yeah, I don't know, Despry.
again, and now the
The
opposite
news
has been true.
articles
So again, looking at this,
were
we're almost
not
4
based on
months into
anything.
the year.
But yeah, they could
That
go
is one
bankrupt,
key
of course.
characteristic. And one other thing
But
I'd point to is that a big
to me,
difference
it's
in
not
April
based
so far
on.
is that we haven't seen a 1% decline.
There's not
right?
some
Having been now looking at
newfound
20
evidence or
days
news that they
we have to go all the
will.
way back to the fall
And
2021 to have a longer
that
period
was just
than that.
FUD
And
to
again,
scare
so if we're
people
looking for
and to trigger
differences
algos to
longer
sell it off
term for
after
the market,
hours.
how this can mature into a longer term uptrend again after some pullbacks is things
But no,
like
there's
that.
been
And some things that we
no
didn't
new
see in
news from the
2022.
company or the board or anything.
I do want to get to Bitcoin, but first let's talk about IHI Medical Devices.
There's maybe a
ETF.
reverse split
Why is
coming.
this one on your radar? What does it mean to you here?
Well, that's an interesting one because it's really intersect between technology and healthcare. Now, I got my eye yesterday because it was higher a good amount, and it was also the first time it hit overbought territory since September 2021. Now, that's when it topped, right? So that could be ominous, but at the same time, we're still 20% away from that level right there. So, again, another example of one that's taken a long time to build a base. So again, maybe it's very extended in the short term to chase it right now,
down
but
there.
to continue to see higher lows develop, and then we can see something build against this foundation. But again, these are the type of patterns that I'm looking for longer term to help propel the market higher.
Yeah, understood. And then the U.S. dollar, which has been pretty much at one-year lows almost, right? Just above 100. It's at 101 and change now. What do you think about the pullback that we've seen in the U.S. dollar?
Well, the dollar and the S&P are going to move together, and I would say that the dollar is leading the S&P. So as the S&P tests its resistance point, dollar's testing its support. So in my view, and many others as well, if the dollar does not go lower, right, that tells you what the S&P is going to do. If they both hold, then we know that the S&P will then fail resistance and the dollar will bounce, and vice versa. So I think look at this right now. Again, since the highs there is a downtrend, so we have to respect that as long as it happens. But again, I'm trying to look for the nuances in between here. So seeing it bounce near 101 again, it would be negative for equities.
Are you a fan of Bitcoin? I mean, we saw Bitcoin moving to new recent highs. It's since pulled back.
Right. Well, you have to respect what it's done since the lows here, and I think that longer term, again, going back 6 or 7 months, bullish. But if you look at that time frame there, only one time did a breakout fail. Right. That was in February again, and that led to a pullback of more than 20%. So right now, as it tests 30,000. It seems to be potentially failing again with that breakout. So we're only about 8%.
Get good deals there, Joho.
But if it follow that trend line right there, I think we could pull back again and at least test the most recent low of that pattern near 26,500. Again, I would look for that dip to be bought, in a very volatile fashion, but bought again.
So how would you adjust? I have to get going, but are you a fan of this market or not? Because I know you do a lot of technical analysis, so then I have a hard time really judging how you're feeling about the market and the outlook.
Well, short term, I still think things are extended, but I would look to buy dips after the next pullback again. Longer term, just to summarize, we have a better foundation built now than say 6-7 months ago, and that's the key difference between again the 19% rally in the S&P now compared to the bear market rally back in the summer of 2022.
Love having you on the show, Frank. Thank you.
Yeah, he's got a good point.
Thanks, Nicole.
Founder and president at CapThesis.
I think the next new low could be
360. Our 360 Spotlight will break down
the low.
Those earnings from Tesla. We'll find out why the stock is lower in reaction to Tesla.
Maybe that COVID
and
high.
Today's disruptor, Seagate. George Sillis will break down all the earnings, and he'll have a way
big
to
fan
read
of this.
it.
I know what he's supposed to say that. Are you a fan of it?
IBM following its earnings
I have a funny way to ask, are you bullish?
Next, the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Ben Lichtenstein
Big
goes through
fan.
technicals.
2
Ellen
thumbs
Duffman
up.
of bullseyeoption.com
4 gold
takes the
stars.
trades for Devon Energy, the ARC ETF, and Fifth Third Bank. That's
EFLI. Which one of you mentioned this yesterday? I I do have BBY stocks. I have the stocks. But the BBY trades like you do? Wait, what do you mean, Damien? Oh, L2. This over here. There we go. That gas continued to come down from that storage numbers. So on the futures, this level right here was the VWAP. Oh, but that did make an engulfing candle, didn't it? Make it on here too? Really? BuzzFeed News is shutting down. What was that ticker? EZFD. Whoa. CNN reported that BuzzFeed News is being shut down. And a pretty big bounce for... What do they mean being shut down? It actually halted here. Might be a good short. I don't know. I guess I should probably read it. What does that mean? Among the 50 largest metro areas in the US, the average typical price for a home was $419,000. Alibaba reports substantial increase in demand for sustainable products across the globe. Alibaba, 88% increase in buyers seeking sustainable products over the past year. Sales at US retailers fell in March and declined for the fourth time in the past 5 months. You have to take this into account when you're looking at retail like GME and BBBY. They're all coming down. BuzzFeed reducing workforce by about 15% across business, content, tech, and admin teams. Weird. Is that news real? And shutting down, like it sounds like they're being shut down. What app is this? This is a desktop program. Weeble. Link is in the description if you're so interested. There might be an engulfing candle there. Setting up. BBY coming down a little bit. 35 cents. Kind of the support here. Did I buy super early? Like this morning? Let's see. I didn't buy any this morning. I just bought it yesterday. After hours. Woke up and chose squeeze. Nice. I'm looking for 30 cents potentially for an entry. 32. I don't know. I'd like to see keeps holding the support, then I'll keep buying it here, but I feel like it might get a new low today or tomorrow. But this is the 61.8% fib retracement, so that is something. High's coming down a little bit here. All right, I'm gonna grab one more short. The top there, but little head and shoulders here on the 5-minute. Very mellow price action so far. I've got one more I can get. No más. You can buy an extended hours. Just change your order to extended hours. I think most brokerages can buy extended hours. You can't buy at all of them. Webull you actually can. Just a huge advantage actually with Webull. You can buy at 4 a.m. when pre-market opens and all the way up till I think 8 when after hours closes. But E-Trade, I think TD and Fidelity, they don't let you buy until 7 a.m., 7 or 8 in the morning, and then I think those you can buy up until the end of after hours too at 8 o'clock. Some of those numbers might be wrong, but yeah. Ah yes, Affirm, that's what I was doing.
Particularly when it sold off and everybody started doubling down, and but over 1 year it's still down about 35%. This year it's up 20%. But if you look at a name like Nvidia, that's up 80%. So
they're revitalizing their plans. I'm thinking about shutting down.
ARK should be doing, but you're looking at price specifically. I mean, a name like Tesla, which is heavily
I don't know what
weighted in
that
there,
is
is
about.
up 34%. So it's underperforming Tesla. I'm sure Tesla's weighing on it today.
Made a bunch of volatility and
Take
halts.
a look at the ARK ETF for us. What are your thoughts on the chart?
I did, Nicole, and identified two key areas, and Alan just pointed to them, 40 and 50. They're both important. 40 in terms of the more intermediate time frame because, well, we rallied up. As Alan pointed out, we've kind of lost some of that momentum. From 45 was the spike high, back down to 35. And, I mean, pretty simple to do the math in terms of looking for a pivot as far as that range, right? It is the $40 level that Alan just mentioned. And you can see, again, a very similar pattern and a bit more of a shortened time frame. We balanced in the beginning of the year around 30, broke up again to 45, losing momentum sideways and consolidating. A big area right now that the bulls are going to want to keep an eye on. And at this point, you can see we're holding below that, which opens up the door potentially for a retest of 35. Alan mentioned the $50 level, and
how long
he
this
talked
pullback
about
will
it being
last.
the upper extreme of the range that we've been in. This goes all the way back to this time last year, May of 2022. But I really focused on that longer-term trend to the downside. So the bears are expecting that to continue now. Tough to bet on this one going down to zero, but there's some still range potentially to the downside here, as you see again the trend which has been and continuing to play out. So I can understand what Alan's talking about in terms of potential for upside momentum here, but I think first we need to reject these lower levels, and we've yet to do that until we get up above 67. Now, the first flag to fly in terms of the bearish narrative here would be the $50 level. That's the upper extreme of this range, but here you can see still holding below 40. That's the pivot we just talked about. I'm sure of it this time, Nicole. I've got the right chart here for you. Look, you can see holding below the 50, holding below the 200-day moving average. So that's, again, somewhat of a pivotal area to keep an eye on. Look at RSI. Not really a lean one way or the other, but this ETF here we're talking about up 20% year to date. We know just a few names have really sparked this rally to the upside. We'll see if they can continue that momentum and if earnings can support what we've seen recently in terms of taking out the Feb highs.
You have 125,000
And when you've seen
BBBY
stocks, lows, as you know,
125,000 shares. Average
there's
28
just still
cents.
Jitters
I mean,
overall. It's just
there's no way I can
hard
answer that
to
for you.
feed into some of these things at this point. Alan, your final thoughts here on.
But I'm
and that's why
I'm going to be buying more. I bought more after hours yesterday.
And you've got time
if
to
we
be
get
right.
to
Now,
30 cents,
Ben
I'll
said it's
probably buy
not
some more
gonna go to
there.
zero. I appreciate
If we get down to
fact.
28,
He also said
which is
that
that
he
gap
would be
fill, which
liking
is
it
your
if it
cost
got to
basis, I'm probably going to
67.
buy some more
Now,
there.
At 50, my option's going to double
So
in
that's
value.
what
So
I'm
I'll
doing,
be
but
long gone. This is a
my
risk
situation is different
reward
than yours, so
trade.
I can't
And
answer
it's
that for
also
you.
about the
That's
psychological
a pretty big
sentiment
position,
that
so
we
you
can measure when you see that bullish
probably should
divergence.
know what you're doing with
Meaning
it, I
that
guess.
it's bad enough to buy because the short sellers
I still see it going up, and
that's
probably
the play on that
to
one.
80 cents at least, and then probably
right.
$1.
Last but not least, what's going on with
in the
these
next,
banks?
I don't know.
Banks last week, banks this week after all that went on.
Next
with the
month, I'd
regional
say.
banks. I mean, do you have a big picture
Give time,
thought before you get
but
to
it is a
Fifth
risky
Third,
play.
and then
They
tell us
could go
about Fifth
bankrupt.
Third?
I mean, that is an option.
No, I don't think. We've had this discussion
I don't think they're
before.
going to go bankrupt.
I try not
Not
to think.
at least in the near term. So
I look at the price. Now, Fifth Third is a stock that I liked, and I was waiting for the earnings to happen, which happened
I see
this morning. So
3x from
They
here.
were looking for 78 cents. They were looking for 79
Pretty high
cents. I got
probability if they
78
don't go
cents. So again,
bankrupt.
that's thinking.
next,
So it
I don't
missed
know,
by a tiny bit, but it
couple
pulled back.
months.
But what I really liked was the technical setup. And so this stock's trading around 28 right now. We've been between 22 and 38. So at 30 midpoint, and there's a gap up above at 30 as well. So
nice minutes
in
pair.
my
Got some
mind,
extended
we had
hours.
one bad bank. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't watching it. I was
poorly
out.
managed and deserved to go out of
Missed
business.
that big
The
dip.
rest was a
30
lot
cents was
of
like perfect.
concern.
Wow.
But you can measure that concern
I think we might.
by looking
We
at
might still get a
volatility.
retest there, though.
Volatility is
So
decreasing the banks. And if you look at
Trying to be
this, the
patient.
PE on this bank is 8. And if you run a bank properly, it's not hard. You give people interest on their money at a real low rate, but you make a lot of interest on it, with short-term treasuries. So it's not a hard equation. You're printing money essentially.
yeah, I
So
think
I'm
today and
looking
tomorrow will be
at,
good buying
this
opportunities on Bed Bath.
leverage buying and accumulation at this bottom basis. Somebody's finding some value. And again, it's almost
Possibly, yeah,
50%
Damien.
off
I mean,
the
yeah, the
2022
announcement
high.
of
So
bankruptcy
again, it's
could
a value play.
the start
It's
of a
rather
big
inexpensive
move to the
stock,
upside.
And I'm liking what
for
I'm
sure.
seeing technically, where we're trading here sideways and attempting to break out to the upside once again.
All right. Thank
Why
you
did
for
they
that.
announce it?
So bullish there.
Reverse
What do you
split.
think, Ben, when you take a look at the
Vote
charts?
for like
I
a
think this is
month.
another stock that's been trending lower on multiple time frames and not rejecting these areas as of
They were
yet.
thinking
as
they're gonna
if-
go bankrupt
if
before
anything,
then.
it's testing an upper
I guess
extreme,
to
which
throw
I think the
people
bears
off,
can
but
see as a sell
I don't know.
opportunity.
All right, there's new
Let's
law on
get into first
BBY.
and foremost, a more intermediate 4-hour time frame. Two very well
34
defined areas
cents,
of
broke that
consolidation. You can see
support.
that stress that Alan was just speaking to in
Looking
terms
for,
of the selling that we saw
32.83 is kind of a
and the
soft
bank
level, and
crisis
really
down
that
to
30
22.
cents.
But yeah, not a lot of follow
Actually,
through at this
32.83
point.
does kind of.
But
that's quite a bit of
consolidation, as mentioned, we're
distance
kind
there.
of testing the upper extreme of that range here right now, around the 28 level.
See if that holds at
by
all.
A big elevator shaft, right? There was energy, there was
And 30
conviction to the
cents.
downside here, so that's going to take some significant reversal type tendencies to retrace that. Now let's step away from the 4-hour
go.
time frame
Now
because I want to
it's
show you
letting
this
it
from
out.
38.20 to
It's getting a little
22.11.
fleshy.
Well, just part of the bigger picture move we've seen since the beginning of last
Nice to
year.
see it
We were
moving.
trading up around 51. You can see again this pretty well-defined trend, top left, bottom right. And I hear what Alan's talking about in
For
terms
sure,
of
Kitty.
buying these
Yeah, I
stocks
mean,
because things have been a little bit
it
overdone,
could mean a
which
lot
I
of
can
different stuff.
understand. And Alan, that
They still have
doesn't
value.
concern
They're
me
making
too
over
much,
$1 billion
even
in
though we
revenue
still
a
see
quarter.
trend to the downside here.
Or
As
they're
long as we're below 35, I don't see
not
necessarily upside
profiting that,
momentum
but
at this
they're,
point. What would
bringing that into
concern me is
growth.
if Alan was starting to buy these stocks and then
Well,
go to
they
the
have
airport,
value, I mean.
for example, like an S&P O'Hare spread.
They have a
So if
name.
we see Alan, well, wait a minute. Hold on
Have a
a second.
presence.
But still in this environment, we're trending lower here at this point. But moving away from that,
FLI.
I want to show you where things stand in terms of the 50-day, the 200-day, because that elevator
This
shaft
chart
that we
looks
fell
nice,
in,
man.
look, brought
Nice
us
grind on
well
that
away
9
from
moving
that.
average.
We're talking about a breakdown below, and again, just kind of this trend
EMD.
environment lower, which we still
Above
have yet to
VWAP
reject.
still, MCOM
Only
back up to
testing the upper
8%.
extreme of the value area we've been forming since that initial selling.
All right, what did you think of that, Alan? Final thought.
Well, I got a lot to say to that, but that's called the Rio trade, and actually I'm halfway there. I'm in Miami, and risk management doesn't let you do that trade anymore, unfortunately. So I'm looking at this Fitbit, this First Third Bank, and there's a gap at 30. So if we get back to that 30 level, it's going to be a gap and go, because obviously this was
Yeti
a
down
contagion
12.
play. If you look at it, like I said,
Yikes.
banks are cheap. The PE is 8, and if they
Expected that
run
resistance.
their business properly, which is not that hard to do, they make lots and lots of money. Look at the profits that we've seen in some of the big boys. We're talking 8 billion, 12 billion. These guys just made $500 million, and they're just a little back. So the way to play is an August 25 call, which is an in the money option, trade for about 4. It's got 4 months of time. It's $3 in the money. So, it's going to act like the stock, and it's a much better way to play and be positioned for this stock to recover when people come back to their senses that banks are printing money.
Thank you. Thank you both so much. And Alan, we truly appreciate your dedication. Thank you for being on the show today.
Thank
I know
you.
sometimes it's not easy, and I'd like to acknowledge that you made an extra effort for us today. Really, you're a man. That's super. And Ben always doing great on those charts. Thank you both so very much.
Dude, Neil does 13 billion a quarter.
Lichtenstein for the big 3.
Lichtenstein.
Right? Every week.
Negative 3.8 billion in operating income.
Spotlight Tesla. Now Tesla is
Yikes.
looking at a lower close. Tough one. Earnings out. Now what? Let's break down those
Valuation on
numbers
this thing.
and see why the shares are under pressure
14
here.
billion.
We'll be right back.
Bigger company than I realized. Their news lately. Just moving in simply with Tesla. Oh, because the price cuts on Tesla. BBBY down 33.40. Think about FRC. What app is that? This is Weeble. It sound like a bot. I don't know what app you're talking about. I like FRC. Yeah, I'm curious on their earnings in a couple days. 4 days. If they're not going bankrupt, this could be a big upside. I actually just got some call debit spreads on them for earnings. EFLI. Oh, 16% now. What's your 10K share goal? Well done. Buzz reaching new heights. The posts on Reddit are hilarious. Coming close to my opening position. It's coming close to you being able to average down instead of up. Got a 1500 yesterday. Yeah, that's 30 cents is one of my price targets to buy too. 30 cents, and then this is when I dip buy, I guess. Once the momentum is in the right direction. I don't like dip buying when you've just been going down momentum and there's no signs of reversal. Better signs of reversal, now we're getting a big pullback. Which is fine. The longer term direction, you just gotta zoom out. You can see we're in an uptrend. On the shorter time frames, instead of dip buying, you could even wait for that direction to change, but yeah. Like here, you say, oh, okay, it's starting to come up, so buy it here. Or just pick price targets too. Support and resistances. Psychological levels. I have one more short on SPY I could do. I'm gonna wait, I gotta wait. I don't know, I don't think you can use Webull in Europe. I don't think so. What's your cost basis, Desperate Tot? Did you get in on AMD? I know, I didn't want to day trade it, and I figured that's what I needed to do. Be successful with it. Oh, I might check it out tomorrow. I want to watch his video, see what his hype's about. I mean, oftentimes his plays only last a day or two. There's birds. This was a longer rally from him. A 4 or 5 day. Where's he? Buys on 11.5. Desperate Tot, what's your cost basis on your BBBY position? Yeah, 11.5's like the low. I wouldn't be that greedy with it. Got a nice bounce here on 1260. I'd look to pick it up. A long position. Excuse me.
Of the EV market and the thinking behind it. And what happened was that a year ago, their gross margins were 29%. Now they're 19%. So they're definitely getting squeezed. So they're in between Volkswagen and Mercedes. Mercedes has a gross margin of 23%. So they're right in the middle, but they're going the wrong direction. And if you look at their price earnings multiple, it's selling at around 45 to 50.
Scaling in, baby, doing well.
So that means that they have to grow to
it's like I scale in better than I scale out.
They have to grow their earnings about 50% year over year. And these numbers just don't add up. So you probably are going to be looking at a much lower price on Tesla, even though Morgan Stanley cut their price from 220 to 200. They're still looking at it going higher, but I don't think that it's supported by the actual numbers that Tesla is printing.
You know, there's two stories that you're talking about here. There's Tesla, the stock, and Tesla, the company. And while demand may have waned and they may have had one too many Teslas ready to be sold, and that's one of the reasons they did the price cuts, Tesla demand overall and market share is still stellar and a leader. However, the concern about the valuation of the stock is a different story. So can we separate it, Ed? Because I think you're right. I think it tells the story of the EVs. I think it tells the story
I'm going to be a little more picky on my buys, just since I already have a pretty large position. And
so the story of
don't
Tesla
need to
itself,
increase it.
Most people don't have an EV yet,
Or
and
just
they want one. What's the big picture on Tesla having that leadership as a car company, battery company, whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, and it's a good question because, you know, they are also involved with solar panels. So they try to diversify into many different areas. But I'll tell you, you only have about 6% of the car sales last year were EV. And they don't have the infrastructure in place. So I think there's going to be a log jam, even if, as you see other car companies come into the space, you're still going to see a log jam in terms of getting the power to these EVs. And that's one of the reasons I haven't done it, is because I don't want to sit there and wait 20 minutes to juice up my EV. But they are the leader, and as a leader, they are disappointing a lot of people in terms of their price cuts. And really, you're looking for exponential growth on the upside. You're looking for the margins to get bigger, and you're looking for them to increase their production. And their production is increasing, but they're just not selling enough, and that's why they had to cut prices down. So I really don't know how to separate the car company from the stock price itself, because they're really one and the same.
Okay, so at this point now, would you buy Tesla stock? Would you buy any of the other EV makers stock, or any autos overall?
I'll tell you, I would not be a buyer into this market. The EV market, I know that it's going to be here, and they're forcing it down our throats, and regardless if we want it or not, we're going to get it. But I would not be a buyer, because I think that there's just too much competition. I think prices are going to come down. If you look at the Mercedes SUV, I mean, that's over $100,000. Rivian is at around 75
I've
to
been
80,000
shorting it a couple times here today.
One of their EVs, and I think as you have
pretty
more
tight range so far. There's still that gap, so I'm
margins
be
are going to
patient,
get squished.
I only have one more to get,
say.
actually.
And I do believe that the peak on Tesla has to come lower, which means the price has to come down, because I don't think their earnings are going to go gangbusters. So I think you're looking for a lower print on Tesla,
30,000 shares here.
around $100.
Well, look, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
And 60,000 at 30. That should bring our average down nicely. Would it bring it down already?
Back around, this was looks like January here. Got myself into a hole, right? January 5th or so. So that being said, I know, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a gap down there.
But I do want to say about Elon Musk himself, and
it could get filled this week.
Baby. He really showed us the bench
or even next
at
week.
this point on Tesla. I think that brought
shorter term, I mean, we're bearish.
Launching SpaceX
crossed over the MACD, we got right into the 9.
Today. Any Elon Musk
yeah.
thoughts, or where that fits into this picture at all?
Well, everybody likes to put Elon Musk out there as this great thinker, which he is, but he can't control the supply and demand of EV market, and he can't control everything. And just like with SpaceX,
QBTS,
I'm sure you're aware
Ace
that
has some catching up to do, because he didn't average down at all. So
it went up.
If it starts to go, he doesn't have to follow in.
People on that, but he can't control everything, and he certainly can't control the supply and demand of the EV market. So as much as he's a great thinker, I think we have to kind of put his brain to the side and look at the industry and look at the wants and needs of people. And until we have the infrastructure in place, it's just not
might be a good trade.
To be a robust EV market.
Kind of a double bottom here after their earnings.
I did. I watched the
be curious what their earnings were.
I just thought it was a monumental
looks like it sold off from it.
For all of us to see a rocket take
engulfing
off,
candle here.
To see this, and you're right. It did. It
MACD's
exploded,
bullish.
They view it as a win. They said anything off the
I like this trend it's been on forever.
Was a win, and they
since
got
IPO.
at least that part. I don't know. Didn't look like a win, but I guess in the space world it's a win. Ed, I love having you on the show.
RSI did bump up, so it's bullish. Yeah, could be a good pickup.
That's all I could say. Chapwood Investments.
Have a stop loss basically if it breaks this support. Kind of a big range, but
taking a look at Seagate after it missed on its earnings.
Yeah, I see a little bounce around BBY.
Details on that. He'll break down that report and a way to trade it as well, right here on Trading 360.
You're in it too, but you're buying so much more right now. That should help. About 20K more shares? Just now? You on Discord? Put your trades in Discord and trades if you guys are picking stuff up. These are my trades last night. More BY shares. More BY shares. Thanks. Had to buy more. More, and then I bought more, and then I just put that. So that was at what? I was busy at dinner, so I wasn't trying to just stare at my phone. It was stupid. I hate people that are on there. I don't hate people. I hate when I'm on my phone at dinner. I want to make sure I don't do that stuff. So do my best never to be on my phone. Anyways, where's that? 6, yeah. So I kind of bought, I guess, kind of a peak. Somewhere on this candle was my first buy. And then here, when it came down here. And then here, I bought some more. And then I bought some more here. This was, I don't know how many I bought here. That was just the more give. Yeah, I mean, should join. I want everyone to join. Oh, you just doubled your position. Nice. Well done. Good. What was your average before? Buys edging back up here. Jeez. More. Why do you think there was so much buying yesterday? I don't know. I think there's been too much selling the last 3 months. I didn't sell. No, I thought about selling some at the highs yesterday. Of course, in the moment, I'm like, the moment I wasn't thinking of such a big pullback, of course. So, and I didn't have a plan, so I didn't. My plan was not to sell, so I guess I stuck to my plan. I wasn't trying to trade it that much and time the market that much, and I was even saying that when we were rallying. I was like, I could sell some here and try and time it to get back in, but you know, at this point, I didn't know it would be how it would be, because sometimes the dip and the drop down happens fast, and then you kind of keep going. You don't always just come down and consolidate for a while and have tons of time to know this is a nice buying price. Hindsight, I could have definitely sold and picked up 30% more at this level, which would have been sick. But in a way, I sold sort of, because I did covered calls. Like selling a loss? Oh, I haven't sold down here. No, I bought more. Just bought more. Bought BKT. I don't like this one. No, maybe a buy around here, around the support. $1.10 or so. Yeah, I'm being patient. I think today and tomorrow we're gonna have lots of buying opportunities. So momentum's down, but I also think we kind of just consolidate or kind of trade in a range. I'm pretty happy with my position size though, so it's not like I want to get more before the weekend. It's kind of, the price gets nice, I could get some more. Current position. BY. see. Okay. $31, $42, $42,100. I'll do a power move and after market open. MDMA. You guys got all the tickers today. Can't even get that one on Weevil. I'm not able to pull that one out. Change in volume is funny. I think we're going to continue to trend down until next week. But with probably some just consolidation and somewhat of a range bound. But broke through the support, so 33 cents here, pretty close to our target, 32.83. It was 33.09. Might use this as resistance and then super trade here, and then if we break here, I think 30 cents will probably be on the table, but might not hit that till tomorrow. General is not for picks. If you want to post media, put it in media. I don't have any crypto right now, no. Yeah, that's kind of what I was seeing in my next pair, but with some downside potential, which we're starting to see now. Today and tomorrow, I think, should be pretty mellow. Maybe fill some gaps. MDMA is a drug? You just want me to answer, what about MDMA? That guy's saying it's a stock. Best loss-making portfolio. BY Sundial, Tesla. We got Carnival in here, Gamble. Some SPX options. What else do you need in life? Down 51K on your BY position. Price is $1.69. Looks like you have 37,000 shares, is that right? Biden to unveil China investment curbs before G7 summit in May. I think we're in a recession, Desperate Tot. I think you Euros are also. All in on methamphetamine, rest of that stuff. Best to trade stocks over. Maybe. Formala. There might be a ticker with that name. I just can't see it on Webull. Webull doesn't always have those random or obscure tickers. If it's like OTC or something, it might not show up on here. It's probably on my E-Trade or Fidelity or TD. GME come down. And GME down 1%. My FRC play is somehow green. So figure out. Oh, I could sell my cover calls maybe today. That would be sick. Do it. I'd rather buy them back. Wow, the theta on those got crushed today. From 5 cents down to 1 on those weekly 50-cent calls. Tried to sell some more this morning, but couldn't get filled. You best believe it in a recession. But you're in one. Great line.
Your big picture thoughts.
Yeah, Nicole, thanks so
Better
much
start
for having
believing
me.
in
My big
scary
picture
stories.
thought
What was it?
that
What was
a
it?
boring call.
Scary movies. You're in one.
Which
Something
I
like
think
that.
is what Wall Street wanted to see. It was typical for
I
IBM.
understand, Brandon.
Mixed bag.
Armala Biotech.
You know, the revenue, you never like to see a revenue mix.
Remember
Miss,
Trade Will
rather.
Influence? I did a little bit last
Very
night.
mixed. I think there was a lot of talk.
That's
think
why
people
my
made a
my
drinking
trades
game out of
were.
it with the
I
term
quit putting
workforce rebalancing,
trades. I
which
just
is a
put
fancy word
gifs
for
of
layoffs and
young
repositioning
people
labor.
playing Star Wars
So I
characters.
think that at some point IBM has to really focus and start growing revenue if they're going to continue to be able to pay that very rich dividend.
But no, not usually.
Yeah,
usually
I
I'm not
know
doing anything after
you were
hours.
impressed at least with the free cash flow. Quickly, Josh, can you mention that?
Amazon buys it out.
Absolutely. Free cash flow is up about 100
Interesting
million
thought.
year over year.
I think
So
most their
anytime a company is
locations are
generating
leased,
more
so
free cash flow,
as far as Amazon
that's
having
a
much
good
value
sign
there,
of
they probably
business
wouldn't.
health. But again, they pay out a very high percentage of their earnings in dividends, and so to continue that, they're going to have to grow revenue.
The only
and
thing I
not
could think is
just
like fulfillment
continue
centers.
to cut.
Because even their own Amazon retail stores that they've opened up, they've like closed them
We
now.
have a neutral in the 140.
I don't know
There's
the
a lot
numbers
of
on how
names in
many,
this
but
competitive
I know they've
space.
closed some of them.
What makes the difference to those that have the buys? I mean, what when you look at the landscape? Tell us more about it.
I would say better growth prospects versus IBM. That's number one. Number two, earnings quality. The company did keep guidance for the year, but on the flip side of it, roughly about 2/3 of net income and 2/3 of free cash flows will be, at least the company expects to generate during the second half of the year. So the year is heavily back and loaded. So I think in the grand scheme of things, as I said, in the near term,
249 was hammered.
this one looks probably a bit more defensive. In the long term, you do have to focus
What is
on
that,
growth
Brandon?
prospects. And I think it takes a long time to turn a ship like IBM, which has a
Lowe's or
massive
Home Depot?
amount of revenues to
Depot?
get better growth rates. And again,
If they own the
quality
real
of
estate, which I
earnings,
don't
that
think they
continues to be an issue back and
own
forth.
really any of it,
So
if
I'm
any.
going to jump in because the show's ending momentarily. Just quickly, Moshe, which names do have better growth prospects?
No,
and
I've
earnings
not
quality
had a
that seems to be better.
not had a
In
boss
IT services, we
years.
prefer the BPO names. These are names that are relatively
self-employed.
defensive.
Not-
WNS,
not from
EXL,
trading, though.
Genpact. Budgets here or projects
to-
here are funded by
trying to make
operational
trading
rather than IT
make
budgets.
sense.
And if we're getting into some sort of an economic slowdown, these should fare better than some of the other kind of IT-dominated names.
UI coming down a little bit here.
Thank you so much. Great to see you both. Moshe Katri.
So it's kind of out of that,
Strange.
past that 61.8%
And
retrace
that's
now,
going
I'm
to do it
assuming.
for us, friends, here on Trading 360.
Look,
Thanks for being with me.
I think it was like right on the verge
Every
there.
single weekday, 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Keep it here. I will see you at 2 p.m. for the watch list. Fast Market is
Yeah.
next.
Below it now. Your all-time P&Ls in your career? Like, not trading? Or what do you mean? Not something I'm going to answer, but I guess I didn't even understand the question. Oh, trading? Yeah, it's not good. I'm trying to learn. Trying to get better. Buying and holding is a good strategy, I think, in the market, but it has to be with something that's good. Something that's value that you use, think will be here in 10 years, that you trust. You know, if you bought it like you couldn't sell it in 10 years, like those kind of companies, that's where you can make good money market. And the easiest way, basically, investing. I agree, my next pair. Totally agree. Trading? Yeah, I'm down all time on trading. AMD stuck at 50% even. Hold Apple a lot. Why is this thing not moving? DFLI, as illiquid as it is, still looks like a nice bull flag up there. Where I've seen the most success, like consistently, other than investing with trading, would be selling premium data farm. So that's where I try and allocate a good portion of capital to. It takes patience, but it works. Can't get greedy with it. Have to go slow. Have good rules. Stick to them.
I mean, we're moving into a section where a lot of large cap tech have big percentage gains and people are getting a little nervous.
Right.
Now, you can make the case, well, we'll talk about it in a moment with Tesla, but Tesla's numbers were within the margin of error in line. Yeah. But, you know, we'll get into the details in a minute, but people, you know, good in line are not enough based on how much some of these stocks have rallied. So, yeah. But the most frustrating thing I think are for the bears who look at the VIX and say that's it.
I have a little head and shoulders here on SPY maybe.
17 VIX.
Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna get a big move today, but we come out of nowhere.
Because they want a VIX much higher than it is right now, and you're in the wrong time of the calendar, and you're just not getting the percentage moves that you need to move that substantially.
Yeah, it doesn't seem there's any real heavy sentiment.
Nope.
Either way, we're kind of treading water.
I think the volume's crazy.
It's not going to move the VIX over 16.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, it should be lower on 0.5%.
Yeah.
Crazy all-time high
keep
volume.
A watch on that because it did.
I mean, I think we're going to see it
yesterday at 17-month lows.
it's going to become more. We're going to see more than that.
21 was the lowest settlement that we've
this
seen
thing starts to go,
yesterday.
We should break that volume.
Let's talk Tesla. So let's bring in Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the network. Jenny, break down this number because
what happened here,
like Tesla was trying to
volume's picked up
off
ever since here. So this is kind of
from the open.
Might be a little higher than what the average will be, but this is kind of the new average. You have to see.
Yeah, it seems like we
this average is gone. They diluted.
Tom, and we're not able to get it.
They diluted all through here.
The Tesla story is all things
margin.
I
think 4x the flow.
Yeah, they were fine,
not
but
quite,
I think what it does signal
I think we're going to see the
some
effects on that volume.
Looking forward, that is why we are seeing such a day of selling.
A big day now is going to be
we did see that lower prices of cars really weighed in on Tesla's profit by about 24% in the first quarter, as they did trim their costs, and we're seeing operating margin now down to about 11.4% from 19% just a year ago. Now, amid this rising interest rate environment, as well as increased competition, Tesla's dropped its prices for US models by an average 14% to 25% this year to stave off some of this weakening demand. So for that reason, they did sell on average. Their average selling price was around $46,000 in the first quarter, which was below the company's forecast and down from about $52,000 in the same period a year ago. Now, the earnings did prompt 7 Street analysts to trim their price targets, but not a single one actually downgraded their rating on the shares, which I think is important to point out.
I mean, it was a lot of volume.
We saw from Wedbush's Dan Ives, he said the company's softening operating margin, which does measure.
I don't know. Maybe we won't see that much more, but it seems like we will.
Way on shares, Tesla showing signs of solid demand. I've said they do remain pretty bullish on Tesla in the near term. However, this margin compression
broke through
and
that
price
low.
narrative should be carefully managed
Low on the day.
over
SPY's also
coming
coming down.
quarters, as it is now emerging as a clear
30,
overhang for the stock.
240.
RBC Capital echoed very similar
Down
sentiment, highlighting the
30%.
fact that margins will get worse, they think, before they get better, and this is going to be more of a long-term story. There's also the thinking that with them lowering
Possible, yeah.
prices
That's
now,
part of
causes
the
consumers
part
will
of the
be
contribution
waiting
to the
longer and
volume
longer
is they
until
did some
hopefully finding
diluting.
the best deal, because you don't want to buy, say, a Model
But
3 if then
I'm not
2
sure if they
weeks
still have
later
any
its
more
price
to do.
gets trimmed. So that
kinda
is
thought they already
also
did
a
all of it.
concern that we'll become more patient as
I don't know. Do you know?
consumers, and that is not what Tesla wants.
I guess none of us know, but
Jenny, in January of this year,
I'm bleaching the part.
Elon Musk put out a note that demand was outstripping production, right? January of this year. Then the Model 3 was selling for $46,990. The Model Y, $65,990.
See if it makes it all the way to 30 cents.
Now, today, the Model 3 is trading at $39,990, and the Model Y is trading at $46,990. A huge drop in the Model Y. So if demand was outstripping production,
yeah, we're looking for
what's it gonna do now?
Them announcing
If you
when earnings
listen
are.
to some of the
Them also announcing once they've
highlights
finished
from the
with their share
conference call,
offering.
Elon Musk gave the impression
Completing the
that
share offering should
they
be
were
pretty
just
bullish news, I would think.
catching their breath for more
he's right here,
production,
Jay.
more expansion of production. He really actually gave a pretty impressive. So the stock reaction is a bit much here in my question, but as you know, Jenny, the bears are growling today on Tesla. They love anytime they get bad news in this name.
Yeah, okay, Kevin, I did listen in on the earnings call, and I also listened to their analyst day that was just about a month back now, and we also saw some pretty steep selling the day after that event. I think the bears are so greedy to pick up really any sort of downward momentum in this name, because all in all, Elon Musk, if you follow him and you listen to some of these calls and listen to some of the analyst events, he's playing the long game here. So this company is no longer focused on churning out such massive levels of growth. They're focused more on making affordable cars and also, you know, having production be more reliable, which is a huge selling point in this overall EV landscape. But I think that right now we're seeing signs of a more mature Tesla. The bears seem to really want to take advantage of this. I don't see it as a bad thing. I just think Elon Musk is now playing more of that long game.
Yeah, he needs to sell those cars. I mean, can you imagine buying a Tesla 6 months ago and you got all these price cuts? Boy.
Especially the Y, 65.9 to 46.9.
Yeah.
Yow.
That's her second most popular model, too. All right, Jenny, appreciate the rundown here of Tesla and the numbers. Now let's bring in Nathan Peterson, Director of Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research. Nathan, welcome
on
to
the
the
earnings,
show.
they're not going to.
As I mentioned
it's
to
not
Kevin,
going to reflect.
I'm pretty surprised that we're not down a little bit.
The balance sheet's not
going to
reflect if they finish the share offering, because from the end of their quarter, it's from Q4.
You've got AT&T down, you got American Express down, Tesla down over 9%.
Isn't it Q4 or are we getting Q1?
I mean, what's your take
Q4,
here?
yeah.
Are we just holding steady here until we hit?
Yeah,
maybe
we're getting
that sell
Q4,
in
so
May and go away,
you're not going to see that on the
scenario?
balance sheet until at least next.
Yeah, it's tough to
next
say, and I
earnings.
think you're right. The price
But yeah, they
action
could
is
announce
pretty
that they're over.
resilient.
That they finished
you know, if you go back to last
the
Friday,
offering.
We were basically 90% beat on the EPS or earnings. If you look this morning, it's 75%. That's
You're
coming
welcome,
back
Jay.
down to more in line as we get more of those reports to roll in. But, you know, if you haven't put new money to work and you're looking at the market right here, right now, I think you have to be cautious both if you're bullish and if you're bearish. And if you look on the bullish side, being cautious on the bullish side, the 12,250 level on the NASDAQ composite, that's
Let's say
resistance.
in the earnings call.
We're basically 150 points below that. The
Suppose that's
4,200
true.
level on the S&P is resistance. We're pushing up right up against that. So
Yeah.
that would suggest that risk reward is skewed if
Yeah, I mean, they could announce it anyway, I
resistance
guess. Yeah,
holds into
I guess the
place.
earnings
So
call is one way they would say it.
you might want to wait and see what happens. We are holding in there. And then if you're bearish, you're thinking, hey, we're up, pushing up towards resistance. Well, I want to get aggressive here. Look at Tesla, you know, some of the names that you just announced there. We've got to respect the fact that the sentiment is heavily weighed on the bearish side.
It sounded like it said
And I
sentiment.
think you guys have probably seen this. If you look at the commitment
On
of
sentiment?
traders report, the net short positions have been increasing
Like
as we've been
cinnamon.
moving up from those mid-March lows. So the positioning is way
That'd
off
be
skewed.
gross.
I would
Cinnamon
say
and a
from a
mint.
contrarian perspective in favor
Oh, maybe
of
not
the
actually.
bulls
That's like
picture,
a.
meaning if we continue to move higher and we
I don't think I'd like those flavors together. Like minty flavor and cinnamon.
Because you got some short covering that's going to be following. You got some positioning that's off sides and potentially some money flow that's going to have to chase. So you got to be careful whether you're bullish or you're bearish right here.
Yeah, I like that scenario here because the short momentum has built up, and we've seen some of the data that reflects that. Kevin,
I love the commitment of traders, by the way, Nathan.
Yeah.
I used it heavy when I traded the grains.
Yeah.
The only thing is, it gets a little stale. They measure it on Tuesday, and it comes out on Friday.
Yeah.
So I wish it was a little more precise and timely in some of its data, but you get a ton of information out of commitment of traders.
Yeah, and Nathan, to that point, what is the catalyst for investors and traders out there that are trying to figure this out? If we've run up pretty substantially over the last month and a half in the S&P 500, what's the catalyst to the upside besides maybe those technicals getting broken when there's some short covering? Because that's the problem that I'm seeing from a lot of traders and investors is they just don't see the catalysts that are going to drive us higher.
Big candle?
Well, let's see what happened next week with
No.
mega cap tech.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
You know, I'm looking at companies like, look at Lam Research and their guidance, which was awful. They're up 8%.
Yeah.
I'm kind of scratching my heads, and, you know, a lot of the analysts are saying, well, yeah, we already knew that that was kind of priced in. We knew it was going to be a gloomy outlook. If we get some upside push from mega cap tech next week, that could be one thing. But guys, you've been around, you know the market. The pain trade is higher.
Yeah.
I mean, that's and that all.
Let me take this one. I know this one. I know this answer. Tom asked the question. I'm like, let me take it.
And it is. I mean, that's the market's got that mentality, and you keep hearing it from analysts, you know, on our network and out there in the media that are saying, hey, you know, we have to retrace back to 3,600 for the S&P 500, and they've been wrong over the last month and a half. But at the same time, that's why I was kind of asking about those catalysts to the upside, Kevin, because
I suppose
that's what
that would be
everybody
true.
wants to hear. They want to hear, okay, what's the next thing? Big cap tech.
Yeah.
Are they going to
because one share doesn't move the
maybe
stock
that
as much.
earnings drag a little bit because maybe they're more insulated from it?
A great trader in the grains.
We can look at
Bob
GME,
Schreiber,
just not much
rest
to look
in
at
peace,
here.
Bob, once told me the market will go where
Down
it can hurt the
1.5%.
most
It's
people.
back in this channel.
And I'll give
Got
you the
bearish
scenario.
MACD, right under the
May
9.
3rd, Jerome Powell raises by
Yesterday we had that
25
double
basis
doji.
points
Today it looks like
and
we get an
announces a
inverted hammer.
pause in interest rates.
Moving with the market
There's
for the most
your
part.
short squeeze.
A
If
little
it
more
happens
bearish.
in that way, do I
Tilt.
know it's going to happen? Of course
Filling
I
this
don't.
gap.
Matter of fact, now that
1940,
I
I'd
said
say
it,
is still the
probably
next
won't
support.
happen.
Don't know when that'll hit.
That could be
if
one
that
scenario
doesn't
that could
hold,
squeeze the shorts.
Yeah,
guess
and
we're just a
Nathan,
gap fill
if
here
you looked
for
at some of the data
1835.
today, Philly Fed
That's
stuck
not much of
out
a
to me.
support
That
though
was
either.
that was
Yeah, you
miserable.
might even see
After a
kind of a
pretty
triple
decent
bottom then.
Empire State Manufacturing data point on Monday,
but-
so that kind of
but it
reversed
does
the
move very slow.
momentum that we saw there. Jobless claim moving higher.
That said,
which
the
is what
premiums
Fed wants
seem to
see,
have bottomed
but leading indicators plunged 1.2%
around that 50%
in March,
level
below
on GME, so
expectations. And that's
options might not
something
be
that the
getting
Fed really
much
looks
cheaper.
at. It's
I mean,
a
it's still
secondary
up 30 decay,
number
but
to
whereas
us here
IB
on the show. But at the same time, the Fed tells you they look at the leading economic indicators that came out. Your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. And Liz Ann Saunders, you know, our chief investment strategist, talks about that a lot. And basically, that's 12 months in a row, and they downwardly revised the previous month, and that points to recession. And we know that those recession signs are out there. We know about the inverted yield
BBBY
curve.
bouncing a little bit there.
GDP isn't reflecting that.
Hit
That's nowhere in sight.
31.62,
We're fine
which-
there. I think Atlanta Fed went to 2.6.
Oh yeah, that's kind of the bottom of this range.
And so that's not the problem.
Kind of the
But if
bottom
we
of
hit a
this bull flag
recession,
we
let's say
built.
it's coming in Q3,
Yeah, that makes sense.
that
Could
doesn't
be that could be a
solve,
legitimate support.
that doesn't give you a bearish thesis for right here,
Or
right
around
now.
here.
Meaning we could go higher first, and then by the time we roll into the fall,
This
then
seems
we're going to
weaker
start
than
to
that one,
see
but
more of that hit to the GDP
there you go,
and
there's your bounce.
some more of the contraction on the economic side. But for right
See
here,
where we
right
catch
now,
resistance.
it's like, you know, it's 12 months in a row that we've seen leading indicators. So I think that there's still the potential. It's not a guarantee that it does come down the line, but it just doesn't affect us right here, right now. And
Heavy
earnings,
covering
you know,
with
they're-
shorting. Could
we're
have
down
been
6%
the reason
year
for
over year.
all the volume,
beat and-
the extra
and
volume.
the beat rates on both
I
top and bottom
think
line
we are
are
going to see
about
higher
in
average
line with
volume now
estimates,
that the
but
float's
there's no boogeyman
4x.
out there. We heard from the banks, we heard
So
from the
I think
regionals.
they'll be.
We
I think
didn't
we'll
get
break
anything
this.
that was falling out of bed there. Tesla, I
amount.
think they're in their own
Not necessarily with
little
diluting.
silo
If
because
they,
they're dealing
with diluting
with
though, it wouldn't be
competition.
much. Like that wouldn't have added
we
much.
heard that Boyd was having
You know what I mean?
the
Like
China
how much?
EV maker is having $11,000 model
I
out
haven't
there.
done the math. I
So
guess on
think
how many
they're
shares
trying
it'd
to
be,
go for
but
that
I don't think it would
production
add
like
a
you guys
whole
talked about.
lot.
And, you know, basically and hit those production targets, and then competition's coming. But we're not really seeing a ton of data that
Reddit's
is
convincing
on
people to
the
sell?
earnings
Really, the
front
subreddit?
that's falling
No.
out of bed. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Have you guys seen anything that's scary or at least not expected from the investor community?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? I think that's why we've seen that grind up over the last month or so, Kevin. But
yeah, those storm
short volume
clouds
way
on
up,
the
major
horizon, they're not
peaks.
coming.
Right.
They're not here.
That's crazy.
Everyone thought you had it with the SVB problem, and it turned out to be pretty much a one-off. You know, one other bank got into problems, but it didn't. It wasn't
snowballing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It didn't go into the larger
people
banks.
selling.
Matter of fact, it favored the larger banks.
And we get
just got to 20,000 shares
of Q1 GDP next week, Nathan. Is that what we can expect? Maybe that, you know, some of those lagging indicators that the Fed talks about haven't come to fruition fully yet. Is this maybe one of those data points that could signal that, hey, maybe the Atlanta Fed GDP numbers? It seems like
I'd like to see the bearish sentiment though. See what the reasoning is.
That with a grain of salt, but that could be a potential catalyst that, you know, everybody's talking about maybe a rolling or a soft recession in the latter stages of this year.
G roll the B.
Yeah, well, that is one of those places
Did
where
it
you
at
could
5
see
or
one
6
of those
cents?
surprises. If you get a big downside number
So you're
that comes
speculating that they've
versus
diluted
the
more than what we see here so far.
on the GDP,
This is
that would be
like
one
a
of
little
those
less than
boogeymen
4, I think.
that investors should likely see futures
You're going
down,
on
and
with
then
the-
people reassess and say, hey,
Yeah.
maybe we're getting a
Maybe
little
they
bit
have.
too comfortable. VIX at 17, et
Don't know
cetera.
yet, I guess.
So yes, if it came in significantly below estimates, absolutely, but I think that the bears are still kind of waiting for one of those shock
I've not been
kind
in
of
GME melt.
reports to come
I've seen
out,
like
an SVB,
from it or whatever. I thought it was fake.
that
I
is
don't
going
think it's
to
real, man.
basically shake the confidence of the bulls.
I think it's just like
but we'll just have to wait and see. We get PCE also on that
bots
Friday.
and scammers
if
and
that
stuff.
continues to show a decline, a deceleration in inflation, and that comes in below estimates, that could be a boon for the bulls. Employment cost
BBBY is
index
not
also
doing
moves
too
around.
bad. It's not like a
lots of data next week and
rug
that
pull,
ramp up
aggressive
in
sell-off.
earnings,
It's
which I
been
think will be key. But
pretty
we got earnings
muted
tomorrow morning in Procter & Gamble.
downtrend.
Let's take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to discuss the consumer staple.
Well,
maybe
still
the
have a
health
gap to
of
fill
the
down there at
business,
28
see if
cents.
People are pulling back on brand
Could be
names,
on the plate.
which is in their wheelhouse there.
Julian.
Fast Market's coming right back.
That was fake. Yeah, looks fake. So many contracts on the commissions and the slippage getting in and out. To close these contracts is going to cost me like $230 to close them all. Close these covered calls. That's not even on all of my shares. I don't like options as much on such cheap stocks. How can we account for the resilience of consumer spending? Baby boomers are retiring after having accumulated more wealth per household than any other previous generation, driving labor demand. Disposable personal income. The spread between nominal and real. What? Even Charlie Bilillo is getting on the train. A fool and his money are soon parted. Bed Bath & Beyond surges. Meme traders are back. Yikes. Hey man, we trusted you. BuzzFeed News is shutting down as part of the 15% layoffs at BuzzFeed. Oh, maybe just like the news section? But it did end up selling off from that. Crazy halting before. Canada to provide annual production subsidies to Volkswagen for battery plant that could top $13 billion over a decade. Russian Pacific Fleet check over, cites Defense Ministry. Oh, Fleet check, Pacific Fleet check over. For Fed Waller, the Fed is in discussion with banks about managing risk of AI. All bears on CNBC recession, market crash imminent. That's from FX Hedge, margin call 2 p.m. guy, I think. Investor expects Fed will need to hike policy rate to over 5% and hold there for a while. Investor says Fed is much closer to end of rate hike journey. Says how financial conditions evolve could influence future rate hike view. Says stresses in banking sector have eased, but Fed will act if needed. Averages 50, you won't average on more? Nice. Make a plan, stick to it. Sounds good. Am I the fool? FAI bouncing up above VWAP.
PG back above its 200 SMA, but I think you've got to, if you're in a company like this and you're looking at right here, right now, you've got to worry about valuation is relatively expensive from a historical perspective. There's the potential for rotation at any time. If the market does push higher, and if mega cap tech does well, and you start to see some rotation, more rotation into growth and less rotation out of some of these defensive type sectors, that could hit the stock.
Yeah, and you've got an example trade for us. Implied volatility is elevated in here. The option market's only pricing in about a plus or minus $3 move. So on a percentage basis, it's not really big at this point, Nathan. So how do you want to look at this one?
Yeah, sure. I know it's pretty tepid when from a lot of the names that we talk about on this show in terms of the implied volatilities we get, which can be like over 100% heading into a report. So with P&G, so what I look at when I'm looking at the chart here, just pull it up. You can see around that 152 to 154-ish type area. That's where it runs into resistance. I've talked about the valuation that potentially you have to be cautious of. The potential for rotation,
yeah,
which
could
hit. The market isn't going to tell you when it wants to rotate out of defensive. And then potentially a sell in May event. So I'm not really looking at something around this earnings event. I have no idea which way they're going to go. They did go down about 4% the last time they reported back in January. But if you wanted to take a bearish stance, I was going out to that May expiration, the standard May 19th, and just looking at something like a 150, 145 put spread. And at the time that I was looking, it was around $1.30 or so debit. which gives you a pretty good ratio in terms of your potential for max gain if the stock were to get down to 145 or below. So that's with the implied volatility low as it is, and the stock, you know, look, if you look at the chart, yeah, this thing doesn't really have big ATR, average true range. It doesn't have those big kind of candles that you would expect. But I've selected that May expiration just because what happens if we do get one of those years where it does turn out to be a good time to sell in May and then come back after Labor Day. But that's if you were bearish on the stock. A little bit tough to determine what's going to happen heading into tonight's report.
Yeah, Nathan, let's break down this trade. I think we had the wrong risk profile up. We'll get the right one up there. But buying a put vertical out in the May monthly cycle, that's 29 days till expiration, buying the 150 strike put, and then selling against that the 145 strike put to offset some of the costs on the 150 put, paying roughly about $1.30 debit for that. There's your risk, $130. That can expand to $5 if it goes below 145 at expiration. You've got time in this, Kevin. It's not a pure earnings play. So even if the stock does move higher, you do have time in it. But to do a directional type of trade like this, in this example, we're just looking at the bearish side of it here, is that with the anticipated market maker move really low, implied volatility is at or near 52-week lows in this name going into the report. So typically we see it spike up a little bit, but a directional play like this will cost you less when implied volatility is lower.
Implied vol is low. If you look at the RSI, it's creeping back up into the mid to high 60s. And make no mistake, whatever stock we talk about today on the show, bullish, bearish, or neutral, if there's a global sell-off, these stocks are probably going to sell off.
Yeah.
Right?
They're not immune to it.
They're not immune. None of the stocks we're going to talk about today are immune. And Nathan's right. The chart does seem to bump up against like around 153, 152.5 and stall up there. And it's up close to there right now. So this could be, and remember, if you get it right, and it goes to 145, this is a 4x, right? 1 1/4 turns to $5.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the thing. But you have to be right on direction. Time decay works against you in this because you're buying the vertical. Also, you have to keep that in mind. But a good look at maybe a directional play where you can buy something going into earnings because implied volatility isn't as elevated as historical norms going into an earnings report. But a good look at that bearish example there, and a good risk-reward setup on that if you're thinking that the stock will fall. And thanks to Nathan Peterson, Director of Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research, for joining us, breaking down markets, and Procter & Gamble ahead of earnings. But coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Landon Swan from Likefolio for a discussion on Dick's Sporting Goods, which is near all-time highs. Stick around. Fast Markets coming right back.
Shampoo is better. Goes on first and cleans the hair. No. Oh, conditioner is better. It leaves the hair silky and smooth. Look at that cup and handle on GFAI. Right around the WAPs, up 10%. Finger motion looks nice. BBY dying? No, I don't think so. Just cooling off after its epic, like 100% rally. Is that close to 100%, I think, right? $142%. Yeah. See me Thursday with Jenny. All right, I'll put her back
Or
on.
I'm going fishing, or I'm into archery, whatever it is. It's no longer like something that you want to do. It's just part of who you are, and you're going to buy those things, and they're going to be prioritized over other discretionary items. So it's almost moving categories a little bit for a lot of these. As you can see on a year-over-year basis, the big one is pickleball, and that's actually pretty interesting because of all the other ones that are listed there, those were very popular. They've always been popular last year or the year before, right? But pickleball is kind of new to the scene, and it's got a lot more people coming in that had never played before. So even on a year-over-year basis, I mean, it was kind of new, like last year or the year before, but it is absolutely ramping up exponentially. And if you're getting into that, you have to go buy something, right? It's not like if you're into boating, fishing, archery, you've got those things laying around. Maybe you want to upgrade them, or maybe you just want to go with what you've got. You don't have that option if you're picking up a new sport. And so that's going to actually propel them really well, looking strong. And then when we look at their e-commerce numbers, that's plus 6% on a year-over-year basis. That's people going to Dix.com. We were able to track that, and so that's doing really well on a year-over-year basis. So overall, everything is really looking fairly rosy for Dix. I mean, it's nice right now. I mean, everything is looking solid. I think that
missed everything. Pickleball pump incoming.
All-time highs. The contrarian.
If we break 30, I think we're gonna just fill that gap at 28.
I tell you what, there's not a lot of bad data here. I think that we see why they're at all-time highs. I think it's justified. We've got a little time before their next report, so
SPY
maybe
new high on the day there.
Before then, so we can go after it and play it bullish. But right now, we're leaning pretty bullish on Dick's Sporting Goods.
Landon, I played pickleball for the first time in my life in January, and a 75-year-old guy killed me at this sport. So I don't know how much I like this sport. But getting back to Dick's Sporting Goods, the best thing about Dick's Sporting Goods is not like Foot Locker where it's mainly shoe. They have everything, and they have every major brand, whatever brand you like, they have at Dick's Sporting Goods, and they have every sport, even the obscure sports like you mentioned. And if pickleball's the thing right now, they've got pickleball gear at Dick's Sporting Goods. They do a great job with baseball. They do a great job with seasonal sports. And like I said, they've got every major brand there. And with Sports Authority and other companies falling by the wayside, they are now the dominant player. And you know why this stock is rallying? Because they beat on earnings. They guided substantially higher. How about this? From $10.78 a share in 2022, they guided from $12.90 to $13.80 earnings per share in 2023. They doubled the dividend to $1. This is a company surging on all levels, Landon.
Interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, again, everything that we see is very positive for this company. So it's not a surprise for me to see all-time highs. I would expect them to continue higher as they're just showing complete dominance. And they've got a lot of things working for them. Again, I think one of the biggest things, I touched on it earlier, but I think that people are starting to shift a little bit in how they view the lifestyle of athleticism and sports. And it's going from this thing that maybe I'll try or do a little bit to it's part of my life and I'm going to spend money on this before I spend money on something that truly is discretionary. It's sort of like it's moving out of the discretionary zone. It's more into staples in a way, in the consumer's mind at least. And so obviously that's a great place to be for a company that sells all that kind of equipment. They also have a good relationship with Nike. You talked about Foot Locker. They're kind of getting the end around from Nike, but they're going around them. But they actually have a growing and good partnership with Nike for now. So I really like their position. Tom, what are your thoughts?
Well, I like the position because, as you guys mentioned, the competition's not there anymore. Even
news.
like the specialty stores where you used to have like a Golf Galaxy or something like that, those have gone by the wayside also, along with a lot of the competitors that Kevin mentioned. But Landon, when you look at this, they don't really have much competition. Hibbett Sports is regional, right? And Academy Outdoor, not too much there. Now they've got this partnership with some other companies. Is that the main concern or main reason for your data being so positive on this company is the fact that they're the one-stop shop for everything now?
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that, you can go to a Walmart and get some of this stuff or Target. There's places you could go to, Golf Galaxy, things like that. There's more local stores, but, if that Dick's Sporting Goods has what you need. When I just mentioned Walmart, I'm sure everyone's like, but do they have everything that I might need? And then you're going to hesitate, right? You might not go there. But if you need something that's sporting goods related, Dick's is going to have it. And so I think that, that's really solidified in people's minds, and it's just driving more customers there and more repeat customers. So they offer a great product. And, last time I think we talked about them, we talked about supply chain issues. That seems to be completely all behind them. Their stock is good. They have everything in stock.
BBY is just kind of melting off into the weekend. I think.
To buy what you need. So
filling some gaps on the way.
Their position. Also, they're trying some new things. They've got these House of Sport locations. I think they've got 3 of them now. They're adding 9 where you can go in and do some rock climbing and putting and stuff like that. Just getting people a little bit more active. So then you walk out of there buying something related to the sport that you tried. So they're getting innovative, but they're already in a good position.
And by the way, he mentioned Golf Galaxy. They own Golf Galaxy.
Yeah.
So Dick's owns them.
Yeah. So not surprising, but the stock's done phenomenally well. And I like that angle that you had there, Landon, based on your data, is the fact that people aren't buying these things for discretionary purposes anymore. It's their lifestyle. I think that's a key takeaway. And appreciate all the data, Landon.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks a lot. Kevin, next time you play pickleball, hit it low down the middle. That's the secret.
How does anyone beat you at pickleball? You can touch both ends of the court.
It's an advantage for sure.
It's a small advantage.
All right. That's Landon Swan. He's a co-founder of Likefolio, breaking down the data for us on Dick's Sporting.
Can you imagine playing against Landon? He can touch both edges.
You'd have to play doubles against a single.
I mean, I don't get.
All right. So you got an example trade based on maybe some of their data here, Kev. Set us up with it.
The data is strong. They guided strong. They came out with such good news. The stock popped, but then came back down.
Right.
So all I'm doing here, Tom, is buying the dip or reestablishing deltas in the dip here. So I went out to the May 19th. They have earnings on the 23rd.
See if it double bottoms here. Break the low
I
and
bought
test that 30 cents.
145 call, sold next
that
week's
32.29 down 30.
Just right back in the range where it was already, establishing a new high. Diagonal, you're trading about $6, but Tom, you've got this for almost a month, about 3 weeks or so. You've got this trade on, so you'll be able to extend duration on this and chip away. You could do the 50. That brings the net debit down, but I really like the 152. Why? Because the stock's already been up there, Tom. And so remember, though, what we said. If the market sells off, this is probably not a great trade to have on because DIX will probably go down with the entire market. But if not, if we stabilize, this stock could run back to its all-time highs. This is the diagonal, so you've got a vertical spread inside this calendar spread.
Yeah, let's break this down. Buying the May 19th monthlies, the 145 strike call, that's about a 60 delta, so it reacts more like the stock. And selling the April 28th weekly 152.5 strike call, paying roughly about, we've got a 580 debit on there. It's gone up a little bit. It's closer to 595. But what you pay is your risk on that particular trade, with the ability, as you get closer to April 28th expiration in the next 8 days, you can roll or adjust that trade if the market's open, liquidity is provided, which might provide credits, increase potential profitability. But this is taking advantage of a grind higher in this example trade and giving yourself a little bit of time for this to mature also. Your break even just over 147.5 on this one, thereabouts, based on what might happen with implied volatility or where the stock price goes also, but your time decay positive on this type of example trade also. Any final thoughts on this call diagonal? I mean, Likefolio's data was pretty bullish here.
Yeah, you could really chip away at that net debit when you extend duration. Remember, you can do it from May 28th to the
SPY
first
coming
week
down
of May,
here. Kind of want to
second week
add
in May,
maybe
then you
double
can turn it
topping.
into a vertical spread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trade management
scared with that
type
gap
of
up there.
skills as you get closer to expiration based on where those are set up and if the market's open. All right, good look at that call diagonal in Dick's Sporting Goods based on some of that data out of Likefolio. But coming up after the break, we're going to take a look at Walmart, which has risen about 5% so far this year, upgraded yesterday, and 15% of Procter & Gamble's sales are from
No
Walmart.
way, I just
We
closed
talked
my cover
about
calls.
Procter & Gamble earlier.
That's
Fast
sick.
Market's coming right back.
That's awesome. Yeah, I saw that video. Just gonna dance all over 31 cents. Do they fill on here also? Oh, there you go. Proof. Proof that Fidelity gives me better fills. Fidelity filled it and E-Trade didn't. And I had it queued up on E-Trade sooner. Yeah, closed out of the cover calls. Nice. So, didn't realize as much as I would have if I'd closed the shares at the right time and bought back in at the right time. But did realize like $750 on 11,000 shares in one day, which is decent. That's another chunk of shares I could get. Okay, now it filled on E-Trade also. But Fidelity did get the fill first. Yeah, the 34 was, let's see. This was kind of the resistance. The 32, we fought for a bit. We've broken through below that now. Now it's finding support back at the bottom of this kind of bull flag. That one, that level at 30 cents, and then gap fill down here. But they probably won't save or have all the fun today. They'll probably save some fun for tomorrow. Liechtenstein.
Kind of sideways again, somewhat.
Or maybe tomorrow will be more flat. I don't know.
Yeah, and Ben, we've got crude oil down over 2% today, getting back towards that 50-day moving average, which might be support, but that's pretty surprising. As China reopens or GDP was higher, what's going on here with crude? Why are we selling off?
Yeah, right back into the gap that we saw. Remember when OPEC announced those production cuts, which sent us up to 83.50, and if you remember, that was off lower levels that we were at around 64, right? So today back down below 77, and you know we've been comfortable, Tom, around the 75 level. We had the March high up around 64, the April low. I'm sorry, March low around 64, April high around 83. So again, do the math. I mean, 75 for the most part is the middle of that range. 77 is the area we're at right now. You can see down by about 2 3/4%. But you know, yesterday's breakdown that we saw and the continuation lower today, we saw somewhat counterintuitive, right? A couple draws and inventories from the EIA. Cushing saw a draw, but I think this is more tied to some of the comments we got out of the Beige Book yesterday. They said lending volumes and loan demand generally declined across consumer and business loan types. They said several districts noted that banks tightened lending standards amid increased uncertainty and concerns about liquidity. When you're hearing about loans, demand, economic conditions tightening ultimately, Tom, you're going to see crude oil prices coming off. And, well, lastly, the dollar's been inching ever so slightly higher, back up to 101.80.
Yeah, definitely have to watch that crude for any inflation ramifications also. All right, thanks to Ben Lichtenstein, host of the Future Show here, breaking down the markets for us. But now let's bring in George Tillis. No, George, we don't have George at this point, but we're talking Walmart. So, Kevin, I'm going to throw it to you. Yeah. The stock got upgraded yesterday. Gordon Haskett, analyst, put a $165 price target on it, up from $155. He seems to cite that, you know, this is one of those resilient stocks that is going to do well even if we do go into a recession.
I'm going to give you some good and bad and worrisome things about Walmart. Number one, if you look in the dictionary under economies of scale, that's Walmart, right? Walmart, it's a picture of Walmart on there. They have low prices. They are basically recession proof because more people go to their stores for the low prices when the economy softens. They are beating Amazon at Amazon's game, basically, Tom. Over time, they have not only competed with Amazon, but they're winning. Right? Yeah. They're causing Amazon some damage in terms of retail because of the scale and what they can do. You know, they have a little bit of exposure when it comes to discretionary versus grocery. They're massive in grocery. But remember, they had a little issue earlier in the year when discretionary softened. Remember, that caused that move down in the stock. Now, here's what's the problem. They're 35 PE, which is about their average for the last couple to several years, Tom. So if the overall economy softens and we soften a little bit, or the overall market goes down, they could come down from that PE. But they're a slave. The only real risk in this company is changing consumer behavior, like you saw when discretionary move to essentials.
Yeah.
So that's the risk in a name like this when you think about Walmart. Besides that, they are a juggernaut.
Yeah.
They had a little wages issue. That's over pretty much now. They moved past that. So yeah, this is a company that is always going to outperform.
Yeah. And it has, and foot traffic is starting to pick up. Let's go to George Tillis, senior markets correspondent. I think we've got him on the phone now. George, on this one, upgraded yesterday. Walmart said foot traffic is improving. In that coverage, this analyst likes the stock, and to Kevin's point, their private brands now account for about 20% of their sales. That's probably good as people trade down, right?
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, there's a lot of good things going on with Walmart.
It looks quite a bit different, huh?
Amazon, Walmart competes aggressively with the top 1 million products sold on Amazon. That's an important factor. The other thing is, you mentioned, based on their investor day, 20% of sales now come from private label at the Walmart stores, but 30% of sales at Sam's Club, which is actually now competing very aggressively with Costco. If you actually look at Costco, that stock is down about 16% over the last year.
Kind of a double bottom.
Is
Yeah.
down about 5%. Because of the fact that Walmart is
Yeah, this
aggressively
could be a bottom, right?
expenditures.
Get a little
in the last
poppy
year
there.
by 28%
I might make a
year over
purchase.
year as they move into more private label brands, factory automation, supply chain automation, as well as service automation. And these are, again, important factors for them to squeeze out additional margins, which in the last year have actually declined by 25 or so basis points. I think that's
Save
really
some
reflective of
for
why the stock
rest of the day and
is down
tomorrow.
over the last year by about 5%. But nonetheless, this company is a behemoth. Based on their data, 90% of the U.S. population lives within 10 miles of a Walmart. That's just incredible on a company that's generating over $600 billion in sales per year. And again, margins were down about 25 basis points last year compared to the same year last year, or same numbers the previous year. But nonetheless,
Why are you
they spent
assembling
quite a
it
bit of money
first?
last
I don't
year
get
as
that.
well. And I think the
You just bring it in
performance of the
unassembled and
stock,
then assemble it.
which again is down about 5%, has really held up quite well, considering the fact that they are aggressively spending money, not only in CapEx, but also aggressively in share buybacks.
Yeah, and margins probably increasing with some of those supply constraints.
Volume is
getting eased
fine.
here
It's
a little
definitely down
bit.
from
All right,
yesterday.
thanks to George Tillis, senior markets correspondent here on the network. helping
Looks
us
like
break
we'll be on
down,
par for
the
the day
backdrop
before,
here
maybe.
in Walmart. So, Kev, I looked
Maybe
at
not quite that much.
the Gordon Haskett
But
analyst
that's what you wanna
upgrade
see, I
on
guess,
this
with the
stock.
sell-off.
Some of the other data points, it's kind of moving sideways here. It's
bouncing a
still
little
up
bit
about
here.
5 or 6% so far this year. So
See
I
that
wanted to
double
look at a
bottom
different
plays out.
strategy that we typically don't talk about on this show quite a bit. It's a combo type of trade.
I understand
And
the reason to bring it in unassembled, but why assemble it first?
Event, and that takes place during the May monthly
says
cycle.
assemble, disassemble,
in
bring it in,
29
then
days. So I
reassemble.
looked at the May 12th weekly series here. This expires in 22
It's
days.
coming.
And I looked at
It's not
buying an
assembled
out of the
now.
money call, the 155 strike call in that option series, and then against it to help finance that call buy, which is bullish, is selling slightly out of the money put, and this is on the 150 strike. So buying the 155 call, selling the 150 put, you're collecting roughly about $1.05 credit on this one, Kevin. I think that's the key takeaway on this type of strategy. You're collecting a credit which takes your break even down to 148.95. Now, there's a lot of risk on this type of position, Kev, because you have to have the capital to eventually purchase the shares. If it goes below 150, you get assigned on those, where for every one lot spread that you've got about $14,900 in risk on this trade. You can see there from the risk profile, it drops off precipitously below that 150 strike. So you have to be comfortable owning the shares over the next 22 days if it falls below 150. But you're collecting a nice credit that you get to keep if you're below 150 and 155. It really starts to ramp up if you hit above 150.
Yeah, the risk on this trade is a cash secured put.
Yeah.
Is what you're short.
Small position
You're
in
giving
AMD.
yourself about this. If you bought the
If it
same
works.
call and sold the same put, it'd be 100 deltas. You're about 60 deltas.
Right.
So
Why not see if it works
there
back in
is
Mexico?
The upside play. That delta goes
It's
up
not gonna be
as
like-
the stock goes up because the 155
I don't know.
call is going to pick
Getting
up
new
some
stuff
deltas.
should work.
So you've got
If it
an
doesn't,
upside
can you
play
just
here, and
return
the
it?
kicker is, since you did
Get
it for a credit,
whatever
if
piece doesn't work?
nothing happens, you don't lose money, right? Because if everything goes to zero, you did it for a net dollar credit.
Yeah.
So, but you do have downside risk. Remember, make no mistake, this is a cash secured put.
Yeah, it's almost like a type of strategy is you want to take advantage of maybe some potential upside, but if it does fall, you've got over $2 to the downside before you start getting hurt, and you're willing to own the shares on this type of stock. Kevin, you mentioned the deltas, a delta of about 60. Now, let's break it down for our viewers here. That means for every dollar the stock moves, this will move 60 cents on that. So that's what that means. But if the stock does move up, as Kevin mentioned, you're going to pick up more deltas because the long deltas on the call that you buy. Kevin, your final thoughts on this type of strategy?
This is not a low-risk strategy. It's, I would call it medium to higher, because it's not just 1-to-1. It's not 100 deltas. It's only 60. So it's but there's no capital outlay. There's margin. But there's no capital outlay because you actually took in a credit. So if you're concerned about things like that, that's a little more efficient way to get upside potential. But like I said, make no mistake,
question. I'm not
you have a cash secure
sure I have a good answer.
Basically $149, you're going to be long the stock if it breaks below 50.
Yeah, and that's the key, I think, also. By collecting a $1.05 credit, break even 148.95.
I see. So you don't have to bring it back over cross border.
Your break even is where you'd have to buy the shares, which is at
setting up's going to
discount to
take
what
some time,
the current
and then
share price is. So good look at that strategy.
You kind of want to get all your software and like your
as
operating
you
system running on it.
And there's
make sure everything's working, and do some
each one of those. But a good
bench
look at a
test or
different type
load
of
test or
strategy
whatever it's
here,
called.
if
Computer
you're
world.
bullish on Walmart over the next 3 weeks.
It'll
all
be
right,
a bit
Kev,
involved.
That's going to do it for you and I today here on Fast Market. But stick around right here on the network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
Excuse me. I mean, don't you cross the border like every day? It'd be easy. Yeah, custom PCs, I mean, sometimes they need parts anyways. And I built mine, it was the first one I built, and I had to get... I think I had RAM that I had to send back in, like twice. And then I had it for, I don't know, maybe like a month, and fried a capacitor. Actually, when I built it, it caught on fire. And I sent the motherboard back in to that, and then got it back and fried another capacitor, and then realized it was my power supply, so I had to get a new power supply. And I think my RAM was maybe bad too. Maybe it wasn't bad. I can't remember. I replaced it. I can't remember why. Taxes on electronics. So this might be the buy for the day, for today at least. There's gonna be some explaining to do, for sure. Nat gas is moving up. First 30-minute green candle closing of the day? Maybe. Also an inside bar. New high of the day, filling the gap more. At 413.16, down 0.24%. Gearing down, hit 30. Not sure if it's gonna do that today now. We'll see. This could have been a bottoming right here. kind of a double bottom. The MACD did flip bullish. This candle will be a green over the 9 moving average too, so looks like it wants to make it start climbing back up. Yeah, I didn't know that about capacitors. So yeah, my power supply was underpowered. Nat gas, big green candle. What type of wallet do I use? Like, what do you mean? A crypto wallet? Probably took a sleeping pill. Guys, he's exhausted from all yesterday's activities. Bye, climbing into the gap. Been more patient with some of those shorts. Melatonin. Oh, Bed Bath might be rejecting this line we have right here. I don't know what that line's from. Oh, kind of the high from over here. Yeah. $1 Oh, like a real wallet. Leather bifold. I have trifold cloth wallet. The same wallet I've had. I was 10, 11. I can't get rid of it. It's worn so nicely. It's so thin. It does Velcro. Yeah. It's awesome. I don't think much of it, but then sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that is funny. I have a Velcro wallet. I haven't seen Mandalorian yet. Oh, shut up. Shut up. The Velcro's like all worn out though, so it just kind of folds. That's insane. It is insane. I know, I love that wallet though. I've been gifted a nice leather wallet. Not nice, I mean, it was nice to me, it was new. And it was small, which I really want, really small. And I tried it, I put everything over, I'm like, yes, I'm stoked, nice new wallet. I did it for like a day or two, and I was just like, I can't do this. I had to go back. You can't replace like years and years of just wear and like compression that you get on a wallet that just then is so nice and compact and small. Maybe I should start a company like pre-worn wallets. Put them in like a big press for a week and like oil or something, hot oil. BBY kind of bouncing up there. Jedi.
On the individual companies' results, the core businesses, and of course the plans for the future, and maybe that will have more impact because we have plenty of names. They're all throughout this list, Jenny, today that we're going to go through that are all in kind of the exact same macro environment. Some are doing really well, some are doing okay, and some are doing kind of
bad. Dude, that's a lot of money, man.
We'll start things off with a name that's not doing
I like
quite
my
well
wallet.
today. That's
free.
Tesla, of course, but
Looks
I think
nice,
all
though.
things considered, Tesla's shares are still up over 34% this year, although taking out a sizable portion of their strength today, with shares now down over 9.5% and selling only steepening in the session today in reaction to their quarterly update when they did report declining earnings and margins from recent price cuts implemented, which is no surprise. We've been previewing this story all week long now, Alex. So they said that the lower average prices of their cars dented their profits by 24% in the first quarter,
these are
and
nice.
it cut their operating margins from 19% a year ago to now just 11.5%.
I would probably do like a money clip style if I were to get a new
Now,
one.
amid these rising interest rates and competition, they've dropped their prices for their U.S. models by 14 to 25% this year to then stave off this weakening demand. But I think this was, all things considered, a margin story. We did see now a ton of analysts come in, update their price targets. Actually, 7 of the street analysts I saw lower their price targets, but not a single analyst did actually downgrade their ratings on shares, which I think is very significant. Wedbush Sam's Ives did say the company's softening operating margin, which measures
How do you think I am, man?
was the elephant in the room.
Just kidding. No, that's true.
Although he said they do still remain very bullish.
Mine's super cheap. I think it was like $10.99.
Price cut narrative must be carefully managed over the coming quarters as it now emerges as a clear overhang on the stock. RBC Capital echoed something very similar today, saying they believe the margin story will get worse now before it gets better. So I do think there is that ongoing concern. And there's also the thinking that, say, if you are a customer buying a Tesla, you'd be looking at right now finding the best price because the prices have been discounted so steeply. I mean, some of these models up to $20,000 from just several months ago. That
just nice.
Customers will be waiting and waiting for the best deal, and that is also not what you want to see from Tesla.
I wondered if
look at the knock-on effects.
You were so quick to say it's
Saturday
dynamic.
So we're of course looking at Tesla in a vacuum. We're saying,
it's just nice leather. That's what you like about it.
They have incrementally cheaper costs leading into the production of those vehicles, but it's not in line. So obviously the cost of what they're selling have come down faster than the cost of the production. Margins are being squeezed. But a lot of its competitors, particularly the ones that are sort of operating in the same ballpark of like the quality of vehicle or the perception of the quality of vehicle, they're not even able to turn a profit or have the scale to produce enough to really even be a threat. If Tesla's making the environment harder to compete in, that's not going to help the Lucids of the world, the Rivians of the world. You go down the list, the Fiskars of the world. And then you look at the names like Ford or GM that have largely been transitioning into this as sort of a defensive movement, not to lose market share to a new player like Tesla. This is supposed to be their growth engine. How is it going to be, that beneficial if it becomes harder and harder
looks like it wants to break this level. We'll see.
We're not there yet, but that's something to think about as well. Tesla might be taking itself down, but it might be doing more damage to its peers as well, which in the end could be beneficial. But I'm going to say down vote for Tesla. I'm sure by the end of the day, it could be, $5, $10, $15 different than where it is now. So down 17 right now. But who knows where it'll be by the end of the day.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we'll talk about Ford later on, and their electric business also isn't profitable yet. So I think it's all relative here in this space.
30 cents
Tesla
makes
feels like the bears are very loud today in reaction to those earnings. Our next name today, though, is AT&T.
It's not a big difference from here to 30 cents, though.
For their worst day since 2002, after the company fell
Yeah,
short
that is
of its free
almost
cash flow
8%.
expectations,
So
but
that is something.
Did reiterate its full-year targets.
Just break it up into smaller orders, less, and just do it more often.
So free cash flow for the first quarter came in around $1 billion, whereas analysts were modeling as much as $3 billion. So a pretty
have more entries,
miss.
so you're
and they did say that
you're relying less on
the
your timing of the
first
market to get a better average.
Seasonally slow on the
you still want something for tomorrow, maybe.
Device payments, as
tomorrow
well as
could
incentive
be
compensation and other
30 could be the high
factors.
tomorrow.
So executives
we might be trading in
did
this range.
reiterate many of these points on their earnings call Thursday. CFO saying that capital investments and device
things paid for itself.
Peak in their
it's
first
done its
quarter.
job.
So they were alluding to why
15 years now.
This quarter, but wasn't enough to please the street at least.
Right,
AT&T is also seeing really low churn levels on a historical basis, while customers are
trading
up
green
to
candle.
Price
Probably because Weeble's Chinese and it's
phone churn
sketchy.
was about 0.8%, although that was slightly above what the street had been expecting. And after adjustments, we did see earnings per share come in around 60 cents a share, which was down from the 63 cents per share it saw a year ago. And all in all, I mean, this was the name that we were saying into this event is typically not the most volatile. It's more of a defensive play, but with shares down 10%, I mean, it's hard to make that argument today, Alex.
Well, and I think that the fact that it's the worst day since, what did you say, July of 2002, I mean, it's down basically the same amount as Tesla right now. And I think if you said the same thing about Tesla, you might say it's the biggest move in Tesla in like 2 weeks. So it just shows,
AT&T's down biggest it's been since 2002. Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. That's a big day.
Capacity when it comes to market chatter.
I
think you did a good job breaking down the
options.
numbers. Yeah, this is a name that's typically invested in for storage of value, and then hopes to capture, an income through dividend yield and share repurchases and shareholder-friendly activity. But when a stock loses 10% in one day, it's definitely going to jump off the page when it's that kind of a name like AT&T is.
Just buy a short.
Disappointing
Nice.
numbers.
I've got
We'll
one
see
more
where it
short
goes
I can
from here.
enter.
Say
I'm
down,
waiting.
next one on
I'm
the
waiting
list,
for a gap
though,
fill or even 415.
LRCX. Now, this is a company that's decided, doesn't matter what these other ones are doing, I'm going to the upside.
$1 waiting for you
I
upstairs.
would say, all things considered, their results weren't objectively that strong, but shares are up just shy of 9% now in reaction. Their profit did decline in their third quarter from a year ago, and they fell short of expectations, as also sales did decline. They posted net income of about $814 million in their third quarter, well below the $1 billion they posted a year ago. Earnings per share for the full year came in around $6.01 a share. This was down from $7.30 a year earlier. On an adjusted basis, you can see there coming in around $6.99 a share. This did actually exceed street forecasts, but was still lower on a year-over-year basis on sales coming in around $3.8 billion. This did beat market expectations. The company did say now it expects to have revenue between $3 billion plus or minus $300 million in the current quarter, along with adjusted earnings per share around $5 plus or minus 75 cents. This was in line with their previous guidance, but I mean, all things considered, enough to see a nice pop today. And Lam Research shares are up now 27% on the year and only down about 3% from their 52-week high. So this name now looking quite promising on a chart perspective, at least.
Yeah, it's still got a ways to go to get back to, you know, kind of the peak levels that we saw at the end of 2021. But it does seem that the sentiment around semiconductors in general, or this entire chip space, has really shifted. And it's really been over the last 3 or 4 months. And there's optimism that the worst is essentially over in this space, and we're kind of going to come out of those depths and work our way higher. Makes sense. This is oftentimes one of the first to move kind of markets. It's leads technology in many ways, and so potentially we are seeing sort of the bottom of that
shark skin
work
wall.
way through.
It's
We've
awesome.
seen recoveries in names like Intel. We've seen obviously monster moves in names like
Yeah.
NVIDIA, but those are more ties to AI. Impressive move though, nonetheless. It's not a name that we talk about a ton.
Billfold Brothers.
But I think it's a shining star today.
You and me,
So
Bill.
I'm going to say upvote.
Okay, and our last name is also somewhat of a shining star, and that's CSX, which does have earnings today after
20
the closing
cents?
bell. And CSX seen as another name that's
Doesn't
typically
hold
more
crypto.
defensive. Shares are up about 1% now on the session, but they are
Fine hand of the day.
increasing revenue for the quarter forecasted around $3.6
I want to get some at 30 cents
This would
and
reflect
then
about 6% year-over-year
yeah,
growth.
if we get a gap fill at
They
28
have seen
cents.
that higher inflation has resulted in some shippers
sure it's gonna
turning
come down
to
that far or
low-cost
not yet, though.
alternatives like
just
these
just
railroads.
sprinkling
So
in
with
buy
rising
orders here
costs,
and
the
there.
company is expected to be able to
picked up a
expand
few
its average
near this
revenue
double
per
bottom.
carload, which bodes well for its top-line growth.
New
The
high there
company
on
should
SPY.
also benefit from the robust coal and merchandise freight demand we have seen throughout the quarter. We are expecting a modest profit growth actually on a
You don't have a
year-over-year
Bitcoin in
basis,
there?
coming in around 42 cents per share. That's what's being expected by the street. Looking back at the previous quarter, the company did report a 9% rise in revenue, as well as an 11% rise in the average revenue per carload, while its total volume was down about 2%. So another name that is all relatively speaking not the most exciting, but has seen some degree of resiliency on the year given the rail space in which it operates.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. It's not one we talk about a ton, but we just heard from JB Hunt not that long ago. They actually described the market environment that they're in, which I would say is sort of a adjacent type of a peer. Obviously,
Yeah,
one's on road, one's on rail, but they describe the environment as a freight recession.
Oh,
Basically,
yeah, that's the gap fill.
they have way too much capacity for the demand
with
that
yesterday,
they
I was like,
have. Is
I don't think it's
CSX
going to get
seeing
that
the
low.
same? Because then, if that is the case, we are
we'll
starting
see
to see
now.
some of those
With that
deflationary
afternoon
forces
or
work
after
its way
hours,
through the market. That the
algo,
kind of the curves
bait.
and the interest rate stuff is saying to expect
We really
in the second
killed the
half of the
momentum
year.
this week, so-
I think there's a macro read through here, but I have no
more
idea what they're going to
possible
say.
today.
So I'm just excited to hear what they do have to say. Going to say upvote.
And frankly,
For
CSX is one of
today or
the last
tomorrow,
more
or I
interesting
guess early
names
next
reporting
week.
for the week, so definitely one to keep on our radar. So we'll be diving more into the charts as well as some example trades in both Lam Research as well as CSX. Coming up next, stick around. Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
Really? That's crazy. Crazy is. Mester says Fed is aiming for a soft landing for economy. Got some news here for you guys. 80% of employers said they plan on raising workers' base pay in 2023, down from 92% last year. Investor doesn't believe U.S. will suffer a hard landing for economy. Alphabet's Google merges AI research units Brain and DeepMind. What? Google merges 2 main AI research units to accelerate AI progress. Google merged DeepMind and Brain teams. If I must fulfill this one at 28, we'll see how the next movement direction. Gas moving up here. BBY coming down, actually projecting that 32.80 level. If it bounces on 31 again.
Former all day long.
For sure, Jenny. Definitely something to be excited about when you see a stock up almost 10%. But I'm more excited about what we're seeing in terms of structure and the price development because it fits perfectly in line with what I look for in terms of these auction market theories.
I don't think you have to be that close on the RFD, honestly.
State that you're either in a vertical phase to the upside
depends on the
or
device that's scanning for it.
Phase where you're consolidating. And the beauty of these theories and concepts
the ones that
and
you tap
principles is the simplicity, right? You're
doesn't
only
mean
in
that that's the
one of two
range that
phases,
all of them
and you're
are.
constantly transitioning from one to the other, sometimes more easily
Like if you go
identifiable
from
than
phone
others.
to phone,
this is one of the most
much larger
easily
range.
identifiable
Like,
charts, and I could
I wanna
see.
say
And I
like
started off
5
with a 5-minute time frame here, just so we could see the overlapping and rotational, and then the separation by the vertical development to the upside, which is the imbalance. So you have that balance phase, that overlapping rotational, and then you get news, the earnings, and you get that imbalance phase, and ultimately a brief period
28 cents is the last
around
gap.
525. But look, we're in another vertical phase to the upside, and I went ahead and identified these areas of consolidation, the vertical phase, so you can really see it, right?
Though,
then I wrote a question mark here because at some point we're going to find a stopping price, and we'll become a bit more overlapping and rotational relative to the higher highs and higher lows that you see in that initiative phase. So important to understand the two different phases and pair expectations based on. So again, 5-minute time frame, trend higher, areas of value moving at higher levels, and we're actually seeking value to the upside right now on the 5-minute time frame. So let's take a step back, right? We don't want to get too married to the 5-minute time frame, but even in this instance, this is the 4-hour candles. We're going all the way back to middle of October. You see a very similar pattern. High conviction on the left side of your screen, higher highs and higher lows, and then you see sideways consolidation throughout November, December, January, and into into, well, this strong move
Right,
up
that's
that
kind
we're
of what I
seeing
was thinking
here
it's
today.
me, 'cause
So I just went ahead and
I've
identified
messed with
this.
those
You
before,
can
and
see, but even as we look at
definitely
this,
have
look
to
on the
touch.
left
I think
side
there
of
was
the
some
screen, you
range
see
on
this
it, just
pattern
phone to phone
developing
even.
multiple times. It
Not
plays
even to
out
mention
along
like
that
if someone was
conviction to
actually
the upside, and then you can
going
see this
after it,
overlapping
they'd
rotational.
probably have something
Pretty
that's
well
more
defined
powerful.
upper
They'd have
lower
longer
extreme,
range.
548, lower extreme being around this 400 level. And do the math. I mean, 470 is the pivot. Notice how we bounced off that a couple times. We're holding above. Another step back. Look
Might
at
just
this,
have a gap
the weekly
down
time frame.
greater
So we've
and then
identified
rally
a
through
trend
it.
to the upside on the 5, a trend to the upside on the 4, and
Kinda like what
I
we
think
did
this
today.
is pretty easily identifiable as well.
Built
Trend
this
to the
gap
upside on
down
the
here.
weekly time frame. Look, pivoting and
It's a gap
above the
down,
525
a rally,
level
and a sell-off,
opens up a
and it's
door for a
filled.
retest of that 750 level. Now I'm not talking tomorrow, but as we build momentum and continue to hold above this pivotal level, this is a big move up here today, but it's in line with what we've seen in terms of the longer-term trend as well. That's why I think it's a significant move.
Yeah, and Ben, I think that only adds to the momentum we're seeing today. The fact that we're seeing longer-term trends also point more positively here, with shares up almost 30% now on the year. So similar with strength we've seen in a lot of these semiconductor names, but nice to see this reaction hold post this earnings event. So with that in mind, Alex, walk us through what you're thinking for an example trade, then leading into some of the more bullish price action we've seen this year.
Yeah,
I actually got some exposure on FRC
to be a
to the
FOMO
upside.
candidate, right? There seems to be this momentum.
I got spreads though. They're not.
I thought
They're
Ben's
not
had a
lottos
description
really.
of
They're
those
pretty close to the
horizontal,
money.
And vertical phases. Well, what better reason for a potential vertical phase than a post-earnings move?
The IV is just so high.
Sort of
Yeah, you could get like further out of the money and a wider spread.
Creating that
balls.
upwards move. And so, say you're a
Especially a
believer.
big-
Say
big
you
move.
think that this macro
I basically put
forces
myself
of,
within the market
semiconductor
makers
bottoms and things looking
expected
better.
range. So
Lam Research itself doing okay.
I want to go in with a
and these
big price
technical,
target, and then I just
situations kind of
got
creating
safe.
this almost three-headed
safer.
dragon of reason to the upside.
If I have the right direction,
Now
I'll
the
probably
question is,
make
where does
money.
it stop? And so I started looking back at time
That
where
gas
some previous
bouncing
levels
up
where
here.
it had either caught support or ran out of momentum to the upside, a sort of old support, old resistance levels near this area, and one of those is around the 550 level. So that's not a ton of distance away. And so if we look at a trade over, like let's say the next month, going out to May, I wanted to look for something that kind of runs up towards 550. That would require, of course, continued move from what we're seeing, but also it's reasonable within expectations in the event that, hey, maybe the majority or even the greater part of this upwards move just took place today. I mean, up 44 bucks is nothing to sneeze at, 9% here in real time. So can't expect that every single day. Looking at this, though, I looked at a skewed call butterfly. So this is a strategy. We're doing it for a debit, but it doesn't take any theoretical upside risk. There is a point at 550 where this one does the best. And so let's look at the risk profile here to do a visual representation of how this one will perform. At a 250 debit, max loss is 250 bucks. Break even is 542.50. We're looking at exactly, again, going out to May, one purchase of the 540 calls, selling two of the 550s, and buying one of the 555. The best case scenario, and you can see that apex of that profitability graph is right at the short strikes, which are 550. The reason being, well, that's where the debit spread goes to max value. That's what you want to happen. And the credit spread potentially goes to worthless, which is what you want to happen. So it's the convergence of the best case scenarios for both sides of this trade. But because of the debit spent being under $5, there is theoretically no upside risk here, because if all of these options were in the money, they offset each other through exercise and assignment, this would still net out to a $250 profit, not accounting for transaction fees. So that's, I think, the key piece. If you want to be bullish in something, you don't want to take upside risk.
Right, I think that's a good takeaway here following a lot of these big earnings moves. I'm sure we'll see now for the rest of the earnings period. But our next name today is CSX. They have earnings actually today after the closing bell. So, Ben, we get a nice look ahead because that earnings event hasn't, of course, happened yet. But CSX has been another area of strength here, also getting a nice lift today despite some overall weakness. So walk us through your thoughts on the technicals.
Yeah, nice lift today in CSX ahead of earnings, but not quite above a key pivotal area. And LRCX has taken that key pivotal area out, opening up the door to the upside here. So talking about CSX in this instance, not as excited about, but a very well-defined trend on the more granular, intermediate, and the bigger picture, much like LRCX. Let's begin with the more granular. In this instance, I started with the 30-minute time frame. We're going a couple weeks back from 27.60 up to 31.20. 20. And again, in a very similar pattern here, Jenny, and this is what I like about these theories, these concepts, these principles, these ideas, is you see it in a bull pattern, bear pattern. You're talking futures, stocks, options. I mean, this is a really robust way of interpreting price activity. So let's just take a look here. You can see the staircase type pattern that's playing out. And then as I prepared this chart, we were in a breakout phase, initiative phase, up to 31.21. So I just drew this hypothetical sideways consolidation line, and I wrote some question marks there, thinking maybe we would see something a little bit more overlapping and rotational after we found that stopping price of 31.21. You can see we have, for the last 30 minutes or so, we've been, again, a little bit more rotational than that high conviction vertical phase. So I think that we could actually straighten out those question marks at this point, and we're seeing something a little bit more definitive here in terms of that recent price activity. Let's step back here from that 30-minute candle chart here. Very similar pattern, right? Bottom left corner, top right corner, trend environment, sideways consolidation, acceptance of the recent run-up that we've seen, and most of the conviction you can see in this pattern, this chart, came into the end of 2021, right? As we were rallying August, September, October, up and through the $26, $27 level. And then you can see mostly rotational and overlapping since the beginning of 2021, February, March, April, and then 2022, similar pattern, right? We attempted to break down around 26, 27, but failed, and here we are kind of working our way back up. But notice I mentioned we're still holding below that pivot zone where LRCX, we were already up and through that with the conviction. So maybe the earnings today will provide that catalyst ultimately to get through that key level 33. One more step back to the weekly time frame, much like LRCX, right? We're going all the way back to 2008 here. Look at this longer term trend environment to the upside with four really well-defined areas of consolidation. $6, $10, 22, 33. Again, we got to get above that pivot zone. That opens up a door for a retest to 38. But another stock, we're talking trend on the intraday, more granular, trend on the more intermediate, and very well-defined trend on the longer term, the weekly. It's goes without saying that the value's been moving higher here. Now the bulls need to get it above that pivot zone, the middle of the range that we've been in, going back to, we're talking 2020, 2021.
Really promising on a longer term chart, because that is not the same trend we've seen in a lot of these names. And I think it speaks to some of the more defensive nature of some of these rail stocks. So really good takeaways there ahead of this earnings event. Appreciate all of the insight. Ben Lichtenstein, our chart master. So Alex, now when we're trading this name, say, considering the fact that this name is making a 1% move even into this earnings event, historically doesn't make huge swings on earnings, but leaning into some of the more neutral or range bound price activity that we've seen in the last year. Walk us through what you're thinking.
Ripping up there.
Yeah, I looked at this as, well, one, there's not a ton of implied volatility. But
BBY at the bottom. Flushing through a little bit, maybe.
However, you're getting a pretty substantial move already today.
Yeah, there's a break. A break of that level.
Move,
30 cents is next. Here we go.
And Ben, I think, did a good job of showing just how much trading activity has happened in this $31 area. And then all the overhead supply above. So all that trading activity that I've had happening at prices just above this level.
Just kind of
some would say that that's former support and former trading activity could act as new resistance, and it could be a little bit more difficult then for this stock to ultimately break out. Of course, an earnings event can always be that catalyst. But I wouldn't look at something that, what if this move leading into this, what if this is sort of understood already? We just heard from JP Hunt. We kind of got an idea of the lay of the land when it comes to freight moving. And maybe we sort of have analysts sort of projecting out what they believe is going to happen. And maybe this thing just comes in line and there isn't much of a reaction at all. If you're of that belief, I looked at a strategy that would benefit from literally no movement. This would be the best case scenario for this stock. A move right to 31. And when you're at 30.94, that's 6 cents. That's pretty close. So let's call it an unchanged move being the best case scenario. So we started with selling that 31 straddle. And so if you sell that 31 straddle, you'd have an undefined risk to the upside. And so we wanted to look at a defined risk version of this. I simply just bought a $1.50 wide wing. So buying the 32.50 call, 29.50 put. By doing that, it allows for us to have a defined risk strategy that still performs a lot like traditionally selling a straddle. And so with this one, if we're able to do this for 80 cents, it's going to create a $1.60 wide window for potential profitability with a max profit of $80 if it does stay right around 31. If it does make a big move, though, the worst it can perform is a $70 loss. And that's because it's a $1.50 wide spread, collecting 80 cents. It leads only 70 cents in risk, so $70. Not accounting for transaction fees on this one. Of course, there is 4 legs on that, so keep that in mind. But Jenny, I think this is a pretty straightforward way. The beauty of this as well is, while I showed the exact neutral one, basically, right? The closest strike you could choose to 30.95 is 31. But say you were, neutral to bearish or neutral to bullish, you could shift that short strike around to wherever you ultimately think that this stock will open up tomorrow. As this is just a one-day option trade. This is a true, single day, essentially, earnings event type of a trade. We're going to get a reaction, and we're going to find out pretty soon whether or not ultimately this type of trade
looks like it wants to make a new high here. Basically repeating yesterday.
Yeah, and I think with this earnings
gap
pure
down,
play example trade, it's
rally
also
up all
important
day.
to highlight the fact that neutral is still a strategy. I know some tend to stray away from that and tend to lean into some more outsized price moves, but neutral is still a way to consider a lot of these earnings events. But also,
Bed Bath
keep
did
in
break
mind
through that
for
level,
example,
so
trades
looks
today,
like 30
they do
cents
contain
is
multiple legs that can
on the
lead to
table.
higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration can add risk like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now, coming up next, it's time to look at home builders, specifically all things D.R. Horton, getting a nice 6.5% lift today in reaction to its quarterly update. We'll dive more into those numbers coming up next.
Nat gas still going. It's fun to trade nat gas when it's actually moving, because you could make more quicker on the amount of margin it takes. That makes sense. BBY just wicked down there. We'll see. What's your share count to, guys? Type your share count and cost basis. We had a good poll yesterday. I think I'll do a poll. There's not do a poll. Here's how it's changed. Jay from the Bay still out of it. Not even messing. 4,400, 542. Not planning on averaging down apples. Buy new high there. Okay, at 30 cents. Good price. Are you gonna average in at all, or you're happy with your position? Kitty, apple. Buy, rip in, fill in the gap. You've been averaging on, wow. 950. Pretty good. Oh, 83 at 86. You're right at that. You're right at that prior level, huh? Just above it. Are you gonna pick up more down here, Christopher? Are you good? Buy lower than 30. I like that. Name it the plan. $0.03 covered calls you did Tuesday before the rip. Oh, you sold them for 3 cents? The 50-cent ones? I don't understand why you're sweating them. I'll lay that hardwood floor for y'all. Yeah, that's a big average down from 9. I'll hit 30 and climb back to 31, 32 before close. You should have been able to close them out. I just closed my 50 cents out for a cent. 1 cent, mine filled at. No need to let them expire worthless. I try and never let my short options expire worthless. Try and always close them. In case there's news or something after hours. No reason to risk it. I do not have much capital, for sure. 5100 at 42 cents. Pretty good average, too. But then we're up to 12 cents. Yeah, I sold them. I sold the 50 cents at 8 cents and 7 cents. I guess that was yesterday. I wasn't sweating it too much. I knew I'd sold it for enough that it wouldn't be very difficult to roll it or for it to basically come down in value. Risking the biscuit. Yeah, I agree, Kitty. I'm using the 125 more shares. Oh, you have 120 of them? Alright. There's you. 4,400? How do you have 120 of those covered calls? I have 4,400 shares. Are they naked? Yeah, I had the same idea, not ending the week over 50 cents. It was just trying to time when the top was, basically. I scaled in with like 2/3 basically my shares into covered calls. Could have gone a little slower. Alright, I think I'm gonna take another short on the SPY here. Oh man, this is sketchy though. Might just be consolidating before some more ups. Double doji though. Might grab a short here, I'm waiting. You're in the middle of a manufacturing crisis that is politically driven. Pivot to Mexico or some other manufacturing Amazon too deep with China. Oh, he made a profit of 120. I see. So you're gonna try and let those covered calls expire worthless. You don't want to pay the cost to close them. I don't know. I would probably pay the cost to close them. It's only what, 400? Yeah, so it costs you $4 to close it, right? Wait, 4,400. $40 to close it. I don't know. That's your call, of course. 40, yeah. I know it sucks when it's a lot of contracts and these penny stocks. Get in and out just costs money. And then commissions too and all that. It's crazy. BBBY can sell brand names. Not like that BYD. Well, BY was selling brand names. I mean, they still kind of are. They still are. They just moved into private label, and that's apparently what was one of the things that kind of killed them. Just selling Chinese stuff, basically, private label. But I think they've kind of cut that part of the program and have gone back to just more name brand stuff already. Grab one more short on this on the ES. Might be a little premature, I'm not sure, but could have kind of resistance here. And gap fill I want, but I'm not sure it's gonna happen. Got that doji up there. Let's see. Bobby! Costco does Kirkland, but it's good stuff for that. Well, that's true. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Fire Marshal Bill. Or at least if you're investing, invest, not like trade. Or at least like Theta Farm. Do the long, slow grind. We're gonna make a profit, not just win the lotto. Smarter people being work magic on BY. You'd be surprised. You might be smartest guy in the room at some BY meetings. Or just people.
Be done. We oftentimes talk about these spread journeys spending half the width of the strikes, trying to have that break even near where we're currently trading, because this is a little bit more speculative. It's looking for a move, even in more of a move than what we typically look at. It's going to be less than one half the width of the strikes, and that break even is going to be higher than where we are now. Need movement for this one to work out is another way of saying it. And so, if done for $1.75, break even would be $111.75. Max profit would be $325 on $175 in risk. And so you can see that relationship. This is probably a lower probability trade. It needs a move of about $3 just simply to break even, but because of that, it risks less than it stands to potentially make. And so whenever you're looking at things that are potentially lower probability, oftentimes that'll be lower notional risk for greater notional reward, because things are just efficiently priced. And so typically there's that relationship between risk and reward and probability of success. But with this one though, if you just see this breakout, maybe it does break out above 110.50. It doesn't need to go a ton higher for it to get the max profit. It just needs to get above 115.
And we were at 110 earlier even today, so that's important to keep in mind where we've seen price, even though I'm still really impressed with the fact they've been able to hold on to this nice gain and lift a lot of these other home building peers on the session. But that does it for our FOMO segment today. Now coming up next, we will talk all things Snapchat parent company, that is Snap, now doubling down on its AI investment, but not able to catch a bid at all today. In reaction, we are seeing shares lower, down about 5%. We'll discuss that story more coming up next.
Are you consolidating or is this your top? Both, I suppose. Be a ninja? Eurocontrol under attack from pro-Russia hackers. Air traffic agency says. Cyber attack targets website with air traffic unaffected. Internal and external communications also affected. Argentina central bank to raise benchmark interest rate 300 basis points to 81%. What? All right, BY's coming down here. I think we're gonna get that 30 cents. Remember that just the other day I was like, I'll probably be buying it 30 cents or higher this day. I've been saying that since back here, since drop below it. That closed out here at like 28 cents. I was like, I'll probably be buying it back around 30 cents anyways. Here we are. I'm waiting for it to get to 30 cents to buy it. Or below. Tech U here. Yeah, I'm looking at 30 cents. I'll probably put an order. I don't have an order yet. I want to see what happens at 30 cents. Still have tomorrow too, so I want to be patient. I mean, I guess we have next week. Like, it doesn't mean next week it's just gonna rip. Like, could have good buying next week also. But I feel like this probably will start to continue its move up next week. I don't know, Monday or Tuesday. Maybe even, yeah. Maybe even Wednesday. Happy I'm out of my cover calls though, because there is news after hours that makes me want to sell. I'll be able to sell in extended hours. I want to, I'm not expecting it, but nice to have that freedom. New low there on BBY, 31 cents. Only 50,000 shares just today. What do you mean just today? Eyes moving down. Can I get another one? Probably not. Yeah, I can't get another. My GME put's finally coming up. Finally, a little movement on GameStop, down 2.6%. See if it bounces on this trend line again. Still need Nvidia and MU to come down. These things are resilient. Jeez, I can't believe I didn't take the gains on that. Stupid. Average cost of 32. Yeah, you could wait. Yeah, some people are, you know, they sat on their hands through this rally and we're waiting for an entry, so they're going to be a little more hasty on picking it up as it's coming down. If you have a nice position size and nice cost basis, then yeah, you can be very picky on if you average down or average in at all. Just wicked up there, but I think we will. Well, hit 30.50. But you'll probably have time to pick it up around 30 cents today and maybe tomorrow. About for this year today? Oh. Did you sell yesterday, or is this the first time you bought it? I'm in minus. Oh. Damien, you now have a chance to average down. Not really averaging if it's close. No, I don't. I mean, big move up, you're gonna have a big move down. You're hoping the move ups are larger than the moves down, and then you have a trend to the upside. Yen, did you have a position yesterday that you sold? Sometime yesterday, or was this your first buy today? Yeah, you can wait, Damien. There's no rush. No rush at this point. It's chilling out. Getter? I've heard of bankruptcy. I've heard of bankruptcy. Yeah, that is a possibility. If you're referring to the news last night, that was all fake. I mean, yeah, bankruptcy's been an option. They put it in all their filings. If this doesn't work out, bankrupt. If that doesn't work out, we're gonna go bankrupt. It's more of a company saying they're gonna go bankrupt if this doesn't work out than I've ever seen in any filing. It's actually kind of hilarious. It's like they don't want us to invest in it. This is strange. Getter is interesting. Get around. I get around. I get around. The Beach Boys song. Peer-to-peer car sharing services? Huh. Like a Turo? Turo competitor? Oh, I've heard of Get Around. Yeah, that's a Turo competitor. Oh, they're public. Yikes. Oh, they were a SPAC. They got the SPAC curse. What's up with this drop, though? What in the heck happened? Got the curse of the SPAC. Catalyst, why is it ripping? I don't see any catalyst for why it's moving. It looks sketchy. First buy was today, wow. Well done for waiting. My man team is special. What's real? There was no news. There was nothing. There was no news. It was just headlines, trigger algos. And what does it even mean? What do these key buzzwords to trigger algos mean? Preparing a bankruptcy filing. What do they mean preparing? Like slapping on their desk? Like shuffling their papers like this? They've been preparing for bankruptcy according to the media for months. Great. Yeah, in all of their filings they say they're going to go bankrupt if this doesn't work out or that doesn't work out. Nothing's changed. They're just saying stuff. They're just making money on media. And the funders of a certain media company started it because they have a position and invested interest in BBY probably going down. Somewhere up that chain, you follow the money, you're going to see it. There's ties. Lie ripping up here. Did want that gap fill. Bugger. Yeah. Gap down, rally up. On the SPY. I have their bankruptcy papers in my hand and I'm preparing to revitalize, rejuvenate. It just starts with one media outlet. Look at who funds these. Who owns the media? There's like 5 people that own all the media. then look at who they're invested with. You got to follow the money. The money controls it. Money has power. One of them spreads one little thing. There's no accountability, because there's nothing you can like say, oh, you're lying here. They didn't even say anything. You can't say, oh, they're lying. It's like, they're not saying anything. They're saying they're preparing a bankruptcy filing for so even their title, it's speculation. And some of these, there's no context. There's literally not even a post. It's just a title. You go into, there's no article. And then other ones, it looks like it's been written by a bot. Preparing, what does this mean? They're not great. They've been preparing for like 6 months, and they've said it on all their filings. This isn't news. This is literally to trigger an algo to sell it off in the aftermarket, which is the easiest time to sell it off because of lack of liquidity. That's why you guys are like, oh, it's crime. It goes up 30% on a billion volume, and then it goes down 30% on 20 million or whatever in extended hours. No, there's no liquidity in the after hours. It can move much easier, and there's no halts. That's the time when they can move it like crazy. So yes, Bed Bath & Beyond could go bankrupt. The news that came out yesterday was not news, and there's been nothing new fundamental from the company. For sure, Zombor. Yeah, I think even if they do go bankrupt or file for bankruptcy, I think there's still a potential catalyst. That is a catalyst for even a rip. So there's lots of upside from here, basically. There is still a risk, though. It could just get delisted. Like, that is a possibility. Yeah, I mean, GameStop for sure. I know, that's why it made you bullish, Ace. So I don't think all of them. I mean, they know from data that BY articles, as they did with GME, gets clicks and gets eyeballs. So they want to do it for that anyways. They're going to make money on it. But I think it probably started with one of the media outlets put out one article, and then the other ones all just spread it like wildfire. And they source each other. Once it gets so far down the rabbit hole or whatever, they just start sourcing each other back and forth, and it's like, where did this even begin? And there's no source. The source was an original media company that, you know. Yeah. Anyway, SPY's coming down there, pretty big candle. BBBY 3040. Are we gonna see a bounce here? Peer reviewed. Is GME dumping? I hope so. What's not? What's going on? Nothing. Down 2.6%. It's fine. That big of a candle in SPY though. I thought maybe GME would really get flushy. Video down 1%. $30.18. If you're actually waiting for the 30-cent level, like, possible it doesn't hit right on it, or it's possible it wicks through it and we get a 28.50. Be a pretty big wick. UY's down 34% today, so it's not nothing. We are coming into Friday though. They're gonna try and kill the sentiment into the weekend. A lot of things to clear before you said. the case of bankruptcy, like good news, M&A, RS, raising capital. You mean all that stuff would happen before declaring BK? Deal with whatever the matter. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think, I mean, even though they said they're gonna, they didn't even say they're gonna have a reverse split. We voted on it, and they gave us a date for when we have to vote by. That's all they've given us. But even that being said, that doesn't mean they couldn't file for Chapter 11 before then. Or before, like in M&A is just totally speculation, so of course that doesn't have to happen first. And raising capital, like you can raise capital all the way up until bankruptcy. So I don't see, unless I have that wrong, maybe I do. I mean, yeah, it seems like, oh, it doesn't seem like they're gonna go bankrupt, but a company wouldn't make it seem like they're gonna go bankrupt before they go bankrupt. I don't see the point in that. They're gonna try and do the best they can, and probably some will do some shady stuff to try and make money before. Oh, there's your little bounce. It's basically 30 cents. Look like in a month? Best case scenario? Double digits. Buys moving down. I mean, triple digits? I don't know. Well, it'll probably be, I mean, if we get a reverse split, then it'll be triple digits if I'm thinking double digits without a split, so. Not considering the factoring in a reverse split. Yeah, but that would be, you know, that's if half of the tinfoil and crazy speculation is true. Or a lot of it. All the hopium. Which I'm not really banking on. Something is launched through, not just SpaceX. Buy is finally coming down. I think I got a nice final entry. Burger King coupons? Chicken sandwiches? BK. The BK Lounge? Stuff to clear before decision bankruptcy. Still has value. And it's not to say bankruptcy is saying they don't have any value left. It's just, it's restructuring. It's bankruptcy protection. So it depends on what they filed, right? Chapter 7, Chapter 11. I'm not a bankruptcy attorney, but there are advantages to filing for bankruptcy for sure. You can clear debt, renegotiate debt. Reason why we're concerned is because the shareholders usually get 0 from a bankruptcy type case. But bankruptcy news again could cause a squeeze. Love a Whopper. I like GNS. I do. I actually, if I wasn't so heavy into BY right now, I was going to start picking it up. Oh, nice. It came back down. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, it's a good price. I started liking it like this day. It looked like it actually bottomed. I was waiting for a gap fill down here, but didn't seem like it was going to do it. It started to rally up, so nice little discount today. Chart looks good. Yeah, I like this. I might even want to pick some up. It's good I spread my money out from BBBY. Maybe I'll get some GNS. Thanks for reminding me. I'm gonna sit on cash. I'm chilling. I think the market's about to maybe take a dump, so I don't know how much, like, what kind of beta these GNS has, but a lot of the stuff that's just kind of floating around and doing well might really get a pull from the market, and I'm probably more exposed than I should be. But I do like it. I like that chart. I would love Jenny. Is Jenny even on? I'm over here ranting. You're trying to talk about as a girl.
Immediately drop right after that statement here. So it will be interesting to see or hear from Dan.
It touched 30.10.
That statement,
if your buy price is right at 30.
That were made yesterday. A lot of blame in the macro environment, not a lot of accountability, if you will, and you don't want to see this trend if you are an investor in this name at this point.
Right, understood.
And then 144.
All right, thank you for all of that, because Tesla, obviously, a huge story.
I think a move to 80 cents is quite likely, and $1 is pretty likely. After you get past $1, like
interesting story when we are seeing these home builders
like
actually beating and exceeding
the
expectations.
percentage chance
and
of
their
it
stock
getting
is
past
being
that just
rewarded
comes
for it.
down pretty
A lot
quickly.
of investors are actually looking past
Although I
the
still
whole
believe it could
economic
have a big move
narrative
back
that
up
we might
to
see a
kind of
slowdown here in the near future.
2.5, 2
and then
1/4,
you're seeing the
or even
results
like the
because of the
4,
lack of supply
4.5
in
is going to be a huge
marketplace here.
resistance.
The company actually
But,
provided guidance that also beat the street's expectations.
Yeah, I would.
They're looking at full year 2023.
I still hold shares
revenue
at that
guidance
price. I
between
would maybe be trying to average
31.5
down.
billion to 33 billion, and that versus the street's estimates of 28.5 billion. And they also expect to
I
close
still believed in
between
it.
77,000 and 80,000 homes
All right, I'm gonna pick
for
up
this year.
a little bit more
Once again,
here.
beating
I'm
both
gonna
on
go
the top
slow
and
though,
bottom
very
line.
slow.
The cancellation rate was
My order
also
back here is
another
actually
shocker.
bigger.
They had a cancellation rate of about 18%. That improved dramatically from Q1. Q1
It's
that
so
cancellation
cheap
rate
though.
was
It's
at
hard not to buy
27%.
more.
How are they doing this? They are cutting prices in order to be able to meet the customers' price points, and they're also lowering the size of these homes as well in order to
Buy coming
offset
down.
cost.
All right, thank you for all of that. A good look at some important movers today. Kevin Green, thank you. All right, now let's take a look at the bigger picture. Eddie Gabor is with us.
Oh, GNS 144. Yeah, the rally looked like it was going. It kind of, it's weird. It sold off today, actually.
Earnings, lots of them. Markets under some pressure.
No, I like 144 is good.
What do you think here? I know you're looking at treasuries too.
This one I don't know much about,
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
fundamentals
We've
on
told
it,
our clients
or
and really warned
upcoming
them about
catalysts. I know they're trying to fight
quarter.
naked
Now,
shorts
we're not
and
going to get all the second quarter
talking
data,
about
obviously, until July.
dividends and blockchain
But we
dividends
see
and
these
whatever they're
first quarter
doing.
earnings are slowing down, profits are slowing down, margins
But
are
it definitely
coming
has
down.
tradable
And
aspects.
unfortunately, again, in
price
a
here
late
is
phase
pretty
of the
low
bear
now.
market, which is where we think we are in right now, we're going to see an acceleration to the downside.
Yeah, I mean, the
on
chart's
this.
still good.
We're going to see earnings, in our opinion, continue to
Not sure why the gap
deteriorate
down was there
in
news.
the second quarter. So we're very cautious here. We are very
Oh
bullish
yeah, they
on
jumped in on the
treasuries,
AI train too.
and that's a play on a recession. We believe we're in a recession right now. We think that's being confirmed with some of these earnings calls. And in a recession,
Each
what
group
we
to host
expect to
virtual
have
investor meeting
happen is the long end
19th.
of the curve is going to go down in
Oh, they had a,
yield.
oh, maybe that
make
was a
the ETFs that
pre-run
we're
up for that
purchasing, if we're right, those
meeting, and then it
prices
just sold
could go
off.
up significantly.
There's my
So
order. I
it's
bought
not
some
a
more.
play on the
What's more
yield.
BBY?
It's a play on the actual appreciation.
I didn't realize they were
of
having an investor
underlying
meeting, so
asset
that was maybe a
because,
buy the rumor
the
type
last 14
rally,
months, some of these
and then
long-term
a sell the
treasuries
news
have lost a
for
third
that
of their value, which is
interview.
pretty dramatic.
Seems like that's what it might have been.
Right. So as yield goes down, price goes up, and this is your play, right? I mean, this is what you're thinking. Tell me about what you've seen in earnings so far that says to you recession, because you said you believe you're in a recession now.
Turca, I think they're trying to fight shorts too.
You think earnings are going to continue to slow down. But at this point now, what is it in the earnings that we're getting in thus far that says to you, not good news?
Oh, never mind.
Let's focus
Didn't
on
hear
the
this
consumer,
news.
right? Because that's a
Roger
big
James
part of our
Hamilton
economy,
tweets.
of course.
Also,
And when you
Genius
look
Group
at the
has sent to
Walmarts of the world, you look
Turca
at what
Media a
Amazon
non-binding
statements
offer to
they've
acquire
made.
Turca together with a
Those two
proposal on capital
companies have the
restructure.
clearest picture, in my
So
opinion,
GNS
of
is looking
middle
to buy
America
Turca.
and the average household in this
I didn't
country.
even know that.
And they are showing a dramatic shift in
Is
what
that the
they're
whole
spending
reason for
on.
Turca's
They are
rally?
just spending on necessities, and the discretionary spending is going down. The other thing you're seeing with all these retailers
This
is
wasn't
you're
from
seeing
that, I don't think.
inventories really rise to some very high levels and prices coming
Really don't know,
down.
though.
So that again means that there's strain on the consumer, and prices
We're
coming
at 30
down and
cents,
inventories
so
going up means
this is one of
there's
the big
going to
levels
be
here.
less profit for these companies. Less profits mean these stocks have to get reevaluated.
I picked up
at
some
a
more
lower
shares.
price. And then lastly on that front is the cost of capital. Look, even if the Fed doesn't raise rates another time the rest of this year, it doesn't mean that the rates are going to go down. They're going to stay where they are from the capital structure, meaning as all this corporate debt has to
bouncing
get
off of VWAP.
refinanced this year, we're having record corporate debt levels. They're going to have to get refinanced and potentially double the rate they are now. So again, that's going to bring a lot of compression to profit. So
What I was telling to
cost of
someone on
capital,
Discord,
as well as what's happening in the
since
consumer
BBY basically
side, is a
4x
major
their
headwind for this
float,
economy, and it's not priced
I need to
into the market,
4x
in
my
our opinion.
position.
Talk
Make
about,
the same gains.
And you're doing it. You're putting your money where your mouth is, because you're saying you have
Say where
really
I've sold out or had it at $4. $4 now is going to be like what, $16 market cap wise.
So one of our strategies
So,
that we tactically manage, that we have a big
I thought I was getting to
percentage of
16
client
before.
assets, and we only have
might only
approximately
be 4 now.
6% equity exposure there. We took our cash position just in the last week. We were at about an 80% cash position that we have now brought down to about 63%. So we have aggressively bought
I made my biggest
dips
gains on
treasuries,
GME,
and we'll
like
continue to do that if we see
in like
another
single
spike
trades,
in
I guess.
rates. Because again,
But overall, I've
in
lost a
our
lot of money on
opinion,
GME.
we think the data is clear that we are in a recession. And
Oh,
look,
Troika?
last note to that, the Fed has
Troika?
actually acknowledged
Because
the
their ticker's
potential of a moderate
TRKA.
recession.
Durka.
This is the same Fed that said
Durka,
inflation
Durka.
was transitory. So if they're saying it's a
That's
moderate
like
recession,
from an ad.
chances are, in our
Durka.
opinion, it's
What is
going
that?
to
I
be
can't remember.
worse than moderate, and that should pay handsomely for treasuries.
I see. All right. Well, we hope it doesn't come true, but that does sound tough. That being said, the other thing that you said is with the lowest stock exposure, but also new lows. Are you expecting some new lows in the market?
We are. We think this market is going to, again, you have the macro
Pizza.
dynamics I just shared
Maybe.
with you. The cost
That's
of
a
capital I
good
shared with you, and
reference,
on
though.
top
That's a
of
good
all of that,
guess.
we have a debt ceiling debate
It's
in D.C. that's going to get
it sounds
heated,
similar,
and we
but
do
I
not
think it is actually
that they're going to
Durka.
come up with an agreement until the 11th hour.
I can't remember what it's from.
The last time that happened
It is like
in
pizza, though.
2011, there was
Pizza.
a major drawdown on the equity markets. And I would argue the backdrop economically right now
The
is a lot
Valorant
worse
spot?
than then. So it's a perfect storm, unfortunately, of
Turka.
headwinds that, in my opinion, is going to bring us to new lows.
Troika?
At that point in time, we'll take profits from
Troika?
treasuries if we're right,
I put
and
the
start
Valorant
buying
spot.
equities late
Troika.
summer, early
Troika?
fall, and anticipate a fourth quarter rally when the Fed's probably going to be in a position
Is that
to
from
have
Team
to
America?
really change course.
Durka.
What kind
Maybe
of
that's what it's
names are
from.
you
I don't
going to
know.
buy into when things look better? I mean, you know, we've been talking about the big names. We
Troika.
see AT&T, we see D.R. Horton, we see Tesla. These are some of the big movers today. Apple's always a big one. We're watching the banks. What kind of names, when it's time, are you going to start to nibble on?
So we're going to look at some of the more
Troika.
beat-up names. And one
Troika.
area that we'll look at from a
Fine.
sector perspective
The Russian
will be
vehicle
small caps.
pulled by a team of 3
If our
horses
assessment is right
abreast.
on this market, the small
Troika.
caps will probably get hit, will be one of the hardest sectors hit. And
It's about
generally
Turka rather than
speaking,
Troika.
they will
Yeah, I
be
know.
the
It's because the
first ones to
ticker.
come
The ticker. I'm
out
not saying
of
the name. I'm
market
saying the
bottom, in our
ticker. That's why I
opinion. So we're
say
going to look to add the things that can
SPY
have
or
a lot of
BBBY. I don't
juice.
say Bed
So
Bath
we're
and
going to
Beyond
look at the
always.
areas that have been beaten up the
TRKA.
most. And if the coast is clear,
That's
we will
Turka.
look to add to those and get aggressive to those.
And
just
it's fun
as
to
we
say
got
Turka,
aggressive
Turka.
out of those 14 months ago.
Mohammed
I see. Sort of
Jihad.
like what we used to say, the dogs of the Dow, like last year's losers of this year's winner. As I understand.
Who is the daddy and what does he do?
Great to see you.
Is it in
Thank you
that?
so
No.
much. Eddie Gabor, owner, key advisors.
All right, there's BBBY. 30 cents. 30.002.
Dan Ives. All right, of Wedbush, we're waiting for him. We want to hear
Oh,
all
boy.
about his thoughts and why he cuts his
Going to
price
make me
target
buy
on
more.
Tesla again, and Apple. He has some thoughts.
We're gonna
there
get a
too,
gap fill
right?
today,
Two
huh?
biggies. And we joined the team
This is
from
looking-
VettaFi.
this is looking pretty
They'll tell us
crazy.
all about the most important ETF investing
They still have all day
trends that
tomorrow.
They are seeing there. And our panel will take a look at
Yeah, I
AT&T
still like
closely
FRC.
after the company's latest earnings report.
Yeah,
Up
it's
next,
on an uptrend now.
Charles Schwab's Jeffrey Kleintop on the latest global
I mean, they have
trends
earnings,
that we
so
need to keep
it's an earnings
our
play
eyes on.
until that's
Jeffrey
over.
Kleintop
Oh, there's the
next.
flush. Flush through 30 cents on BBY. 29.30 we hit. Ace Ventura just became a proud new owner of a bunch more shares. Blink, 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 blink. All those fill orders. And sell orders. Ooh, yeah, look at that flush. 28.51. Gap just filled right there. On that wick. Oh, crazy. It literally wicked right down to our line where that gap is. So if you had gap fill orders, better check them if they didn't fill. You might want to fill them now. Because we might just wick down there. Never made it through your orders? Most of your orders? Ding ding! Congratulations. Average down to 522. Alright. So what now? Now we just pray. Turn on a little yes. Gap has been filled. That is awesome. I wasn't expecting it yesterday. I must say. Sprinkle a little FUD, some after hours illiquidity, and what do you know? Filling gaps. Gitter instead of praying? Buy Gitter? Get around? Doesn't mean it's just going to just rip. Gaps filled, it can consolidate down here. Might even dip below it. Or maybe it'll just wick and consolidate higher. That was a pretty crazy fleshy flush there, though. A lot of probably stop losses and maybe some buy orders even too on that gap fill. Yeah, some of both. Full 32. Yeah, like SI also, but they also have earnings coming up, so exposure on either one of these, and you're just playing it for earnings, which might be a big gap up from it. Yeah, that's the thing. If the cover calls work pretty well, but if I was wanting to time the market more, some sells up here would have been nice. I could have increased the position size with that same amount of capital significantly, but you never know. Just depends on your plan, how you want to trade it. If you're wanting to get out before the weekend, or there's no lower gaps. No, it's filled. We are filled. Weeble is saying it never hit 2850, or that there is a gap there, but that's within my margin of error for Weeble. 0.0001. Yeah, you could clearly see that was a gap fill, just the way it had all the velocity. Excuse me, triggering orders. It's been an honor filling that gap with you too. Yeah, this shows 2850 also. I mean, that's within the margin of error, especially to that decimal point. That's crazy. If you hate looking at red 30%, double down, look at red 15%. Push down 26. Excuse me. Possible. Yeah, I mean, it's only Thursday, so I kept saying it's, gap fill might not happen until tomorrow on. 2730 would be the bottom of that range. And then this high, 2631. Buys down to VWAP. $28.51. I mean, they can buy back in. It's only a couple percent difference. BBBY preparing for bankruptcy. Ah. Oh yeah, on the app. Yeah, they kind of have the scrolling news of the top article or whatever. There's SPY getting a little flushy. It's only 219. SPY's not doing it in the after hours like yesterday. Did sell off to VWAP yesterday right after I ended the stream, but we're getting it earlier today. This guy's pretty smart.
So, you know, I think there are some luxury purchases that consumers are still feeling comfortable making, but maybe that's a different type of consumer. I know, you know, JP Morgan highlighted healthy consumers, Wells Fargo, consumer banking and lending revenue rose. Citigroup's consumer division posted better than expected
what
revenue.
happened?
But Citi even noted there's a gap between more
What happened at your
affluent and
play
lower
here, man?
income
It just
consumers.
fell apart.
So maybe it's who those boxes are going to in their zip
Got
codes
this gap
that
to fill
matters,
for sure.
perhaps even more so than what goes in them.
Yeah, 88, but maybe to find support.
Silk pouches or something, not really cardboard boxes. I'm kidding.
Alexia's CXAI, I think it's got a, it's in a nice kind of pattern here.
We see what's happening. Tell me about the big picture rate hikes.
The only issue is you're
that changed some? Because
playing a little hot potato with it just because this is all from AI hype and like you don't know when that's going to die, but the chart looks nice.
But now it looks
and
like maybe
they haven't
25 basis
had a
points
share
or
offering yet,
50
I guess.
tops for the Fed,
So
right?
that's always an option also for them.
And that could
Looks
be
good.
the case. We expect one more rate
GFAI
hike of
looks
25
nice
basis
also.
points, but then maybe they hold for a while. But that's
23, you're
not
back
true
in.
outside the U.S. The
Did
Bank of England,
you
the
sell it
European
yesterday,
Central Bank
Cash?
are expected to hike rates again in May. They've got at least 50 basis points ahead of them, maybe not at one meeting, maybe several meetings, but they're nowhere near the end, calling the end to a rate hike cycle. In fact, the Bank of
Wait,
Canada,
how you back in at
which just
23?
met
We hit
April
25.81.
12th, has seen the market completely reverse the expectations for 100 basis points of rate cuts this year that they were priced in during the banking stress of March. You see this chart here. This just shows the difference between the current
market
rate for the Bank of Canada, which I think is just representative of most central banks around the world right now.
Yeah, that's why I had that line
where
there, that
where
30
it's
cents.
expected to be by the market at the
I guess
end
the
of the
wick
year.
was
Now,
29.23.
back there in February, early March, it was expected
Kind of
to
dipped
see
a little
maybe
bit
another
below it,
25
but yeah,
basis points of rate
double
hikes,
bottom with pre-market. I like
all the way
that.
to 100 basis points of rate cuts by the end of the year during the midst of that banking stress. And look where we are, all the way back to kind of where we started, expecting maybe no changes there in policy. So we've really seen this wild swing. And I think what that tells us more than anything else is the market's unsure.
Nice.
I think central banks are unsure what's
SPY
next.
below
We're
VWAP
still
now.
in a volatile
Up
inflation
on these
environment.
contracts,
And
pretty
the
good.
global economy is slowing, although that's more concentrated in manufacturing and trade than anywhere else.
Much averaging.
And that makes a
Too
very
early averaging.
convoluted environment to try and forecast where central banks are going to go next. I don't think they know themselves. Again, very, very data dependent.
Yeah. You know, so many business
Average too
leaders
early.
over the last decade were encouraged to work with China and do more in China. And now we're seeing China out of COVID. The recovery has begun. And in fact, you said that China's bucking the trend?
Yeah, it's interesting. China's economic strength is absolutely amazing. I put together this chart of the official economic data on
Thanks, guys, for
China,
your
which we
likes.
all take with a bit
54
of a grain of
likes, not
salt. You know, we
bad.
know that there's some smoothing
bad.
that goes on, and maybe they're not
It
as
is
able to
222, which
measure
means
the activity
if
of
you
their
haven't
economy as
subscribed,
well as,
this is
some
the time to do
developed
it.
nations. But
At
really,
the 222
an
mark
boom
every
in
day.
the amount of data there in the official
Subscribe.
numbers, but even
Right at 222.
non-official numbers. And by the way, this is the strongest numbers we're seeing since 2006. Remember, that was the end of the BRIC era. Remember, Brazil, Russia, India,
Nice,
and
Cash.
China.
Nice trade, man.
The global juggernaut of incredible emerging market growth. We are back to
27
that
cost
level
basis.
of economic data being that strong. Now,
How did
I'm
you get
also
27
seeing
cost
it in
basis when we just hit
alternative
2051?
measures of
You were
Chinese
out and
economic
back in.
activity, like air travel, like air pollution in China, earnings reports on China sales from Hermes and LVMH, and even box office results. So companies with
January, Feb.
high sales exposure to China may see better than expected results as we move
Nice.
through the remainder of this earnings
Bang
season.
the bell.
That
How do you
has
bang
shown
the
up
bell
so
without
far.
subscribing?
Really
You guys are
surprisingly strong
wizards.
numbers from some of these companies that have a lot of China exposure.
I hope it starts reminding you of
All right. And last but not least, when we look at the sectors,
August,
you know,
September.
energy had popped up. It's
Run.
pulled back a little bit. Financials, after all the bank stories, we've gotten in a lot of earnings. Do you see any themes here as earnings is season
Oh, because
is
you've already
underway?
subscribed. That. Now you
For the
speak in
past
my
month, We've
language.
seen energy and financials have been
Gotta
the
bang the
leaders
bell,
at
man.
the expense of the tech and consumer
Thanks,
discretionary
guys.
sectors. I don't think anybody would have thought that a month ago. We were talking about it here on the show, is that we see a rotation back to these companies that have a solid cash flow, low price to cash flow ratios, good interest coverage ratios. This is what the market's going to go to in an environment of a recession and lingering inflation and concerns about rate hikes. Investors want those signs, strong balance sheets, stable cash flows, and you can find a lot of that in the financials and energy sectors. It's not a surprise to me. We're seeing those rebound here and be the leaders over the course of the last 4 weeks or so since the peak of that financial banking turmoil.
This double bottomed. Still could get a double bottom.
Jeffrey Kleintop, love having you on the
It's
show.
still a
Thank
possibility.
you so much. You always
Thanks,
bring
Nicole.
us such interesting pieces of information. Thanks. Chief Global Investment Strategist at Charles Schwab. Coming up, Wedbush's dad
And they still have Friday.
We'll talk Tesla. I want to dive into what's going on here. Tough day. We'll have likely the lowest close for Tesla since the beginning of this year. What's going on here with the EV maker? Coming up.
Ace, what's your cost basis now? That help out pretty good? Pick it up after hours. Back when it was 27. Oh, in pre-market or after hours? Never hit 27. Saying the other day. Double top, yeah. Like GME's been coming down. There you go. Now it's starting to move some. Down 3.5%. SPY coming down more here. Mostly here for this move, Jazz. That's okay. The FLI still on a nice grind up. Finger motion also looks good. Meta plans to cut 10% of UK workforce in retreat from London. Houston, an employee only needs to gross about 125K a year to achieve the same purchasing power as someone making 312 in New York. The year-over-year growth rate in the leading economic index fell further into negative territory in March, is at levels that have signaled a recession in the past 2020, 2008, and 2001. BDP. BBBY bouncing a little bit still. Getting back up to 30 cents. And this is with their... They adjusted GDP? I think it's been adjusted. Even this, how they calculate it. Can't remember. They just adjust it so it looks good all the time. Coming down more. Pizza. Yeah, we've got that that support at 1940 on GME. See if that holds. But there's still a gap there below that. Are you short on GME, or how does GME save you from BBY price action? Buys come down more. You do better trading in the afternoon, John? There we go. It's happening earlier today.
Soft, and that's been reflected. But I do believe that in this storm and call it a macro that continues to be choppy, I think Apple is one of the best tech names to own, and I think good news relative to expectations going into earnings.
Do we need more innovation at Apple? Are people tired of same old? Well, I don't know. What? You tell me.
Well, I mean, if you looked at the video in Mumbai or Delhi, when they're opening up the new stores,
There's a pretty big plushie on Spy.
In terms of what you see on, from consumers in India, I think Apple has a unique brand, and it's about further and further penetrating that. With that said, we think in June at Developer Conference, that's where they ultimately announced the AR/VR headset, Apple Glass, and I think it ultimately leads to just more penetration opportunities, both on products as well as services. And this is also
Video
the
down
drum roll to
2%.
the anniversary iPhone 15
Still
in
just
September.
held up like crazy.
Yeah, that's going to be something everybody wants, right? I bet you that's going to be a big one, too. And I'm glad you mentioned the Developers Conference. Let's go back to Tesla, because as I mentioned, innovation for Apple, I get what you're saying now. It's about penetration and opening these new stores and getting the people upgraded and or new phones that don't have them already. I see what you're saying for Apple. So you see the upside, it's at 166, and you have a 205 target. Back to Tesla for a second when I talk about innovation. The Cybertruck, semis, what are we waiting for there?
Well, Cybertruck, you want to make sure that 3Q around Halloween, you actually have a Cybertruck event, you start to see deliveries. I think that's important in terms of just expanding that product suite that we see. Now, of course, a sub $30,000 vehicle going into next year, that's key in terms of mass demand. But as you talked about in terms of some of the skeptics of Tesla, battery technology is key. Do they continue to lower battery costs over the next year, 20, 30, 40%? That's key in terms of the cost structure. And I think that's why this stock got way oversold last year, a lot of that because of the Twitter situation. I think right now, the next few quarters, it's really about stimulating demand without just massively, continue to do price cuts. Which
BBY might be double bottoming here. It made its way back down to 28.
Batteries and putting them in and delivering them, right?
Well, I mean, that's why they're the gold standard. It continues to be in this market. I mean, everyone's chasing after Tesla, scale and scope. Look what's happened with Ford and others.
I kind of hit the support here we drew from earlier.
That's why they're almost inflicting pain, cutting
I'm going to
costs,
probably hold my
stimulating
shorts
demand,
overnight.
also
So
competition, and ultimately gaming ruins battle.
Yeah, and look, we need no recession for these kind of companies. If there's a recession, you think consumers are going to go out and buy new iPhones and new Teslas? Final quick thought, Dan.
I mean, look, I think you have a soft landing baked in. Any sort of mild to harsher recession, then it's all bets off. And I think, but look, I do believe that's why I think many investors bet wrong in tech. I continue to still use it as a green light because we are seeing fundamentals stabilize. And I think that's sort of been our call going into this year, where I thought tech would be up over 20%.
Would have patience, Kitty. Well done.
All right. You brought sunshine to the show. Literally, I see it there, and figuratively with your outperforms. Dan, thank you from wherever you are. We're glad you took a moment to be on with us today. I really appreciate it, Dan. Thank you. Dan Ives, Managing Director, Equity Research, Wedbush Securities. All right, still ahead in the second half of the show. BBBY recently acquired.
There's some more fleshy on the SPY. I like BBY at 29. What can I say? Yeah, market's been coming down. Certainly. Didn't quite get the gap fill. I really doesn't like that. Really pissed it off now. Jeff Brands, that was a pump from Zip Trader. A lot of the ones he promotes are 1 to 1 or 2 day. Yeah, this one was basically 1 day. Sometimes they last longer. Like Birds was like 4 days of ups. But I watch him. I mean, his thesis on him is right. You know, it's not like he's saying something's wrong. It just doesn't have a lasting effect. His viewers buy it and then they sell it. And that, yeah, double bottom here on Bed Bath looks like. Look at this inverted hammer we're getting on SPY on the daily. Oh yeah. I forgot to lube. Alright, Gene, 10K shares. Nice. For discount. Average 44, well done.
For a market update, I'd like to bring in Ben Lichtenstein, Senior Futures.
Lichtenstein, what about the pickle pump?
Still eyeing crude. What are you looking
Pickleball
at
retail
here?
space?
I mean, I had to rub my eyes again every time the handle changed.
Yeah, it sounds like Dix is doing really well. Pickleball definitely has been a sport that's blowing up.
Today, down
I mean, it's been going on for years, though. It's not like it's something new.
We're still kind of hanging out around that level as we head into the late day trade here. 77.39 right now. The WTI currently trading down by about 2 1/3%. But
SPY, no relief here.
Because you'll see here, it wasn't just
411.08 was what we opened at. Looks like we're getting back to it. So the way I traded the futures today, I had the shorts from yesterday that were actually still negative and coming into close. I kept buying, I kept rallying, or shorting rather. But I had that big gap down, and I sold here before the jobs data. I didn't want to hold through the data. Didn't sell all. I had 5. I sold 3, and then had 2 short still. Wrote it up, shorted again somewhere around here. So then I was back to
and you know, as I take
3.
another step back here from these 60-minute candles, I'll show you
shorted
what
again,
I'm
I
talking
think
about.
here,
Here's
so I
that
was
gap. Here we are
back
now,
to
4 days in a
4,
row to the downside,
and I picked up
5 out
one
of
here, so
6
back to
after topping out
5.
around 84, 85.
So back to profitable on it. House base is probably somewhere up here. I'll hold. Might even hold over the weekend. I don't think Friday's going to be any prettier than today. I think we've hit a top. I think we're double topping, so I'd like to see a big move on this. Unfortunately, I only have 5 micros, not a couple big ones, which is what would be nice with an 8% move that we might be getting this next month. 8, 6%, 10%.
Concerns about
I don't know,
liquidity
somewhere down here.
hey, I mean, if you're thinking about
maybe
demand concerns,
much lower, but that'll take some
growth
time.
concerns, ultimately, a dollar which rallied up to 101.80 today. You've got
The
yields,
VIX at the
which have kind of
lows.
been inching
That
their way
thing's
back
bound to
up
start
ever
bouncing.
so recently. I mean, I can expect to see
Dollar made that double bottom. That's still in play. Yeah.
But yeah,
Double
right
bottom
back
on the
to
dollar,
that
so that
level
thing's
here,
going to start
right back
rallying.
to the 50-day moving
Market will
average,
inverse
and
that.
attracting some attention today.
Oil
down
started
around
coming down.
2.5%.
Yeah.
All right,
Wow.
so that's something we got to
I had my
watch
short
here.
on oil. I
5-month high
ran out of
last
time
week,
on it.
and now, as you said, below the
I had it
77
here,
mark.
thinking it was top, and then it had that gap up, and then I had to close it like
was rallying right up and through
here because the
31,000,
contract's
but
expired.
similar to what we were just talking about in terms of
I only had one of them that was
crude
small,
oil,
but even just one
longer-term
micro
trend to the
oil
downside,
contract can
this
move pretty
recent
good.
run-up somewhat
So yeah, now it's starting to gap down.
possibly
So this is a
kind of
big
losing
push on the
momentum
market
to the
actually.
upside. Let's begin first and foremost with the
Surprised the
move
market's held up
higher from
as
around
well as it has
20,000
with how
all
much
the way up
oil's
to
dropped in the last 3 days.
30,000, this balance area that we formed, actually
I guess it's kind of waiting on earnings,
31,200.
which
And then you could
it's now
see
getting a
little bit
grim
of
picture with
breakdown since.
Tesla
Now,
and
I think as long as we hold above
AT&T and whatever other earnings are going
28K,
on.
you've got the bulls, which can still find an argument to say that the trend environment to the upside is still
Bath.
intact. But if
Let's
we
say triple
take
bottom.
that
It looks like
out,
it's just
let's
consolidating here at the lows.
let me
So
see. I think
might
it was
break through the
to
low.
yes, you can see the rally here back to 31,000 and how that really kind of has it tough for the bears to continue to talk about value moving lower. Right,
8% profit on puts today. Well done, sir.
Still holding
On
above
Bed
the
Bath
50-day
or
moving
on what?
average, down 2 out of the last 3 after topping out
16K in
again around
profit.
31,000. Here's that moving average I mentioned here, the 50-day, and here you can see the run up from 19,000. Basically, we're talking about halfway back to the all-time high that we saw up around 69,000. That was a couple years ago or last year, and ultimately. You know, so a little bit of retracement here, Nicole, but potentially losing some momentum to the
BBBY
upside
new
right
low
now.
there.
Risk on tone. The indices
Yeah,
lower,
GME started moving down
surprised.
before the SPY flush.
All right.
Hasn't really felt the rest now.
Appreciate it. Ben Lichtenstein, a good look there at
Lichtenstein,
oil. And also
2850.
Bitcoin. Appreciate it. Ben Lichtenstein, thanks.
I'm saving my
Joining me right
buying
now,
power for tomorrow if I want more.
Todd Rosenbluth, head of research at VettaFi.
Might even wait
Thank you
till
so
next
much
week.
for being here. So let's talk about, and I know you made that recent acquisition, VettaFi's acquisition of Robo Global's ETF suite.
850. Let's see. Is there any benefit from a bear trap letting the price drop this much?
That are happening. What's been changing?
Yeah, so thematic index investing has been increasingly popular this
Say
year.
something
We're
bullish to
seeing
slow it
really
down.
strong sentiment improve towards more the technology and growth-oriented
Or do they get
themes. And
benefit from
so
a bear
as
trap?
part of that, we
BBY as a company is not
acquired
like,
the Robo Global
I don't think
Index
that involved
suite.
with
So not the
trying
ETFs,
to
but the indexes behind
move their
products
stock
like
price.
ROBO,
You know what I mean?
Robo, which
They're
is
running a
the
business. It's
robotics and automation
publicly traded.
ETF, as well as a
I don't think they're
healthcare
thinking, oh, it's
technology
dropped.
index that's
Let's
behind
release some bullish
HTech
news so it stays
and
up.
an
I don't
artificial intelligence ETF
I don't really think they
behind
think like that.
THNQ.
The most timing they do is
the way that we tend
I would
to
hope would be with
refer
share
to that in
offerings
those
and then
ETFs.
buying back
We're
shares.
seeing
But
advisors
they've
use
literally gotten
thematic
that backwards.
ETFs as a modest slice,
They've
roughly
bought back at the highs
5% of
and
the
offered
overall
shares at the lows.
portfolio,
So
and they're staying loyal to these strategies, but often swinging based on the sentiment. And you can see here, ROBO, the
SPX
ETF
growth,
behind
wow.
one of our now indexes, has really
800%
bounced higher
on
as
dailies?
investors have embraced the thematic theme and
How are you
underlying
seeing
stocks
800%?
within.
That's crazy.
Are you surprised
Way out
to
the
see
money
people
dailies.
looking at tech and growth?
Well, we saw this year that we
800%?
moved from value to more growth-oriented strategies
How are you seeing
return into
800%?
favor. And so the thematic strategies tend to have more of a technology lean, or many of the more popular ones.
BBBY, let's see. It looks like it wants to break through the low here.
Crypto and
We got 2730
blockchain
next,
space
and then
in particular,
2631.
We're seeing stronger
Couple levels I have
interest
on there.
in some of those more growth-oriented products. And so artificial intelligence is
Yeah,
also
just
one
flushed
of
through
those
the lows
areas
there.
that is
on
really
Bed
gaining
Bath.
traction
Down almost
as
40%.
ChatGPT has
Wow.
become really top of mind
Come out of
for
reverse
many
split,
people.
then share
And there are a
offering.
number of companies that are exposed to the artificial intelligence theme. THNQ holds many of them.
Yeah, a
But what's
pump to
also
about.
important to note is that even though we're behind the indexes,
Yeah.
for some of these ETFs,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
we're continuing to
Those are the
cover
only times you're
everybody
really
else
kind of
within
trying
that
to
industry.
time and move
So
the market, I
Robo
guess,
is a
would be
competitor
offering
to a
shares or
global
buying
X
back.
ETF under the ticker
But as far as like
BOTZ,
trying to release bullish news
which
because
is
it's dropping, I
popular
mean,
with investors.
I
Takes
don't
a
think they're
slightly
that
different approach,
that
a little bit
watching
more
it
market
that
cap
closely
weighted
or
in nature, but
trying
is
to
also a very popular
manipulate it that
ETF.
much or
And there's of course course,
whatever. Control the
healthcare
narrative.
technology and AI-oriented ETFs from
Might
firms
go in here
like
for the NVIDIA
ARK,
short.
among
Careful.
others.
Yeah, and at this point now, you think this acquisition was a good fit for VettaFi, but as you said, you've been doing this coverage for a long
There's
time.
a bounce on Bed Bath.
As
Did
you
break
see
through that
you
level,
look back
but
in the past and you see what's going on now in the markets, what's
Tesla might be a
notable
good.
to you? What should we be watching?
Yeah, Tesla's
Yeah,
below
so
that
there's a lot of
support.
great things. So
You guys are asking
mentioned,
today
yeah,
about
we have an
Tesla.
indexing
So it's right
part
at
of our
support. It
business,
opened, so
$17
if it
billion
holds below it.
that are tied to Verify
It's
indexes.
pretty bearish.
We're also
So
providing research and
Tesla to the
commentary
downside,
as
even
well
though
as
it's
data
down
and
10% today.
analysis on what
I think this has a
advisors
gap
are
fill
focused on.
pretty
And
shortly in
so
its
we're
future at
actually looking
145.
forward to a milestone that's coming up on Monday. The Invesco S&P 500 Equal Weight ETF
Two is a
RSP.
buyback in again.
That ETF turns 20 years old. That's a key milestone. This was the first of those more smart beta oriented strategies, and it's
411.
outperformed the broader S&P 500
Yeah, I think
or
tomorrow
SPY
maybe gap down.
over the last 3
Oh.
years. We like to think of it as a buy low, sell
Got
high
410.
approach to investing, equally weighted, roughly 20 basis
407.
points in each of the positions.
Big,
So
big
instead of
gap.
being dominated by Apple or
Maybe a
Tesla
gap
that you were
and go.
talking about earlier, it's exposed to
Down.
all of the companies
Gap
within
and
the
drop.
S&P 500.
Because it's equal weighted. So when you just paint the picture, I mean, we see the other weighted indexes where a big name
That's
could
crazy.
be, 10, 20% of an index, right?
800% though.
Right, so
Like
Apple and
I don't know,
Microsoft, the two
CJ.
heavyweights
With
within the S&P
this move, I mean, this
500
was a big move,
tend to
but
dominate the performance. You've got a couple other names like Tesla that you were talking about earlier with Dan that are exposed and provide a heavyweight to it. The equal weighted approach treats all of the children equally. And so there's
406,
roughly
407 bounce
20
up
to
to
25
415.
basis
All the way
points
back
in
up.
all of the companies.
Yeah,
The
maybe
largest
next
holding,
week
Intuitive Surgical, is just
after
a
SLD is over.
26, 27 basis point position. Most things are roughly 20 basis points overall. And that gives you the benefits of diversification that you tend to think of with an ETF, but with actually the stocks spread across the full portfolio instead of a market cap weighted approach.
Yeah, and you have so many here from
First week of May
Robo,
sell
and
off.
then you have AI
Yeah, just try and prop it up until sell in May.
Genomic revolution, disruptive technology. There's a
Maybe.
lot of things
Seems
here
like everyone's trying to
that
front
go
run the
on.
sell
Are
in
you
May.
getting any sense on flows or how
Not really, but
willing people
maybe starting to
are
already.
take risk or put money to work?
Well, this
You
year
just drop
we've
down
seen
here
a
and then it bounced
combination of
back
some
to
risk on with thematic strategies,
this
but
shoulder.
also some of the more popular
411.97.
ETFs are treasury-oriented
Nice
ETFs.
little head and shoulders on the daily.
So we actually saw record flows in the first quarter of 2023 towards treasury ETFs. This is across the overall industry. iShares being the leader within that space, but strong demand for Vanguard ETFs from State Street ETFs. Tickers like BIL from State Street were popular. IEF from iShares. Those are just some of the more popular treasury-oriented ETFs. So a combination of both risk on and risk off as what we're seeing from Verify from an overall research perspective.
Or just sideways is what you
Todd,
said.
thanks so much. Appreciate you coming on today.
Yeah, maybe. I thought today
Thanks
might
for having me.
might be some of that.
Head of research at
Nice to see some
Verify.
volatility.
All right, still ahead. Let's take a look at what's going on with AT&T. A drop in the shares. It's
Not just extended hours volatility. We'll hold 28 cents. Yeah, this is kind of that inverted head and shoulders level to hold. That's true. This is the level actually. It doesn't have to. It could double bottom like it's done other times. That is volatility right there. Inverted head and shoulders. It's same thing as a head and shoulders, but it's bullish. 41.25 puts went from 62 cents to over $6 under 50 minutes. Dang. I'll look at that now. What made you pick 41.25? 5 bounce in there, a little bit. Hit inverted hammer. That's crazy how much these dailies move. Oh, that is wild. Yeah, the bottom on those contracts was what, like 30 cents. 30 cents, and the top was what, 6.50? Wow, that's crazy. Please gets to 25 again. Here we go again. I need to start trading some daily SPX options. Just kidding. Saw a dump coming. Nice, well played. I've been trading futures lately. Much less pressure, sort of. Zero day, few strikes out. I mean, you put in quite a few if you made 16 grand. That's not a small number of contracts. How many contracts was that?
The free cash flow has plummeted from $3.2 billion to $1 billion.
Saw your entry. We're decisive.
King,
How you win. Had a plan.
Doesn't seem to have it.
Wait for it to
That's
happen.
incredibly
Once it
important
happened,
right now when we're staring
didn't
in the
sleep
face
on
of a
it.
possible recession.
Jumped.
And AT&T
Gotta
has
be decisive.
a huge dividend
Gotta
that
be
they're not going
patient.
to be able to support.
Patient. Wait.
And that's something people were counting on, right? I mean, I've spoken to the head of
And
investor
when it
relations
presents
many
itself,
times right here
can't
on the
hesitate.
show, and the dividend's really
That's great.
important to investors. As we take a look, Jamie, what are your thoughts? Because I think Sandra makes a great point about the cash flow.
How many contracts was that?
Subs, but they see slower
8?
growth ahead.
Nice.
Thanks for having me on. I think there are definitely a couple of interesting things to look at here. As Sandra indicated, free cash flow is certainly top of mind, but also
This
just
kid's a
looking
senior
at the
analyst at Third Bridge?
slowdown in ads and mobility is, I think, another thing which has a
I feel like
number
I'm
of
so
people
far behind.
concerned. We've been hearing for a while from our experts that there has been some surprising amounts of growth when it comes to net ads on the mobility side for AT&T, but it does seem that it is starting to slow down, and there's definitely one thing which I think a lot of people have their eyes on. Other areas of interest are also the greater than expected declines when it comes to legacy copper infrastructure customers. There is the growth on the fiber side, but it seems that the rate of
I
decrease
don't think there was news.
is
Maybe I didn't
greater
really
than
check.
expected when it comes to those broadband customers on the legacy copper infrastructure. And then also just looking at some of the other segments here. Business wireline revenues also saw some drops. So I think there are a couple of
I don't
areas
see
which
any
are
news.
raising some alarm bells.
Yeah, and I'm glad you talked about the legacy copper infrastructure. I mean, that's something that they were so proud of, and they were laying all these lines, and then you have wireless, you have all these different areas. Sandra, what stands out to you in these
Tempted to
different
close my
areas?
short, but I want to try and
Well, I
time
mean, I
a
think,
re-entry.
the build out of 5G, that's
Probably
what everyone's
should.
been focused on. But
Maybe I'll close a couple. This
he's
has kind of
absolutely
been
right.
working
The
for me.
subscriber growth has slowed considerably, about 5% from last year. It's dropped about 300,000 subscribers. So that is really big.
Yeah, well, that is a big concern. And, you know, Sandra, maybe the Warner Brothers spinoff, I mean, I think that people were happy to see that go for the AT&T shareholders. Thought there, Sandra?
Absolutely.
48
I mean,
on the 1 minute gives
they
you a good idea
were
of change in
hoping that
momentum.
they were going to spin that off, and they did, and they are now focused
Moving
on
averages I never look
retention
at.
of current customers, as well as focusing on their base, on their core services. But I don't know how much that's really going to help them when
Close
we
one
have
contract.
a possible recession. They have
Oh, wait.
such high debt, and with interest rates now at
I want to get another one, but
so
I
much
feel like we
higher,
might
they're going to have to service
bounce
that debt with a free cash
power
flow
hour.
that's plummeted. It's going to be difficult.
At least to 411. BBBY.
You know, fiber growth was one thing that I remember the gentleman used to talk about. And there, as you said, Jamie, in your notes, AT&T can be encouraged by its ongoing fiber growth.
5 minutes to CNS close. BBY looks like it's maybe bottomed on the day at this point. Got a little RSI divergence here on the 5 minute. Green candles coming in a little bit. 29.49.
You know, where is the
Got that 30 resistance once again.
Telecom or wireless? Jamie, who are the leaders?
It's definitely a good question, and like you said, I think a lot of people do look at T-Mobile right now. If we're looking on the 5G
Is this picture
front,
like
we're looking
15
at
years old?
coverage, and also just simply seeing the subscribers.
Like Jamie's high school graduation picture.
Looking at the last quarter, the T-Mobile reported results, there was over 900,000 postpaid phone
Like
net adds,
47
and that is
years old right
certainly
now.
a far cry away from where AT&T is right now. That being said, different quarter. We will have to see as T-Mobile and Verizon report their earnings in the next week or so to see how things are faring at the beginning of this quarter. But I think a lot of people look to see what T-Mobile is doing, both in terms of a network standpoint, also winning the marketing message, which is certainly something we hear from experts as one of the strong points, and not just delivering the service, but also telling that to the public and seeing success there.
Quickly, Jamie, can you give me a few seconds on Verizon? Do you think
Might
we'll
close
see the
out
same
some more of these.
story here, or is it going to be different?
You know, it's a very good question, and I think that certainly one of the stories with Verizon and also T-Mobile, again, is what they're doing in fixed wireless on top of just the traditional mobility segment, as that is one of the major areas which all of these telcos are working out and trying to figure out right now. Verizon certainly has been pointing to that, as they've had a few struggles of their own when looking at the growth within their mobility segment. So it will be really interesting to see how things have shaped up for this first quarter, because, again, it's a potentially challenging macroeconomic environment. Who knows if the recession, which has been talked about for a long time, is finally here. So how they've been able to manage that, if they've been able to
Play finds a hedgehog on
the
Facebook,
current
yeah.
environment to growth, I think there are a lot of interesting things to see there.
All right. Thank you. Jamie Lumley, Sandra
The
Cho.
China-U.S. inverse, I don't know. I feel like the whole world's going or is in a recession, or I don't think they are yet. They're going into it, so
every single weekday at 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. Eastern
I don't know if that play's gonna work.
Right here on the TD Ameritrade.
Inverse. Close my GME puts, but I don't think I want to. Thank you guys for your likes today. I appreciate it. Got 57 of them. Well done. Yeah, every day. Every day somber. Coming up on 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock hour, power hour. When you check to make sure you subscribed, you hit the notification bell. That red button needs to be gray. Do it. It's been sideways. I mean, they've been kind of closed down too, though. Yeah, HD has been volatile lately, huh? These candles are huge. I was doing some cash secured puts on it, and it was... Yeah, these have been big candles. Crazy range. 0 days? I haven't traded the options much on here, though. Pretty liquid. If I can't believe I was being trained singers, yes. Good answer. Yeah, I like the trend to the upside. I still puts on it. Wasn't a great day to sell them. Kind of sweated it a little bit through this drop, but then came back nice. SPY's bouncing back up here. I like that, CJ. Little daily option call out. My number show less when you see. When I say it and when I check it, more people have liked. Definitely pays fantastic if it works. Are you saying buy him now for a gap? You're saying buy him in the morning. What are you saying about 303 days? Huge gap up. Oh, you're talking about this? 310? That would be quite a move up. Wow, that'd be a bullish Friday. I don't know, with SLD, I'm not thinking it's going to be very bullish tomorrow. I don't know about HD, but just the market. Direction on BY, flat to down a little bit into tomorrow, into the weekend, and then buckle up for next week. Might start rallying again. Gotta wait for the shorter term momentum to flip. So we filled the gap, which was good, that 28-cent gap. Not to say we can't go lower, but that was a pretty big level. $21.13. So new all-time lows? Wow. Why that level? Is that some kind of fib level? What does it say now? I'm seeing 60. It changes. Moves around. Yeah, new all-time low would be. That definitely shake some people.
Of cordoning off the weak earnings like Tesla, finding some solace in
talking about your favorite numbers.
Big tech mega cap trade. But on the margin, I think there's a case to be made that perhaps some of that optimism may be a little frail here. And for that, I'm watching Bitcoin, BTC, coming back down below that 30K level. Nothing really to get too worked up about just yet. But generally, the way Bitcoin works is it builds a lot of momentum, it gets to important levels, and then as people see it move through that level, they pile on.
Not doing much of a rally. It's coming back down here.
And we have these exponential breakouts. And it looked like that's what was going to happen as Bitcoin was going through 30,000. And its stocks were ramping up as risk was coming back on and vol was dropping. VIX sub 17 is certainly the environment in which we've seen Bitcoin make magnanimous moves to the upside. But it's not doing that.
I have to sell my last
Instead,
contract.
It's kind of stuck back in a range, just like everything else.
Pick some up
so
in
while
the
there is still not a lot of obvious bearish conviction in Bitcoin or stocks or even bonds right now, there's not a whole lot of breakout bullish momentum either when it comes to the high beta
what earnings we have after hours today.
Assets represented by Bitcoin, and I think I would still very much argue Tesla, which is at the cross section of so much.
Oh yeah,
they make
this
cars.
thing's pretty weak.
That's a cyclical high ticket item, and they're having to cut prices. So Tesla's relevant on a macroeconomic
Sure, I would have
level.
the bravery to get
Tesla
back in if it breaks
also
there.
is one of the premier growth-oriented companies that uses artificial intelligence, which is causing stocks like Lam Research to catch a huge bid if you just drop in that language around its earnings. And of course, Tesla's still got the Bitcoin on the balance sheet, so Tesla literally touches everything, and it's having a rough day. You can see the power of discussing the artificial intelligence in your earnings report because Lam Research disappointed on bottom line and top line guidance.
New low there.
Is still trying to break
Broke
out
the
to
low.
52-week
New
highs.
daily
I think
low.
it's an important company to watch, given its connection to all semiconductors. And the fact that it still remains elevated shows there is still now a very buoyant risk appetite in this market, and that's been the baseline here now for 6 months running. But on the margin, we need to watch to see if things like weakness in Tesla, softness in Bitcoin start to add up, because it could be an early sign that maybe that narrative around what the Fed is going to do is stale. I would argue that is the best way to describe it. But the market here still has a lot of hopes. We'll talk about some of the macro
VIX was bottoming
stuff,
yesterday too.
Today as well. But we do have earnings that
There's a lot
continue
of
to
reasons
drive
for
most of the action.
But yeah, that's a
Kevin
good
Hicks
indicator.
and Renita Young helping me sort through it this afternoon. Kev, let's start talking some Lam Research and Tech, because you mentioned this company.
Maybe a little
this
false
morning
break
we were
there.
talking about MTL. You talked
Did make a
about
new
how
low
you
on
thought
the
it was a
day.
really interesting report. And to me, it's, again, a challenge for investors. How do we separate the hype train of anyone who talks about artificial intelligence from general tech and cyclical strength, for which semiconductors are an important bellwether?
Yeah, hi, Oliver. You know, this is an interesting, tricky earnings release to get your handle on, because from everything I read, the general thought is, even though the numbers were okay and the guidance was very soft, it looks like the overall theme is that tech is bottoming and semiconductors are bottoming, and the boom and bust cycle of semiconductors that have frankly been in a bust for quite a while is about to turn. And if the boom were to start, if this market starts to bottom out and move back up in semis, Oliver, the long-term view of Lam Research is very simple.
Change the channel.
Smaller, faster, cheaper, more power efficient semiconductors is what they help build, and the demand for that will go on and on. Cyclical, it could be a boom and a bust, but the long-term aspects for this are very strong, Oliver. So people seem to be looking past this earnings, which good numbers, but normally the three-headed monster of guidance was relatively soft, Oliver. Micron also has a bid from Lam's movement today, Oliver. And so that's what I think you're seeing here is, if the street, if the trading world thinks that we're 3 to 6 months away from a bottom or a turn in these names, they're buying them, Oliver, on this news, because the long-term need for these companies is off the charts.
This is where there is a real kind of a battle playing out here today, because you've got the kind of core cyclical tech of semiconductors doing very well, but I'm not sure it's because of their pure kind of cyclical connection, right? Because their guidance was weak. It seems like this is getting a lot of that speculative fervor from the AI story. Now, look, that doesn't, I don't want to discount the entire group because the overall sector is up on the day. And you've also got home builders having a great day, Renita, which would argue that maybe there is some overall economic optimism kind of seeping through here.
That's a good argument to make for this, because it's coming about in a really interesting kind of way. Now, D.R. Horton did have better than expected earnings and revenues. It's been able to start chipping away at its backlog, and cancellations were lower. But the narrative around this makes it a quite advantageous setup for home builders specifically. That's because mortgage rates, while not as high as the peaks of 7% that we saw at the end of last year, they're still higher relative to the past
Got a
decade
wick down
plus,
here. I don't know.
and those higher mortgage rates
Like there's
are
definitely some
keeping
buyers, but
listings low,
hasn't
especially
fully
with
popped, so it
existing homes.
might start
So
flushing.
that makes it more positive for new home builders. The National Association of Home Builders said home builder confidence has increased for the 4th straight month due to a lack of resale inventory despite those elevated interest rates. And currently, about 1/3 of housing inventory is new construction. That's far above the historical norms of a little more than 10%, right? So D.R. Horton was able to drive new sales in this past quarter by making pricing adjustments
there we go.
and offering other
Too low.
incentives. This is an area where they've been able to win,
410.90,
where all of its peers have not been able to win as
410.62,
well.
couple levels
And
they
so
have on
they had
here.
a really good mix of things working for them. They were able to also see better inventory levels on a whole for homes sold and homes that were on the market as well. So yeah, it was probably a very interesting setup for them that looks to be positive for D.R. Horton and its home builder peers in the next quarter.
A lot of good stuff there from the report. That's where I keep scratching my head. If the idea the Fed is supposed to cut rates to stimulate an economy that's slowing down, isn't housing the place where that shows up? It looks like they already did cut rates. I mean, nuts here. Like, how could this report?
That's a lot of nuts.
You know what? It couldn't have been much better other than just
What
no
movie is that?
losses,
None of
right?
you guys
At
have guessed
all.
that one.
But the fact that mortgage rates aren't as high as they were,
Too low
it
there
makes
on
people go,
SPY.
let me get in before they go higher again for some reason.
So we already did basically get this impulse of economic stimulation when rates dropped on the assumption the Fed would cut. So it doesn't seem like they would have to cut anymore. Home builders are
Surprised how
breaking
resilient
out
something
with
like
the
Run
index
is to
at
this
an all-time
market
high.
right now.
It's amazing stuff. All right, stocks under a little bit of pressure here. Thanks, Renita, Kevin. Good stuff here on a couple of the important movers. Let's talk some big picture with Jim Carson joining me in studio next.
Fleshy, fleshy. 410.61. We're about 15 minutes into power hour. 45 to go. So it's down 0.84%. Bouncing literally right on that level. It doesn't look like it's done though. We got 410 down here. Or 10, 14. Yeah, I like that range too. Oh, it's definitely getting there. I fully got back into all my contracts. Missed out on a little bit there, but no problem. I gotta figure out if I want to try and time it and exit or just hold till tomorrow. Is always the problem. See that orange line up there? Kung Pao, you did it, Jeffrey. Well done. No way. Stop putting Brondo on the plant. Now we're all fired. Mission accomplished. Nice little bottom here on BBY, I'd say. Inverted head and shoulders. MACD's green. I don't think we're going to see new lows today. 28.13. Fully gap filled. Well done. There's a gap above us now, yeah, for sure. That'll come.
Refer to it as a Minsky moment or whatever. You have a mound of sand and it slowly starts getting hollowed out. You don't see what's happening, but that fragility is building as liquidity comes out of the system. And eventually, that last grain of sand, who knows what that last grain of sand is, but the point is markets are more fragile, and the Fed is out there writing calls. So you have this thing to lean against ultimately there, which is
what about Goolsby?
Since I re-entered here, I almost don't want to hold it when it closed. Try and get a better entry.
Among Fed members, I know he's been kind of
just psychologically.
But there have been some other comments here and there where they're saying, look, there's going to be a little credit tightening. What is this message about credit tightening post SVB, Jem? I'm looking at stock valuations up. Home builders are breaking out. How can anybody
GME is only down 4.5%.
Exactly.
Remember we used to see like 11, 12%
the higher
days?
Markets go, the more interest rates get declined in the back end. All of this is more liquidity at the end of the day.
Gap fill down to 1835.
The dollar
see what happens at 1940,
right,
which
that's inflationary.
Might hit that today.
All of this, while
He's
I mean,
picking
if
up
you look
speed
under
though.
the hood from a month and a half ago, we were in a much more inflationary
I haven't seen
environment
5%
than we
on
were a month and a
GME
half
in
ago, when the Fed was sitting there trying to talk
in a few
down,
days.
right?
So you think the response to SVB stimulated from a liquidity
it
standpoint?
definitely plays a role. The way I look at that is, it's like selling a way out of the money put. I think we mentioned this a month ago, maybe in passing. If somebody comes and sells a far out of the money put, it may be a 1-2 delta. That's what they did by backing depositors. That has a delta. That has liquidity effects, but it's not the same as buying stock.
Okay.
Right? At the end of the day, what the Fed did is they underpinned potential tail risk. That took tail risk off the market. That is a liquidity driver, but it's not a liquidity driver the same way people think.
Okay, that's very important because what that does basically is limit downside at the moment, but people can easily confuse that with adding on upside potential.
That's exactly right. It's not just a matter of confusion. That's how markets work, right? There's somebody out there hedging that tail. That's that Vonage arm risk in a way, in a bigger sense, right? At the end of the day, if somebody comes and buys a put, right, or sells a put, the other person on this side has to buy it, and they have to buy stock. That is a liquidity effect. And so at the end of the day, at the short term, you get a structural bounce. But that doesn't mean the market should be going up. Not going down doesn't mean the market should be going up. And this is part of the vol compression we're seeing, right? The VIX at 16.7 is because the Fed came and wrote some way out of the money puts, market pushed up, but they're still in the business of writing calls. And so you're really getting this pinning of markets in the short term, liquidity coming from both sides, ultimately compressing volatility.
When you talk about them selling the puts, and taking a break from writing the call to sell the puts post SVB, kind of illustrated by the balance sheet pop that is not necessarily changing the trend, which will show the balance sheet coming back down over time. So you think people are going to get sucked into a false sense of security here?
Yeah, I want to be clear. These net liquidity models that everybody builds, that all liquidity is equal, It's not that simple. I hate to tell you, you can't just add all the liquidity and then model things. The reality is different liquidity works in different parts of the distribution, affects outcomes in different ways. Yes, they are all liquidity, and the more liquidity is positive for markets, but not all liquidity is equal and operates differently in the different parts of the distribution.
What are the odds in your mind? Can we assign odds just to kind of put it straight out there right now?
Because Chinese company.
I'm a simpleton. I like lines on charts.
Holy
a lot of people
smokes.
say VIX doesn't even matter anymore.
Up 1,000%,
There's a line that goes
isn't it?
up from the VIX that connects higher lows for 5
They're
years
Chinese
dating back to
IPO winner.
2018, pre-COVID. It's possibly breaking. Home builders making highs.
Chinese IPOs back on the menu.
Stocks, if they go any higher, will be technically within the range of new highs. What's the possibility that this market trades at new highs within the next year, Jim?
New highs, I would be very skeptical of. A blow-off top of some kind, I think, is likely. And the reason is, as I mentioned before, this is how markets work. You need to squeeze shorts. You need people to lose conviction, not people, just institutions, entities betting against the market, to lose conviction in that short. The narrative has to change in order to lose that conviction. And generally, that means some type of move up. There's several ways that this also technically structurally works in markets as well. One, you unpin vol supply. At some point, on a fixed strike basis, as you go up, vol is actually sliding to a much lower vol. If it's too low a vol, that brings people in to buy vol and supports underlying fixed strike vol, raises structural vol higher, and reduces supply in the market. This is something that most people don't understand. There's a reason vol tends to go structurally higher into the last parts of a rally. It's because you slide too higher. That unpins volatility. It squeezes short exposure. It's very simple as nature, right?
Which we haven't seen yet.
We have started to see a little bit. We've seen it at different points. Again, before the last decline, we were starting to see it. Again, I think if we get that last, kind of, what is it, 5%, maybe even more,
I'm gonna pop out.
I think we'll really start to push people back in and the narrative will change. Lastly,
wait for a bounce to get back in, maybe after hours. I think we still could have some gap down depending on how much bounce we get.
More realized potential for something more volatile, more intense to happen. And this is why markets tend to end in the way they do.
Okay. Yeah. So as a heads up, basically, for when that potential energy is realized to the downside, you still look for when stocks are firm but vol starts to rise.
Correct. Market up, vol up is generally one of the best indicators, especially if it can continue for weeks, right, over some period, that something bigger is coming, because, again, it is unpinning the market ultimately and reducing some of that vol supply that is ultimately pinning and supporting the market.
Whoa, BBY bouncing there.
Always good to be here.
A nice macro
30
baseline
cents.
for which to do some trading on with Gareth Soloway.
Got a long ways to get to BBY.
We're going to get specific and take a look at what he's buying and selling right now. Stocks are at the lows of the day. Okay. Put it on hold. Go back, rewatch Gem when it goes back online later.
If it breaks 30 cents here.
As we see this market showing a little bit of cracks today. We'll be right back.
We jumped the gun a little quick on that exit. Not quite at a level yet. I feel like might come a little lower still, 410, 14, but I like it. I can turn around so quick. Let's see. Soldier puts. Well done, John. Measure gain in houses. I didn't understand what you were saying. So a lot of earnings. Most anticipated. Whoa, big pop there on BBY. Blew through 30 with a vengeance. Up to 3160. That was crazy wild. With some volume. Look at that, man. What happened? This guy paid. Where's the 32? Paid 32 cents there. There, look at all those orders at 32 cents. Just slapping the ask. Slap at a base. That was wild. That was crazy. Whoa, it did it again up to VWAP. Holy crap. Wow. Wow. So today we're still ending up trading more or less sideways if we end up here at VWAP. That's crazy. No shares for sale? I don't know exactly. Someone just hit the ask with a huge order. Market maker, there wasn't enough liquidity, and so you had to find shares up here, I guess. But there's a lot of other mechanisms going on that could have caused that too that I don't know about. We got dark pools and block trades, and depends on what exchange. Like, there's so many different complex ways that could happen. Someone leaned on the keyboard. That was crazy. Not bad. Today ended up being more exciting than it seemed like it was going to be. Here's volume starting to come in. 8.5 million right there. 100,000 shares? This is the way, Parker. This is the way. You gotta share that in Discord, mate. Thanks, Christopher. Appreciate it, man. Now this is power hour. And we're still down 32%, but that was pretty exciting price action. I say. That was freaking wild. SPY still consolidating down here. Still looking like it wants to flush more. HD 305 call only 5 cents. Oh, get it now. It shot up 600% today. Makes me happy. Nice, CJ. Are you picking them up today, or are you waiting until the morning? Give me 24 cash grid put strike. You have 24 of them? Wow. $22 strike? I would roll. Or just roll. It's gonna keep coming down. We got 1940. Next support. If that breaks, you know, gap fill 1830, and then you've got potentially another bottom here at 1540. So I would roll as soon as I could. Basically, like shortest date I could, as far down as I could, but still receiving a credit. So you might have to go out a few weeks. Don't necessarily have to go out of the money, but roll down from your current cost. So 21 or whatever's next. You could check what 20 strikes are and see how far out of time you have to go for that. Probably at least a few months. I bought more. Ace. 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 Still a good deal. I mean, what? Just exploded through 30 cents. That was wild. Wild, wild. Take the lot. Yeah, I mean, a roll. You're not really realizing the loss. You're rolling, so you should receive a credit. Figure out how far out and how far down you have to roll to receive a credit. Don't look so dumb now, do I, Fidelity? Oh, you're picking up 20 today? Yeah, it's on a big drop, I bet. HD's feeling it. I'm down for a little daily YOLO. Oh, big bounce tomorrow, though? Let's see. Yeah, I think SPY's probably at its bottom. What strike are you getting, CJ? 305? Down to play. Tomorrow's what, quad witching, so big moves regardless. Look at the chart on here. We're at 23 cents. Wow, 30 cents today? I'm gonna have to up that price. It's starting to run. I like it. I'll do it. That was exciting, man. Wow. About 20? Oh, you're gonna buy more tomorrow? Are you scaling in? More in the morning if the market's moving up. Oh, if the trend's in your favor, you'll get more. If it's going down, get put. Wow. Pretty liquid with your contracts. Yes, just see your options of what you can roll to, Full Jane. Just start playing around with it in your brokerage and see where you can find a credit. After hours might be pretty flat on BBY. I don't know. I mean, the gap did get filled today. This is a nice show of support, though. That was the support. I was kind of thinking something's not quite like this, but more similar to this, off of the low, but it just waited until here and then went crazy. How did you get it for 5 cents? Well done. I just made your play more profitable. Alright, SPY is now bouncing. Probably wait till after hours like this evening to pick up some more shorts if we do get a gap down. But I guess I have a hedge with those HD calls now. Could gap down and then rally. 420 announcement. Yeah, I did too Mosmus. Got some more to buy in potentially tomorrow. I don't know if I want more, but if we see like a double bottom, then I might have to get some more. Like double bottom and signs of reversal, not just it hitting that price. Also falling through it. Nice. On board. Sounds good, man.
cats. I think that's called Sentinel-1 too.
It is. Flea and tick, right? But the stock's up 21% so far this year, outperformed.
Curious what runs
most
today.
of the major indices
Not today,
at
tomorrow.
this point, but still
Like
down
seeing
about
runners end of day on
51% from
Friday.
year-ago levels. So this stock's definitely underperformed. TD
Like those
Cowen
have
put out a
good-
note today, and I think that's why you're seeing the stock move higher.
Good chance of
by over
rallying on Monday or
2%
even
today.
gapping up.
That they're seeing healthy consolidation in the cybersecurity space in 2022.
GME,
But
look at that.
They're
Got
saying that
almost
maybe some
right
of
to
these
that channel.
some of this M&A activity may continue
Not
in
sure if
here.
that's gonna hold or
Big tech
not.
firms like Microsoft, Cisco,
Might close my
IBM,
puts.
Amazon,
Yeah, I think I'm gonna close my
HPQ
puts
might be on the lookout
on GME.
for picking up or further
133%.
consolidation in this industry.
I could
and the
reposition.
TD Cowen analyst said that that
Green
Sentinel
Day.
One is addressing
Or
all
it
the
might be green.
prerequisites that
We might have big
were
volatility
mentioned
tomorrow
as far as
with
consolidation
quad
in this
witching.
industry in
I feel like that's always a
cybersecurity
possibility.
moving forward, and I think
Whoa,
that's why you're seeing
DFLI just got
the rally
wrecked.
that in that stock today and this year, and unusual option activity that we saw out in the May cycle. So they were buying some
BBBY kind of
upside
selling it back
calls
off there a little bit.
in
Interesting.
this one. The one that stuck out to me
Looks
was
like 5-0
the
date.
May 20 strike calls. He bought over 7,000 of those earlier on in the day. Average debit of only 35 cents. So that break even over the next 29 days at 2035 is about
master.
13% above the current share price in there. Call volume about 7 times normal daily
1,000
average
contracts
volume.
over
So
in
we're seeing a lot
AMC.
of flows in on this note.
Puts?
The Sentinel One is that
That
cybersecurity
IV is so
provider
high,
that
though.
delivers AI-powered
Just have 'em
platform
naked or
to enable
play spreads?
autonomous cybersecurity defense. So you mentioned AI, maybe one of
Buying
these
now,
big tech
consolidating down here.
companies want to buy it, but he said
Assuming
the
you have those
setup
for their lawsuit
Sentinel One
or
with the free cash
convergence
flow that they have
or whatever on the-
and the
the two
technology might
tickers.
be ripe for some picking from some of the big major tech names.
All right. Okay, Sentinel-1.
Yeah.
Add one to the list here.
Yeah.
I totally missed that one.
Overlooked stock.
Overlooked stock. We'll have to put it on George's agenda too.
Yeah.
All right, bullish there and bullish in Walgreens.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, close out of GME puts.
That has not been a very rewarding trade.
No. That and CVS, those are miserable
Yeah.
looking
I don't know if it'll break
charts.
through this channel, but
Yeah, so
The ego
that
on
being
you.
said, it's down about
Looking for a
5% so
bounce.
far this year. CVS is actually lagging
Did
a
you
little
do
bit
it?
more. Now
Did you
remember,
snipe?
during 2022 and in
Ace,
late
how
season
did you know that
2021,
snipe?
these
I
stocks
know
were doing
that's
pretty
what you're
well.
going for.
Same-store
Thank you,
sales
Ace.
were
Appreciate it,
growing.
man.
Their margins were expanding a little bit, but now you've seen that
Somber,
slide
DM me on
over
Discord.
the
I'll give you
last
the
year,
happy crew roll.
and down 5% this year in 2023. There was a note out from Activist Insight. This publication
happened.
speculates
Just
that
blacked out.
activist investors could take advantage of the depressed valuations in Walgreens.
We might get a
and
big
in the
move. I mean,
space
with how
to
volatile that
maybe
got
make
right
a
there,
significant
I mean,
stake. So
after hours,
basically, this
you guys might be
publication
right. It might
putting
be
out
crazy.
a note that, hey, because they have been depressed, it seems like maybe some mismanagement that
28K
they
at
might be
29.
right for activist investor, and that's why you're seeing the stock up over 1%
Well done,
today on a
DIY.
pretty solidly down day.
May
for
the odds
overall
ever be in your
market.
favor.
And we saw some unusual
Ooh,
option
got 'em.
activity in Walgreens after this note was published. Trader bought 5,000 of the April 28th weeklies. These expire in
move
8
by
days.
BBY.
The 35 strike calls for
Plus
an
you're
average
with
debit of
them
about 50 cents
rejuvenating,
on those.
revitalizing
So that break even
their bankruptcy
35.50
papers.
over the next 8 days is just slightly above the current share price. So they were buying these early on in the session before stock
Someone
started
did
moving
fat finger.
upwards, less than 0.5% higher than the current share price in Walgreens Alliance and Walgreens Boots Alliance. And remember, they're
I did look
still
at UCAR,
trying to
yeah.
sell the
Sketchy
Boots
Chinese
Alliance,
IPO today.
the UK division.
Makes me want to
of
buy
this
some
company at some
IPOs.
point. Call volume about 7 times normal daily average volume that we've seen
So
over the
illiquid.
last 5 trading sessions.
2.5
so
million
definitely
float.
some
Yeah.
interest
We've seen this
in
before.
here. And these are stock-specific
we
stories,
get
Oliver, not that
Henry
macro
Yu.
theme that we're seeing, because both of these stocks
Yeah, this
are
one's
up.
going to be IPOing.
Okay. All right, so you got some optimism creeping in on some kind of no-name
We
stocks.
have time on it,
here.
though. 5-4.
It's not,
The deadline.
Walgreens
the
Boots
market.
Alliance isn't a no-name stock.
No, I'm fine with that. Hey, I'm
5.
just as interested in following the action.
Yeah.
I don't think
But
any
it's
of
not
the
going to
ones
help
are
the market
Chinese.
at all.
No.
It's interesting that there wasn't like huge
this one's Chinese, let me
volumes
see.
in Tesla buying the dip, or you know.
There was a lot of volume in some of the big tech names. Google, Alphabet went positive and went negative.
Right.
There was some news out on that where they're combining their AI structure into one segment of their business. That was beneficial for a little bit, but then Tesla flows are all over the place. But they're taking bullish and bearish stances in there. So we did see a lot of volume, and then nothing just really stuck out.
Okay, guys, I need to do a video.
As these two names where somebody's just taking
Thank you so much
to the upside
for your subs today. If you haven't subscribed, do it.
Okay.
That red button, make it gray. Thanks for your likes.
Freeport.
No bullish trade in Freeport.
2 likes, well done.
Yeah.
Well done, Ace Ventura. Thank you for all the gifted memberships.
Option market's only pricing in about a plus or minus 4% move in the shares, so not like outsized
Thanks, Katie. Glad I could
movements.
entertain.
Shares are down over 1% today.
Thanks, John.
Down about 17% from year-ago levels.
You too, Somber. Thank you.
8% so far in 2023, so making a comeback.
30.
But remember, this is
I won't
the
do it
second
right now. I won't
biggest,
do it right now.
world's second largest
thanks,
copper
Jay.
producer, has the world's largest
Thanks
gold
again,
mine
Ace. Thanks,
in
Trace.
Indonesia. We've seen
Big
what's
hugs to Ace.
happened in the commodity space.
Thanks, Andrew
Copper's up
Mosmus.
about 5.5% this year.
All
We made big jumps in
DIY.
gold as a weakening dollar has helped support a lot of these commodities. So,
Appreciate it, you guys. CJ Lee.
Expectations are, I think, pretty high for mining companies at
Menace.
this point.
Round 2. We'll see what tomorrow holds.
I think somebody taking the other side of this because EV
crazy.
sales are
Quad
booming
witching.
and accelerating.
BBY
right?
will
Copper's
be pretty
used
mellow.
in the production
And I
of
guess
the EVs, building
probably
the
not
EVs.
this much of a sell-off, I would imagine.
Efficiency electric motors,
We'll
copper
see, though.
wirings, the Biden administration passing the
Expecting to be more
Bipartisan
flat,
Infrastructure
basically.
Act.
Or maybe even
Those
some
are all
opposite.
bonuses
Depends on where
for a company
opens, I guess.
that produces copper.
Everything's been
and
filled
these
though, so that's
commodities.
nice. We did the recap
Somebody
video.
taking the
Should be out in
opposite
like
view
30
here
minutes or so.
in the option
We'll see you on the
market 'cause we
premiere.
saw a
I'll be in
bear
there.
setup
Sub up,
here
like up,
going
comment
into
down.
this report
Happy money
tomorrow.
sticks around.
But they were out there buying the May
You can follow us on
39
Twitter if
strike
you haven't
put,
yet.
so you're giving
I'm happy
themselves
to do
about
Twitter
a month
Spaces.
until
We can
expiration.
chat with me.
So
We'll
it's not
chat
a
about
clean
whatever.
earnings play.
At
But
Happy
somebody
Money
thinks
White
it's
Tea.
gonna fade 'cause
And
they
we have a
bought,
Discord server, which
over
is
8,000
pinned
of
in
those
chat.
May 39 strike puts. They
Thank you
paid an
guys.
average debit
See you on
of
the
about
premiere in
79
about
cents,
45 minutes.
So they didn't outlay a lot of capital
Out.
on these. So that break even of 38.21